This is a mysterious game from the future, with a realistic tactile sense, exciting battles, and whatever someone wants. It is all there. As soon as Luchan enters the cranial neuron quantum transferring game, Empyrean God Realm, he finds himself stripped of his human character, becoming a wild monster. Confused, he looks around, searching for the usual class options, character selection, customization, and all other options to change his form. But there is nothing. Though, as he explores more, he notices even monsters have equipment, which was shocking as he had no knowledge about it. The traditional way to play is for players to slay monsters. But now, Luchan is on the other side of the game. He is the monster. The advertisements for the game Empyrean God Realm are going viral, which is produced by Tianix Corp. The game Empyrean God Realm, which is based on quantum entanglement and neural connection technologies, can give realistic experiences in temperature, taste, and feel. In Empyrean God Realm, someone can go on extreme expeditions and satisfying battles, all with the freedom of flying. Aside from that, it will also give countless business opportunities. Anyone can become rich overnight. The most magical thing in this game is the new gaming helmet. It will fix nerves and remake someone's body, as long as they log into the game every day. A large digital billboard is screening the updates about this game. After getting done with buying the groceries, Luchan notices people gathered around the billboard, wondering what this game is actually like and if the rumors about it being real are true. Lu Chen, who was an employee at a company with a great salary and future, lives with his sister. His journey took a drastic U-turn, making his life completely change as he got into an accident. To save him, all their deposits and properties were used up and sold, but in the end, he still thinks of himself as a loser that can only move his head and arms. Since then, he has become a burden to his sister and a loser in other people's eyes. Whispers always follow them. People mock him, saying the old Lu's efforts in raising an adopted daughter may be in vain. They doubt even a blood sister would go this far, claiming she would always be dragged down by her brother for life. Lu deep down knows he doesn't want to become a burden. When he was thinking of killing himself to set his sister free, Empyrean God Realm appeared. There are a lot of rumors about Empyrean God Realm. It is even worse that players who participated in the internal testing have changed because of it. One even became superhuman. The one thing that caught his interest is that this game can let hemiplegia and vegetative state patients recover their moving ability, recovering back to normal, so he gave up on suicide and bet his future on this Empyrean God Realm. At his home, Lu gets a text from his sister, coming home late because of overtime. As he went to the grocery, he bought a second-hand helmet on Xian Yu, wishing that it wouldn't cause any problems. He put it on, logged into the game, and wished that Empyrean God Realm wouldn't let him down. As he logs in, the game requests him to enter his one and only ID. As he enters the information, the game responds with a welcoming message, "Only I'm wild." He is then transported to the first realm of the Empyrean God Realm, the Mortal Realm. There are barely any restrictions within the game and surprises all around. But to his surprise, he is turned into a weak werewolf. Lu wonders if this is his new character in the game and why he has never heard of any players talking about this. Usually players would choose their character and customize everything, from appearance to outfit, before entering the game. He can't shake the feeling that something is off. He is turned into a wild beast. As he looks around for more options, thoughts cross his mind if he can still slaughter wild beasts like in other games to level up and earn money. As he opens the character menu, his eyes widen, and he panics as his ID is "Only I'm wild," and his character is listed as a weak werewolf. Without any mastery, his character has a weak prefix, which reduces his basic stats by 20%. The talent listed is low-class werewolf bloodline, which means that, without tears, there is a chance of critical damage occurring in normal attacks, with a 1% chance for a critical hit. He has no talent upgrading fragments and no upgrade points. Lu grows a lot more worried as his attributes are so weak, but his attention suddenly shifts as he realizes he can move his body. He laughs excitedly that he can even run. Other users in the game spot the wolf, though they find the werewolf ugly, and they all plan on killing it as it is not to get critical damage on ugly things. All the users run towards him, wondering if the club in his hand can be dropped as a reward, but that thing is actually worth 300 coins. As they try killing the beast, it increases Lu's damage. It actually attracted the other monsters there. As the other monsters gather with Lu, he kills the player Jin Shin Lil Cutie, level 1, gaining 10 experience points and 1 monster reputation. The reputation store is unlocked too. Lu realizes killing players actually gives rewards. Eventually, he kills the other 2 users, having medicine drop. However, he gains the basic level recovery potions, which can recover 2 HP points every second. Lu explores the reputation store and notices that it doesn't seem to sell recovery medicine. Wild beasts are not like players. They can't buy recovery medicines. but his talent and status can be leveled up. He remembers reading that the players don't have talents before they finish their careers on the website, so at least he has got talents. Talents that can be upgraded, a weapon at hand, and higher damage than other players. A thought comes into his mind. Maybe being a wild beast is a cheat code, if he can slaughter beasts, that is. He looks at other beasts and plans on killing him. As he kills those beasts without drawing the attention of other werewolves, he acquires 10 experience points with 1 talent, upgrading the fragment, and it can be exchanged too. A ray of hope for Lu can be seen, and he plans on slaughtering anyone he sees. 15 minutes later, his status finally rose. Not only did his character change, but his physical body also became stronger. Lu smirks because he enjoys being a wild beast. All of a sudden, a voice breaks in, calling for help and announcing there is a pervert here. One of the players, Ling Ji, is in the game. Her sister tells her to shut the game as she is in the village. However, she can't. Forced shutting down during battle will result in a 3-hour downtime punishment. She signed a contract to be the ambassador of Empyrean, so she will need to promote this soon. Though she screams in the game for help because some male users, Fengtian of the King Empire, Prince of the King Empire, and Scholar of the King Empire, try to intimidate her by informing her about the rumor that hitting players without equipment with a club will result in the cloth-bursting effect. The Prince of the King's Empire walks toward Ling Ji, saying she has a nice body and that this game can actually use the player's real body shape. However, Lu, as the werewolf, comes to save Ling and hits those guys with his weapon. The other 2 guys plan on eliminating the wolf, but as Lu attacks them, they realize the damage is high. It means this thing is not a weak werewolf, it is an ordinary werewolf. But it is no sweat for Lu to fight 3 low HP players with all those good recovery potions he picked up. Though only 1 potion will drop from each player, and it is obviously not enough. Ling stands at the side, wondering about the wild beast helping her, so she gives him her potion as he needs them. Lu realizes that she is indirectly thanking him, but he was just planning on killing her as well. When Lu takes the potion and thanks her, Ling is kind of shocked, as she didn't expect the beast to talk. A notification pops up on Ling's game. It is the producers of the game, asking Ling about the things going on in the game and informing her about the promotion being started in some time. On the other hand, Lu moves forward, knowing there are people everywhere, and it looks like this place is not far from the newbie village. If he acts too outstandingly, he will probably become a target of elimination, so he should probably stay away from them to kill other demonic beasts. He stops at a place because he finds this place safe. He became a wild beast the moment he logged onto the game, and he still doesn't know how the other players are doing. Though he watches the officially released promotion clip. The moment he opens the promotion clip, she spots the girl who he helped, promoting the game, claiming that the server hasn't been open for long, yet the newbie village has already been filled with 80,000 people fighting over wild beasts, and the number of players is times the number of wild beasts, so it is very hard to level up. Hearing this information, Lu smirks within himself and is happy being a wild beast, as there are so many monsters he can kill however he wants. Lu kills as many werewolves as he finds in his way. Now 10 Tier 0 talent upgrade fragments have been collected. He can finally upgrade his talent. A notification pops up informing him talent has been upgraded to lowly werewolf bloodline. Lu finds the 6% chance for critical hits not bad, but he wonders about him having Tier 0 status upgrade points, as he needs 10 Tier 1s of all kinds. He clicks on those Tier 0 status upgrade points and sees if there are any clues. He sees Tier 0 status upgrade points can be used in 2 ways. They can be sold to gain 0.1 monster popularity for each point. Alternatively, 10 Tier 0 status upgrade points can be merged to form 1 Tier 1 status upgrade point, which is more useful for enhancing abilities. He will need 10 to forge one. It means he will have to at least beat 100. He will need to find more high-level beasts to kill. Maybe they will even drop Tier 1 status upgrade points straight away. He tries this on some ordinary werewolves first. He kills a level OB werewolf. 15 points of the soul aura of everything were acquired, making 1 talent upgrade fragment and 1 status upgrade point, Tier 0, acquired. He does the same, and now he has reached level 2 with physical body strength of all types. Lu's level went up, but the status upgrade points that dropped are still Tier 0 and not dropped. It feels a bit like being cheated. He wonders if it is that he needs to find stronger beasts. That is when he notices a strong beast and thinks that maybe he will just get what he wants from it. Even though this beast is strong, he is still at level 1. Lu is at level 2, and he has got potions, so there is no need to back down. As Lu attacks him, the guy defends himself too. Lu realizes this werewolf's damage is high. 5 minutes later, Lu successfully kills a level 1 strong werewolf. Luckily, he has got the HP recovery potion that Ling gave him, or he probably couldn't have won this. However, a Tier 1 status upgrade point finally dropped, and even an item, Shabby Werewolf Club, was acquired. The surface is a bit tattered and looks like it has been used for a long time. An attack can be done 3 to 6 times though. He checks on the official website if he can really sell this thing for 300 yuan. Only about 100 transactions were made, so this thing is quite scarce. He plans on selling it for 260 yuan to give it a shot. The moment he is about to exit from the game, an email is received. The mail is about the Shabby Werewolf Club. He wished to sell the one he bought from player 4 cover. The platform will take away 5% as a handling fee. 247 yuan has been transferred to the bank account he has linked with the game. He connects the game to his phone and opens the message. He received a message from the framing bank, informing him that his bank account with numbers ending in 6,880 received 247 yuan. Lu dances in excitement as he realizes he can finally earn, and that the experts were right about having a lot of business opportunities in Empyrean. Just like that, he kills all the beasts he finds in his way. 20 minutes later, he reached level 3, and his attack, defense, and HP all went up. But it is a shame for him that he killed 20 or so ordinary werewolves and level 1 strong werewolves, yet nothing dropped. A thought comes into his mind. To try killing a level 2 special beast. There are a total of 5 special werewolves in this area. 2 at level 1, another 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 3. If he can kill a level 2, then that means he repeatedly kills 4 beasts. As he attacks one of those special beasts, he notices its attack is low. It is only slightly higher than the attack level of that one beast. He now understands, nimble means that its attack speed is fast, but in contrast, its attack speed is lower, but the attack speed doesn't really matter with beasts at such a low level, so he can surely take turns killing all 4 of these beasts. 40 minutes later, he sees his status. His current status includes 1 star and 1 mastery. Luchin has the talent Low-Class Werewolf Bloodline at Tier 1. This talent gives his normal attacks a chance to become critical attacks. Currently, he has no Tier 2 talent upgrading fragments and no 1-star status upgrade points. His beast popularity is also at 0. Upgrading his talent tier actually gives him a 10% critical rate. However, what is even better is that there is a choice of 1 from 3 rewards every time his status is upgraded. He can actually upgrade each kind of type to 50%. He chooses the 50% strong option. He has now also become a special beast. Now that he is unstoppable, he will keep killing wild beasts. Half an hour later, his name is now changed to Strong Nimble Hunky Werewolf. His level has reached 4 as well. He then plans on selling the club he got first. Judging from the condition, people will still buy it even if it is 300 yuan. He sells all 5 of them at 300. Now, he is at level 4, so it is time to go somewhere further. But as he is about to do that, an email pops up. It is from the farming bank, updating him about receiving a 285 yuan transaction 5 times. He has earned 1,700 yuan in just 1 afternoon. He is happy about the fact that his sister, Lu Yi, can get new clothes now. On the other hand, Ling is happy about getting the club but wonders how this Only I'm Wild gets so many clubs. She assumes that maybe he is the highest level within their area. As she sees it, she finds there is a player with the name Only I'm Wild within the top 500 in their area. He is not even in the top 500, so she realizes he didn't get them himself. He is an illegal portal broker. However, her sister informs her that it is time for her stream. In the stream, she shows everyone around the newbie village. She announces now, there are already more than 100,000 players within the newbie village. It is so crowded that the players might not be able to get out after they have entered. She suggests that if people can do it, then they should go to the trading place to get a club. Even though it is only a level 1 weapon, with a club at hand, they will be able to surpass hundreds of people. Luchin stands at the corner knowing the club is popular. However, he finds the newbie village a hell because of so many people. He feels lucky that he is a beast though, even though there are only 40 or so beasts over here, which is less than expected. There are also 4 special beasts here, so he starts killing. He keeps killing the werewolves, and now he has acquired an item. Tattered Werewolf Club. It is an S-grade club. Lu opens the forum and hopes that there is someone who can give him some reliable options about selling it for what amount. He questions that if he has got a club with 4 to 7 attacks, how much should he sell for? Different users tell him to wake up as no S-grade club appears on the global server, and S-grade clubs don't even exist. Lu then realizes the trading place. He opens the trading place. In his thoughts, he thinks, no matter what, it is only a level 1 club. If he marks the price too high, it will be troublesome if others also get an S-grade club, so it is better if he can get rid of it as soon as possible. He put the auction price at 1,000 and the buying price at 1,800. He hopes that it can be sold within half an hour, and then he closes the tab. He thinks if it can really be sold, then he can earn 3,000 yuan today. A user notices Only I'm Wild auctioning a club with a starting price of 1,000, so his friend tells her that maybe he is just looking for a dope. The user doesn't think that though, because the prices he set for the 5 clubs he put out earlier were quite normal. Luchan has killed the robust werewolf of level 4, captured 38 life energy, obtained 1 tier 1 talent shard, and 1 1-star quality evolution point. He even obtained an item, Damaged Werewolf Mage. He has reached level 5 and has another 300 wen in his pocket. However, here, he is only getting 1-star talent shards and quality evolution points, so he plans to go deeper. As he walks forward, he notices a werewolf with exceptional agility. He is at level 6. This is a 2-star quality prefix. He kills the werewolf with exceptional agility. He plans on focusing on monsters with exceptional X in their names from now on. Late at night, his name changed to werewolf with exceptional strength and agility. After a whole day of hard work, he has finally reached level 6. The experience required skyrocketed starting from level 5. As he checks his stats, it shows. His quality is at 2 stars, tier 1, which doubles his basic strength and increases his agility and stamina by 50%. He has the inferior werewolf bloodline talent at tier 3, which gives his normal attacks a chance to land critical hits. He also has a 14% chance of dealing double critical hits. His monster reputation is still at 0. However, these prefixes are getting longer. They see him even when he is hiding behind the trees. Luchan is tired after the whole day, and now he will log off for today. But then he remembers he needs to handle the equipment he has obtained. 9 regular maces, he lists them for 300 each. 2 small, high-quality ones boost agility, which is not ideal, but he sets them at 700 and 800 in the auction area. He wonders if Louis is back, as he is already making money to support the family. He then logs out and removes the helmet. All of a sudden, his arm feels hot. He realizes he might regain his sensations in the future, although he is happy about the second-hand gaming headset being a good purchase. However, he notices that Louis is not back yet, and she is working overtime again. Instantly, she arrives home, informing Lou that she is going to make big money. Lou asks her how much she has drunk, though she ignores it and informs him that her company is moving to the Empyrean God realm, and she is a core member. The head office found great business opportunities in the 9th Heaven domain, so they allocated 5 million for them to join the Empyrean God realm, and they just celebrated. She is the deputy team leader. She is saying all of this while sitting on Lou's lap, so Lou tells her to get down first, as she is all grown up but still doesn't know how to be careful. She questions him why she has to be careful, as they are not even real siblings. Lou emphasizes that is exactly why they should be careful. Louis chuckles, asking, "Careful for what?" As she has already decided that she wants to be with him forever and take care of him for a lifetime. Lou tries to discuss him playing in the game too, but before he could do that, they both fall on the ground while Louis lies on his and thinks that he is going to give her the "I don't want to burden you for a lifetime" talk again, so she interrupts him, assuring him he can relax as the Empyrean God realm has attracted hundreds of millions of players from around. She elaborates. Fortune 500 companies, major agencies like the Chinese Shield Bureau, the Korean Ministry of Defense, and the U.S. Intelligence Agency, they are all there. She puts a finger on his lips to keep him quiet, reassuring him that she will take care of him. He then reveals that what he wanted to say was that she doesn't have to work so hard as he is already in the Empyrean God realm, so she doesn't need to take care of him. But to his surprise, she already fell asleep. In his thoughts, he thinks that she is playing the game too. They have a chance to meet in the game, so they will talk about it then, but it is surprising that even national forces have entered the Empyrean God realm. There might be secrets hidden in the game that people don't know about. The next day, Louis texted Lou about leaving, informing him about food being in the spot, and that she would find a way to help him stand up. Lou then wears the headset and takes a sigh of relief that he is still a wild monster. Now he has got 3,915 yuan as everything is sold. Next, he checks out other players in Fen Lingju's livestream room. He joins the stream. She is saying that the game is hard as she was playing until 4 a.m. and she is only at level 3. She heard that even the best players are just reaching level 5. She then hugs her mace and thanks it. She says that guy who is super arrogant is really amazing. He sold so many maces. She reveals she hears he is an internal testing player, and maybe they are a closed beta player who knows how to farm maces. She then takes a leave because she needs to go fight monsters. It is not easy with tens of thousands of people in the newbie village. Lou thinks that this girl not only has a great figure, but is also a nice person. He gives her a tip as thanks. As Ling receives the reward, she realizes he just watched her live stream. Lou then starts killing other beasts as a new day has begun. He obtains an item, Damaged Jackal Man Mace, by Milling Jackal Man with exceptional agility, level 6. 3 hours later, Lou has become Jackal Man with exceptional strength and agility, level 7. The quality is a perfect 2 stars, and he is level 7 now and has 740 HP. He wishes that his name could stay hidden as it is so conspicuous. But then he ignores it and goes to a higher level area. He wonders what his name will become after another quality upgrade, but maybe he will be visible from 800 meters away. Suddenly he notices an elite monster with a cool name, Jackal Man Leader, Quinzacus, self-level. 10 special X-Elite monsters, over a dozen high-level special monsters, and the even crazier Zakas. He definitely can't handle them. He wonders what he can do, and he has no time, so he needs to think fast. He only has 4 healing potions in his bag. The quantity is insufficient, and the cooldown can't keep up. 17 maces are useless. A bunch of 0-star, 1-star, and 2-star materials won't be enough for upgrading. But then he remembers something he forgot about. Luchan goes to the reputation store and looks for the unique item, Legion Recruitment Order. It is a single soldier and a unique item. The Legion Recruitment Order, Single Soldier X Unique, allows you to recruit a creature. After recruiting, the creature's level and talent rank will not be higher than the recruiter's, and its quality must be lower. The creature's original equipment will be removed. If the recruited creature dies, it will disappear without dropping experience, equipment, or items, but the Legion Recruitment Order will be returned. Recruitment happens through a one-on-one duel where both sides cannot use potions. If the recruit is attacked from outside, recruitment fails automatically. After winning, the opponent will have 1 HP left and be in a recruitable state. There is a chance for recruitment to fail, and if it does, the target dies without dropping experience, equipment, or items, but the recruiter still gets back the Legion Recruitment Order. After successful recruitment, the recruiter can use reputation, talent fragments, and quality points to improve the recruit's attributes. Recruiting just 1 underling won't be enough. This thing called the Legion Recruitment Order should be upgraded, according to Lu. It's only 10 reputation points, so he gives it a try. He purchases a Legion Recruitment Order. This is truly expensive. A token only costs 10 reputation points, but upgrading it requires 500. He plans on selling all the material and hopes it upgrades to level 3. It finally upgrades to level 3 at last. He can now recruit 3 underlings. He knows he needs to level them up, especially the strong, agile, and robust werewolf men. He then asks them to clear these small monsters as he is broken. 10 minutes later, Werewolf Men Commander Quinzacus of level 8 Elite was killed, capturing 360 life energy. He obtained 3 third-tier talent fragments and 3 3-star evolution points. He even obtained items: leather shoulder armor of level 5, white, tattered wolf fur vest of level 1, gray, and shattered stone mace of level 5, green. The shattered stone mace, Quinzacus' weapon, is extremely sturdy and said to be capable of easily crushing rocks. This mallet has incredibly high attack, and the attributes make it even more powerful. Lu is kind of reluctant to sell it. He tells Erzi, those 3, to go around the area to grind monsters and target werewolf men with levels around 8 to 7. He guides them to take them one by one and orders them not to wander too far and to remember to pick up equipment, resting when their health is below 40%. He tells them to notify him when Zakas respawns. Since Lu doesn't want to sell it, he will take a break for a while till Zakas respawns. It seems letting them clear the mobs is effective. They are more efficient than him. He then plans to go and check the player's situation in the livestream room. Hopefully, no one catches up to him. Ling motivates her companions to work hard to level up because Empyrean God Realm's main city opens at level 10. At that time, they can switch to one of the 9 major professions, like Poison Master, Spirit Tamer, Puppeteer, and Archer. Ling's sister informs her that the highest level player is still below level 5 and addresses Ling as Sister Ling, saying that she is talking about it like it's far away. The other girl interrupts, saying that she heard it takes 10,000 experience to go from level 5 to 6, though Ling's sister asks her if they can join the guild. The guild system has been open for a while now. However, based on the current situation, joining a guild would also mean fighting for resources. They are more flexible this way. Lu sees if the guild system is open. He notices so many guilds. They are all famous groups. There is even a special forces division. Lu wonders if this is real and realizes that this game seems to be getting more and more unbelievable. 8 hours later, someone is poking him. He gets notified that his subordinates are trying to wake him up. It is already 7 in the morning. That means Zakas respawns every 8 hours. Firstly, he checks the character attributes, buys 2 slots, wears them, and then goes to fight Zakas. When he checks his stats, he gets shocked as he is almost at level 9. He asks the 3 werewolves if they grinded all night, and obviously they did. He addresses them as 3 emotionless experience grinding machines. He equips the gear and orders San, and Sai to come with him as he is going for the shattered stone mace. He moves forward and smirks as he wonders how much the first green-grade equipment on the server will sell. Luchan laughs as he has gotten stones, and he even killed Chieftain Quinzacus, a level 8 elite, and captured 360 points of life energy. He obtained items: Leather shoulder armor of level 5, white grade. Shattered stone mace of level 5, green grade. A third-tier talent shard, 3 3-star evolution points, and an item, worn wolfman mace of level 1, gray grade. He asks his recruits if they got any equipment, and when he looks up at it, he sees that they actually got 20 maces. He thinks within himself that he used to worry that recruiting recruits would consume too much reputation, but now it seems it is really worth it. As expected, equipment prices have dropped. Ordinary maces are only 280 yen now. However, he can still sell a few of these low-quality ones for more. The level 5 shoulder armor is white, so he can start the bid at 700 and a buyout at 1,500. Luchan wonders about the selling price of the green mace. He asks on the forum. Though emails are being received of the items being sold so quickly, the maces are in high demand. He will disable email notifications. Lu then scolds his recruits and orders them not to just stand there and keep grinding mobs. He then checks the forum and sees people talking about self-equipped items appearing in the trading area. White leather shoulder armor gets snatched up instantly. Lu realizes that white items are in such high demand, but it seems someone noticed him. Well, monsters can avoid getting onto the gaming ranking, but when selling things, someone can't hide their ID. Getting noticed was just a matter of time. Players are shocked to see 33 maces for sale and start guessing that Only I Am Wild is a mace that has become sentient. Curious about people's reactions, Lu thinks about posting information about green items. He asks how much a level 5 weapon with specific stats of 15 to 9 damage, 6 strength, 8 agility, and 6 stamina might be worth. Users wonder if there are such items and ask about that level 5 shoulder armor with 8 defense and 110 HP sniped for 1,500. Some claim his item can easily be sold for 5,000. Some think 5,000 is exaggerated, as many players are already at level 5, and some advise each other not to reply to the OP because he has probably made it up. Lu thinks, since it is only a level 5 item, he should try the price mentioned in the first reply. He puts the starting bid at 1,000 and the buyout at 5,000. On the other hand, Lingji's sister, Shan, informs her about Only I'm Wild. He is auctioning a green mace, but 5,000 for a buyout is still too expensive. Ling is shocked as white items just appeared, and now there are green items too. They both noticed. Only I'm Wild, added Lingji as his friend. Ling bets that too many people have already added him. She tells Shan to track his ID. As soon as he enters the live stream, she should let her know. She has come up with a way to add him as a friend. 2.5 hours later, Lu leveled up from 8 to 9 and got 50,000 experience points as well. However, leveling from 9 to 10 takes 100,000, but now his attack is over 60, and he has 1,150 HP. Instantly, he notices something dropped where he killed the beasts. 15 bottles of healing potions. It looks like there are potions in this area. As he moves forward, he keeps getting potions ahead. It looks like he will make a big profit this time. As he collects the potions, a guild spots him, assuming it is the boss called Quine. With such a long prefix, he must be a boss. They even notice the mace in his hand and the leather shoulder armor on him. They all run towards him to attack him as they are going to get rich now because they have finally found a boss. The guild member says that maces are no longer Only I'm Wild's monopoly. With a few maces, their guild might be able to secure a level 10 spot in the main city, but the question arises if they will be able to defeat this boss. One of the guild members mentions, I Am Only Wild being only level 6, so if he can do it, they can do it too. Lu stands there unfazed as the guy attacks him, creating only 1 point of damage. Lu thinks his physical defense is 28, yet the guy is at level 5, and his attack is only 20 to 23. The game forcibly deducted 1 health point. The guild members wonder what kind of defense this boss has as the beast's health is 1,150. Lingzhi, as the user, tells the guild members not to panic, as this should be the minimum damage dealt. They have plenty of potions, so they can slowly wear him down. She guides everyone to attack him together. As they attack him, he does nothing. But the members of the guild realize that it seems that wasn't the minimum damage. Lu smirks, acknowledging the fact that he is a monster. So as a monster, he should fulfill his role. Lu hits the user Xiang, and the attack is so powerful that it took 1/6 of the user's HP. His companion tells him to take some medicine, but the health potions restore 10 HP per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. They don't have time for that. The other guild member advises them to keep attacking in turns. They all try not to panic and focus on aggro control and positioning, but they have realized that this boss attacks so fast. They all plan on retreating as they can't beat it at all, though it is too late to run. Lu has earned up to 27 potions now. However, he assumes that these people must have seen the drop rate in the item description and came to find Zaka's. After witnessing his strength, they probably won't dare to come again, which means he can keep grinding for a while. His aim is to keep hunting until he is at level 10. At the Jiancheng Technology Development Zone, at the Chengguang Building's 14th floor, the users who just got killed by Lu are disheartened. But after all, it was a boss, and its level was 3 levels higher than theirs. One of the guys is upset as they couldn't even break through its defense. The other guy agrees with him, as its attacks were insane. They are not losing hope, but they just don't understand how the solo player did it. They aim to level up, or else they won't have a chance against users like that beast. Lu sits there wondering if everything has been sold, because the notifications have finally stopped. When he checks, everything else has been sold too. He now has 25,221 in deposits. He checks the emails too, in which users are asking him about buying gemstones in bulk, equipment for particular guilds, reserving equipment, and buying maces. Lu decides to reply to all of them in one email. He thanks everyone for their support. He announces that he won't be adding anyone as a friend, though he will send an email to everyone before selling equipment so they can all compete fairly. He then proceeds to hunt. 8 hours later, Lu has leveled up to 10. He is exhausted, but he has gotten 28 maces, 1 shoulder pad, 1 vest, and 1 gemstone. He then looks at his stats. He smirks, seeing his XP is 100,000, and it is a game changer. After leveling up, he wonders if there are any new items in the reputation store. When he looks up, there are 3 new items, probably more stuff to spend money on. Currently, the only skin in the store is the werewolf skin, priced at 1,000 reputation points. He wonders what is the use of this skin, as he is already a werewolf. When he sees the bloodline, it shows killing a sufficient number of creatures of the same species to obtain their bloodline. Bloodlines are core items for acquiring talents and enhancing talent quality. If anyone has the creature's skin, they can completely change their form and attack style. Lu is fascinated by this power. Combining skin and bloodline can change his attack style. In other words, he can turn into other monsters. But a question arises in his mind. If there is a human skin, maybe he can turn into a human too. The third item is martial arts, which allows someone to gain the 4th attribute, mana, which allows for magical attacks and defenses. Low-level martial arts is the Demon Beast meditation technique with the price of 1,000 reputation points, and after meditation, they can unlock the 4th basic attribute, mana, and enhance mana strength through practice. And the yellow rank spell induction, first time, is 1,000 reputation points, and after killing wild monsters, anyone can induce the yellow rank spells they have used. Lu finds all this pretty good, and he has even learned how to sell fragments. He mastered the low-level martial arts technique, Demon Beast Meditation. For every minute of meditation, he will gain 1 point of mana. He even unlocked the 4th attribute, mana, starting at 1 point. These are the 3 ways to acquire mana: killing wild monsters, online meditation, and consuming points. Though during meditation, someone cannot perform other actions, including trading. After all of it, he decides to list all the equipment for trade and auction, and then he will check on the other player's progress and go to sleep. On the other hand, Lingzi and Shan wonder when they will be able to enter the main city at level 10, as it takes 20,000 experience to go from level 6 to level 7. Shan informs her that only I Am Wild has listed another gemstone, 1,000 yen cheaper. Lingzi is pretty impressed with him, as he has put another gemstone on sale. She even informs Lingzi that she has tracked his ID into the Wild Stream Room, but this time he is anonymous. His ID is 9,527. Ling realizes he is here in the live stream. She thanks everyone for their support and announces that she will randomly select one viewer from the room and give away a mace as a gift. She purposefully chooses the anonymous user 9,527 for winning the grand prize. Lu is confused as he just entered the live stream room for a few seconds and won a prize. He thinks it's a bit odd but figures it's just good luck. Ling messages the anonymous user 9,527, LU, and requests he send his account ID, as, according to rules, she needs to add him as a friend for the live broadcast rewards. Lu thanks her and rejects the offer, saying that she should give the equipment to her fans, as he is just passing by. She insists on getting his account ID, but he very politely denies it. Ling is frustrated as he doesn't even want the gifts. 3 minutes later, he texts her, asking about her order to not give him the equipment. She addresses him as Big Brother, requests him to accept it, and tells him to consider it a favor for her. Ling wonders who this person is, and is adding a friend so difficult? In Lu's thoughts, he thinks, a particularly strong, agile, and robust werewolf with a worn-out werewolf mace followed by 3 fools. That screenshot is probably meant to scare people, but this Ling Ji person seems nice to him, as she even talked to him before, so he decides to help her out. He texts her about accepting the gift and adds that he won't take a screenshot. She thanks him and questions if they live broadcast the process of adding each other and giving away the mace. Ling thinks, what is the harm in taking a screenshot? And guesses that maybe his level is too low and he is embarrassed to show it. She plans on checking his ID later and decides to take a screenshot. As he accepts her friend request, she realizes she is actually seeing him live. She understands why he didn't want the reward. He is running a mace business. He is even selling broken gemstones in bulk. She thanks Only I Am Wild for joining them in a live stream. As a token of appreciation, she'd like to announce some official news here. She elaborates that the path to the level 10 main city through the poison mist has opened. She gives her best wishes to Only I Am Wild for becoming the first player to reach the main city. Lu thinks that just taking the reward and removing her from his friend list seems a bit inappropriate. He just lets it be. He then remembers that Lingzhi said that the poison mist forest had opened. It is probably around here, so he plans to take a look. As he arrives at the place, it has instructions that the poison mist forest is the only way to the level 10 main city. It is inhabited by many powerful creatures. Throughout history, only 1 in 10 manage to escape this place. He thinks he should avoid fighting and run straight through, but wonders how strong the monsters are in here. He spots a spider-type monster. It looks poisonous. It is the forest spider queen of level 9 elite. These creatures are really aggressive. They even attack him, a wild monster. He orders Erzi to handle 2. San and C take 1 each, and he will handle the elite. After hitting the elite, he realizes he is poisoned, but the damage is not too high. 3 minutes later, he killed the forest poison spider of level 8, obtained 75 life points, tier 0 talent fragment 9, and 0 star quality point 9. He extracts 2 points of mana from 5 creatures and even gets 3-star materials. He obtained items: Poison Mist Spider Silk Bracers, white, and 2 Tough Spider Silk. When he checks his stats, it shows the Poison Mist Spider Silk Bracers, white, are high-quality armor made from the silk of forest poison spiders found in the Poison Mist Forest. They are level 6 and provide 6 defense and 3 poison resistance. If someone wears 2 pieces of the Poison Mist set, they get an extra 3 poison resistance. If someone wears 3 pieces, poison lasts 50% less time, and they gain an additional 5 poison resistance. Lu gets excited and plans to open the 4th equipment slot too. It has poison resistance. However, adding 6 points to physical defense and 3 points to resistance is really good. He wonders what comes next. He then notices more spiders coming his way. 5 minutes later, he realizes this place is really rough. His 3 henchmen can't heal in time, and it is even too tiring, so he decides to finish this wave and log out quickly. After logging out, he stretches his arm and suddenly realizes his other arm can move now. He is in complete disbelief. When he moves his arm again, he realizes it is real, and although his fingers aren't very agile, his arm can really move. His phone then rings. When he picks up, his sister informs him that this game is really tough. Their team has been grinding Bard, but they are only just over level 6. The boss bought all the maces. She reveals that they desperately need to level up before the main city opens. She then tells him to take care of himself. Lu motivates her to work hard and not worry about him. He even informs her that there will be a surprise when she comes back home. His sister asks what the surprise is, so, keeping the suspense, he says that it is a secret for now. After declining the call, he gets a ray of hope that maybe he will become a normal person when Louis comes back. The next day, he fights the monsters, though it seems too hasty. He got one thing wrong. These monsters respawn in waves when the elite dies. Now there are more and more monsters, and this is getting troublesome. Suddenly, a message pops up from the game, informing him that his subordinate, strong, agile, and especially robust werewolf of level 7, has died. 1 Legion recruitment token, 3 elements, has been returned. He can currently recruit one. Sweat beads on Lu's head as he realizes he has gotten into a problem for real this time. Lu knows he has no other options than to fight them all on his own. 10 minutes later, he left the Poison Mist Forest and entered the novice area. He feels sorry for his recruits. Though Zaka is about to come out, he will need to borrow 3 more idiots from him. This time, he needs to spend reputation to equip them with poison resistance gear, upgrade the quality, and fight steadily. The next day, he upgraded the quality of those 3 recruits and gave them 10 poison resistance. Each dose indeed stabilized their output. There are so many monsters here. However, another named elite monster, Poison Widow Alisana of level 10 elite, has a lot of minions. He orders the recruits to follow him and break through from the periphery. Half an hour later, they killed the Poison Widow, Alisana, elite, captured 400 life points, obtained 3rd-tier talent fragments, and obtained 3-star quality evolution points. He collects dropped items: venomous spiders, poisonous fangs, tough spider silk, poison mist spider silk bracers, and poison mist spider silk gloves. Lu sees the stats and is excited as this fang is a necklace. To equip both, He needs to spend 800 and 1600 reputation points. He equips it and is happy as now it is easier to farm elite monsters. Suddenly he spots another elite, realizing the elite monsters here respawn way too quickly. No wonder the monument said 1 in 10. It is really hard to get over there with this respawn rate, but he likes it. Around 5 p.m., a message pops up that the elite, particularly strong, agile, and robust werewolf commander Black Burton, is now at level 11. Lou wonders who the heck Black Burton is and asks the system not to give him random names. Well, he has been hunting for a day, and his quality has finally reached 3-star perfection. He sees his stats. The stats make up for all the hunting. When he sees if there is anything new in the reputation shop, he decides to add poison damage and increased movement speed as it will be of great use. The talent Inferior Werewolf Bloodline at Tier 3 gives normal attacks a chance to land a critical hit with a 19% critical rate. It requires 160 Tier 4 fragments. The talent Inferior Poison Spider Bloodline at Tier Zerk makes normal attacks deal poison damage equal to 1% of the user's maximum health, 20 points, lasting 5 seconds and increasing movement speed by 10%. This requires 10 Tier 1 fragments. He decides to upgrade the new Spider Bloodline to Tier 3. After upgrading, the Inferior Poison Spider Bloodline at Tier 3 increases poison damage to 2.5% of the user's maximum health, 50 points, lasting 5 seconds and increasing movement speed by 19%. At Tier 4, the poison damage becomes 25% of the user's maximum health, 50 points, with the same duration and movement speed boost. When fusing a new bloodline, the user's appearance will change, but skins can be purchased to customize the look. Lou didn't know fusing bloodlines required a transformation, so now he is half spider and half werewolf. But after fusing bloodlines, this speed is phenomenal. Though it has been a busy day, so he plans to log off and eat something. Before that, he remembers he almost forgot. He sold the maces and stones he farmed yesterday for over 10,000 credits. Today, he has been farming spiders all day and hasn't sold the equipment yet. Now, he has a dull set of poison mist gear in his inventory, and 1 set for each of the 3 recruiters. 1 for him, for a total of 5 sets, and 7 or 8 individual wrist and leg pieces. However, players haven't reached the poison mist forest yet, so selling now isn't profitable. He quickly logs in again. Lingzi went there too, though Zaka's spawn point is a secret. After Zaka's, won't they be in the poison mist forest? He wanted to farm a little more. Ling's guild is kind of sacred, though they motivate each other to not be scared and work together like a team. She announces and warns everyone to be careful as there are too many people, so pay attention to the ore. Once they get a pickaxe, they will establish their advantage. Though Shan calls out for Ling to take a look at something, it is Lu, an elite, particularly strong, agile, and robust werewolf commander, Black Burton of level 11. He tells the Zakas to hang in there as he is coming to save them. The users get scared, wondering if Zakas summoned it. Ling tells everyone not to panic, as summons can't be stronger than the summoner. They note that when Zaka's health drops below 30%, he summons Black Burton. One of the guys praises Empyrean's humor for summoning with such a long name. As he attacks the beast, everyone's eyes widen as he has over 2,000 health. A guy there advises everyone not to panic and guesses that this guy has high physical defense. His role is probably to tank players. He suggests they focus on attacking Zakas. Lu thinks within himself that if they want to go all out on Zakas, don't blame him for being ruthless. He kills one of the guild members, Xiao San. He has around 250 health. Everyone is shocked as he died in an instant. People wonder who summoned this creature. He kills everyone that comes in his way. Everybody runs to save themselves as they realize this creature is a real boss, so they should stop attacking Zakas. They decide to organize the team and fight it, but how do they fight it if they can't break through defense? Fortunately, there is still a bit of health left on Zakas. There is hope. He attacks Ling and in his heart apologizes to her. Ling is shocked as it causes 60 damage per second from the poison. Lu hit the jackpot. He called his recruiters and ordered them to pick up some potions. He needs to check players' movements in Ling's livestream room. They should be discouraged for a while. Afterwards, Ling announces that the attempt to clear Zakas failed. People are disappointed as they didn't expect a Black Burton to appear out of nowhere. They know Black Burton is too strong, and players are like tissues for him. Rock Spear King decides to log out. Though the guild member mentions I'm only wild being Ling's friend, so maybe if she asks him to help her, he might help them with Zakas and especially Black Burton. The members address Ling as a goddess, and they are so sure that I'm only wild will definitely help them. They insist on her doing it, but she finds it too much, though she has no other choice but to text him and ask for help. Lu's goal is to farm the poison mist for a while longer, then sell the poison mist set. Tomorrow should be about right, so he texts Ling back that Black Burton doesn't appear every time, so they should try again tomorrow at this time. He then orders his recruits to get to work. and since they are here, they will also take down Zakas. The next day, Lu is a little relieved as the set is almost complete, and they can venture deeper now. Suddenly he notices the scenery and admires it as it looks so beautiful, although he wonders what kind of monster is up next. Instantly, green bamboo pythons of level 10 appear. They are even more snakes than spiders before. He orders his recruiters to give it a shot. 2 are wearing the poison mist set, with a poison resistance of 19, which means the opponent has a poison attack of 20. It is just like the level 9 elite spider queen. This poison mist forest is too terrifying. It is an algorithm that keeps repeating itself, and the producers are making things hard for the users who have entered this place. 10 minutes later, the quantity of the monsters has become too large and looks like it is going to be a long battle. Fortunately, he not only had the poison mist set, but also picked up enough medicine. He will give each of the 3 recruiters 80 healing potions and orders them to hold the line for him. 2 hours later, he rested as the recruiters fought the monsters. He plans to log out for a nap and charge ahead tomorrow. The next day, after taking a nap, he decides he won't linger in battle. When he logs in, he will start running. He wonders if he can get through the sea of snakes. As he logs in, he notices his subordinates still fighting, though which is kind of strange because they should have disappeared after he logged out, but they are still fighting the monsters. Moreover, they have all leveled up, becoming level 9 monsters, though his eyes widen as he notices something he wasn't expecting at all. According to Lu Chen, it turns out that they take turns resting to keep grinding monsters, and since he isn't around, they share the experience they gain among themselves. That is why they keep leveling up, as he used to worry about leveling up his subordinates. If he didn't share the experience he got, they wouldn't be able to increase their levels. If he did share, he would probably get less, so this thought solves his problem perfectly. The number of giant pythons he has slain should be enough to purchase the bloodline of the giant fusion python. As per him, 2,000 reputation seems quite expensive to him, and he hopes that the snake race won't disappoint him. A notification pops up mentioning that he has got the inferior snake bloodline talent, and the attacks inflict damage equal to a percentage of the target's maximum health. If he moves by 1 step, the poison damage will increase by 10% for every 10 steps, lasting up to 60 seconds. Lu Chen shows his excitement and mentions the 7-step snake as an amazing talent and cheers up. Just then, another notification comes saying that in the 3rd tier, the basic attacks deal 2.5% of the attacker's base health as poison damage, 10 plus 58 points. After poisoning, the target's poison damage increases by 10% for every step taken, lasting for 7 steps with a maximum duration of 60 seconds. It is unbelievable for Lu Chen seeing 340 as he is transforming, but with a 10% damage increase for each step, the poison is surely more potent than a spider. He is going all the way out on the path of ugliness, but as long as he is becoming stronger, it is worth it. He can see the poison is actually stacking, as one lasts for 10 seconds and the other one increases damage through steps, which seems quite impressive. He orders the other 3 wolves to attack together, and together they manage to fight against the snake and take it down. Just then, a purple monster shows up, and they finally encounter a boss. There comes a level 12 boss, Lord of the Poison Mist Forest, Evelynshire. Lu Chen wants to take a chance to fight against her, as there are no small monsters around, and with the other 3 wolves, he thinks they can give that a chance. Evelynshire grabs the other 3 wolves with her spell. Lu Chen is now amazed by her powers, as she has skills that can truly call her a boss. According to Lu Chen, the 3 wolves don't have enough power to break the restraints. He himself starts fighting against her, but his damage output is slightly higher, and she has over 4,000 health points and heals quickly, which means it is not that easy. Evelynshire has high physical and poison damage, high health, reduced movement and attack speed, and skills too. She is very terrifying. Probably with any other team, that battle would be impossible. But Lu Chen is thankful as he is fused with the forest spider. His speed is fast enough, and both of his talents are continuously draining its health points. By that time, the other 3 wolves are somewhat able to help him back. But unfortunately, the restraint skill has no cooldown, so he has to rely on himself only. With the kiting strategy, he slowly wears it down. Half an hour later, a notification pops up disclosing that by defeating the boss Evelynshire, he captures 760 life points, obtains a 4-star talent fragment, obtains a 2-star quality fragment, and also extracts pure aura. The acquired items are Poison Mist Silk Gloves, Poison Mist Silk Leggings, Evelynshires Guardian, Exquisite Spider Silk Hauberk, and Sturdy Spider Silk. 5 pieces. Seeing all of this, Lu Chen is so happy that his half-hour effort is worth it. Evelynshires Guardian's attributes affirm that the armor of Evelynshire, the Lord of Poison Mist Forest, has extraordinary power. Evelynshires Guardian reduces the movement speed of attackers by 10% and attack speed by 10%. Lu Chen is greedy. thinking about how much he could sell all of this for. He will stay there and farm blue gear from Evelynshire, and even if the players manage to defeat Zaka's, it will take them a long time to get there. He is sure to make a good profit. Half an hour later, Evelynshire appears, which amazes Lu Chen. She is even faster than Zakas's respawn time, which makes him understand that Zakas is a regular elite monster meant to grind the players. The Poison Mist Forest is designed to keep the players out of the main city so that the respawn rates get faster. 10 hours later, Lu Chen is tired, but at least after all the grinding, he has 17 Poison Mist sets, 19 pieces of Evelynshire's Guardian, 11 delicate spider silk chest plates, and 19 4-star materials. Then, he goes to check on the players, where he guesses that they have probably been suffering in the Poison Mist Forest. It's time for him to make a killing. Lu Chen is looking for the products when he finds the 8 equipment slots, which cost 4,000 reputation. It is quite expensive, but the helmet seems very nice with 11 physical defense, 7 strength, 9 agility, and 10 constitution. He is sure he can sell that at a good price. He looks at the comments, where everyone is losing their minds because of the Poison Mist Forest, but he is quite impressed with himself. No one has mentioned Evelynshire, which means no one has reached the 3rd level. Everyone has passed the 1st level, but no one has reached the Poison Mist set. Next, he has to make a sensation and get rich. To make a sensation and advertise, he has to go to Lingji's livestream room, as it is the fastest way, and he is wondering how that beautiful girl is doing at that moment. Lingji is stressed out as she thinks they are going to die. Even their goddess can't get through those soul stones, so how can they pass that? Everyone is saying that it is very hard to get to the level 10 main city, and the background is a combination of newbie village and forest. Someone mentions that he has heard that the poisonous snake monsters ahead are even scarier. Lingji claims that some teams there say spiders drop poison resistance gear, so why don't they have any? And how are they going to get through that? The Poison Mist Forest is so unfriendly to small teams like theirs. Comments suggest that she should send a message to Only I Am Wild, as he must have equipment with him since she is his only friend on the entire network. She has to message him, even though he has unfriended her. She has to beg him for it. She thinks that it is useless to ask, and she bets Only I'm Wild hasn't passed the Poison Mist Forest since he has not sold anything for the past day. Maybe he is frustrated. With that, Lingji messages Lu Chen, asking if he has passed the Poison Mist Forest, or if he has any spare poison resistance gear to sell to her. He replies by saying yes, he has. Everyone starts commenting, amazed that Lu Chen has them. They are shocked as Lu Chen mentions he has a complete Poison Mist set. Someone comments that their guild has been wiped out 4 times and only managed to get a wristband, so how can he have a full set? They are in pure disbelief. Lingji questions him, saying she wants to buy a set, so should they trade through the personal room on the trading platform or by mail? Anything will work for her. Lu Chen inquires how many she wants, which shocks everyone. How is it possible? Does he really have that many sets that he is asking for the quantity she wants? Or is he fooling people? Lingji questions him if she can get 3 sets. Lu Chen wants to make a personal room on the trading platform, so he urges her to give him the account and password. Lingji also can't believe it, she is getting 3 Poison Mist sets. They create a personal room on the trading platform, and he sends her the Poison Mist set while she gives him 21,000 gold and thanks him. She gets excited as they can finally get through the spider forest. Everyone becomes hyped and starts commenting that they will pay 15,000 for a set. Someone wants 2 sets for their guild, and others start mailing Lu Chen. One asks him if he has more sets for sale, another approaches him wanting to purchase a few sets as the price is negotiable. A message comes from the Thunder Guild, notifying him that they will buy as many sets as he has. Lu Chen is very excited as the advertisement is very effective, and everyone is talking about the bait. But unfortunately, they are being overly optimistic. Maybe they think that by having the Poison Mist set, they will pass the Poison Mist Forest. Or perhaps they are underestimating Evelynshire. He makes an announcement that at 10 o'clock, he will hold a personal auction in the auction area, so whoever is interested should pay attention. He just waits until then, as there are only 20 minutes left until Evelynshire respawns, and then he can start the auction. 10 minutes later, an announcement is made that the auction is going to begin shortly. Lu Chen has transformed himself into an auctioneer, and then he announces that the first auction item is a spider silk helm, where 3 will be sold together, starting from 2,000 yuan with a minimum bid increment of 200 yuan. One of the attendees thinks that Only I Am Wild has these to sell but is shocked. The auctioneer mentions that the equipment is nice and equivalent to 15 physical defenses and 200 health. The bidding keeps going, and at last, the helmet bundle is sold at 9,800 yuan. Lu Chen is wondering how much a Poison Mist set will sell for, and he also has Evelynshire's Guardian equipment as well. This keeps going, and everyone is shocked after seeing the number of sets he has. They are thinking that he farmed these without support. He announces that the appetizers are finished and it's time for the main course. the Poison Mist set. 3 sets will be sold at once, starting at 15,000 yen with a minimum increment of 2,000 yen, and then the bidding starts. Everyone is shocked that he is selling all 3 sets at a time. The bidding goes on, and at last, number 003 bids 45,000 yuan. He wonders if there are any higher bids than 45,000 yuan. Lu Chen is now in full disbelief, thinking he has made a fortune. He wonders how many rich people are present there. Lu Chen, in the auctioneer's body, screams in excitement, 45,000 going thrice, and then congratulates number 003. The auctioneer raises her hand and claims that next is the second batch, which consists of 3 sets of Poison Mist sets, starting from 15,000. Just then, a bidder smirks and raises his bid by 45,000. Another person mentions that number 003 is so generous that he wants to monopolize the Poison Mist sets. He informs his boss that they have to grab the Poison Mist sets too. The level 10 main city is a merger of 3 novice villages, and he exclaims that the pressure must be huge. Another person raises his bid by 47,000, and seeing the demand for Poison Mist sets increase, many others bid even higher. The highest bid rises to 50,000. Lu Chen, already excited about the money, declares that the Poison Mist sets are sold at 50,000 and congratulates number 027. The auctioneer states that next is the last batch, and 5 sets will be sold together, starting from 25,000 with a minimum increment of 5,000. Bidders start noticing and exclaiming that Lu Chen has so many Poison Mist sets. Someone yells in wonder about the minimum increment being only 5,000. Another claims that this is their last chance to acquire the Poison Mist sets. The highest bid goes up to 90,000, which surprises many people, especially the wealthy person who bought all 5 sets. Some people start losing hope and claim that their last chance is gone. The auctioneer sells the last 5 sets for 90,000 and congratulates number 042 on winning. Someone from the crowd sadly announces that it's over and claims that he knew it was impossible to get it. Another one sadly remarks that there are so many rich people in the world. The bidders start to disperse when suddenly, Lu Chen, in the auctioneer's body, announces that today's auction was very successful. As a reward, he will give them all a piece of information regarding the upcoming level. He informs them that many people think that after the snake tide, they can enter the Poison Mist forest. But in reality, there is an even more terrifying challenge ahead. People exclaim in surprise, wondering what could be more terrifying when the snake is already unsolvable. Lu Chen smirks and calmly announces that he just happens to have one more piece of equipment here, which can largely determine whether they can break through the Poison Mist forest or not. Someone from the crowd shouts in disbelief about how only I'm Wild still has equipment. Someone wonders if the new equipment can really determine whether they break through the Poison Mist forest or not. Another person questions how strong the equipment is. The auctioneer announces that the main course is finished and dessert is here. He reveals that the equipment only I'm Wild wants to sell is Evelynshire Guard, and that they can see the attributes for themselves. A notification displays all the important information about the equipment. As someone from the crowd yells that it is a blue item, another claims that it is the first blue item in the whole server, and that his eyes are tearing up upon seeing it. Someone exclaims excitedly about the 21 physical defense and 10 poison resistance, while another screams about it having an equipment skill that reduces movement and attack speed. Someone from the crowd shouts that this is not just dessert, but the real highlight, and urges the auctioneer to name the price that only I'm Wild wants. The auctioneer smiles and calmly replies that without further ado, 3 pieces will be sold at once, starting at 15,000 with a minimum increment of 2,000. An uproar breaks out in the crowd as people exclaim that such powerful equipment is also being sold 3 pieces at a time. The prices start rising instantly, and bidders quickly push the price up to 52,000, claiming that it is worth grabbing. At last, Evelynshire Guard is sold for 65,000. Lu Chen takes his helmet off and, with a content smile, claims that he has been selling for more than an hour. After deducting the 10% auction fees, he has earned 397,980 yuan. His total savings are now over 450,000. He thinks that his other arm is completely normal now, and his leg has some feeling again. Maybe it is time to buy a house for himself and his sister. Then again, he realizes that he doesn't have enough just yet, so he decides to save a little more. He reflects on selling so much equipment at once and honestly doesn't know if anyone can break through the Poison Mist forest or not. He soon forgets about it, thinking that it doesn't matter to him for now since there will definitely be more valuable equipment in the future. He decides to sleep first. In the game, the Sword Guild leader declares that the Sword Guild, YIF Guild, and Windbell Group will join forces to attack the Poison Mist forest. The players with their newly bought equipment start attacking the spiders, exclaiming that they must pass through the Poison Mist forest tonight and reach level 10 at the main city. They all start fighting as the spiders keep attacking them. Someone shouts that they know it can be very tiring, but urges everyone to hold on just a little longer. Someone from the crowd exclaims that they have killed Alice, so the gloves were dropped. They all move toward the snake tide next. The crowd attacks the snakes as their leader instructs them not to mess up the formation and not to linger. He orders teams 15 and 16 to go up. Another player also instructs those in position to take care of themselves while others charge forward. She announces that they are almost there and orders teams 3 and 4 to hold on. Nearly at 4:50 in the morning, they clear the snake tide. Someone exclaims in happiness that they are finally out of the snake tide and that they will be the first batch to reach this point. She instructs others to hold on and look at what is approaching next. Someone gasps and reveals that this must be the something more terrifying that only I'm Wild mentioned. A notification announces to everyone that the level 12 boss, Poison Mist Forest Lord Evelynshire, is approaching. Someone from the troop claims that this is Evelynshire, the boss who drops gloves. Since only I'm Wild can farm it, they believe they can too. Another one replies that if they can kill it, they will be able to reach the main city. The first one exclaims that everyone should rest a bit as he takes on the boss. Just then, Evelynshire jumps at them and shoots webs from her mouth, restraining several players. They scream that the crowd control is overpowered and question how only I'm Wild managed to defeat it. Another person, trapped by Evelynshires web, exclaims that they are about to be sent back and wonders if they fought the whole night for nothing. The next day, in the early morning, Lu Chen logs into the game again and speaks to himself, wondering if the players fought Evelynshire. He then orders Air, San, and Sai to stop farming and prepare to leave the novice area. Lu Chen looks at Evelynshire and thinks that her crowd control skills are quite good and it would be a shame not to learn them. He moves on and thinks that one yellow-level martial arts compendium only costs 1,000 reputation and is not expensive. He opens the reputation store as he sees that the item is now of 2,000 reputation. He thinks in surprise that the price has doubled. This merchant is a real swindler, but he still has to buy it. He buys the skill as the notification clues in all the important information about the spider silk bind. It can consume 1 point of mana per second to maintain the bind, and it can entangle up to 10 targets. Non-spider species require 1 extra tough silk to entangle 1 target. Lu Chen exclaims that this skill is good, and luckily, he has saved hundreds of pieces of silk from before. He orders San, and Si to move on, and 10 minutes later, he finds himself at the crossroads stating 2 possible paths, the first one being Beast's Mountain Range, and the other one leading to the main city. He thinks that given his current identity, he probably can't enter the main city, so it's better to check out the Beast's Mountain Range for now. He examines the mountain range and exclaims in surprise that the Beast's Mountain Range is quite extensive. He orders San, and Sai to come with him and explore the area to see if there are any suitable monsters to recruit. He finds out about the agile wolf creatures, high-attack tiger creatures, and thick-skinned bear creatures. He thinks that all 3 types of monsters are decent, but he feels like none of them are suitable for recruitment. They move towards the Chaos Burial Hill, then make their way there. Lu Chen thinks that the Chaos Burial Hill seems a bit eerie, and that there should be some special creatures there. As he enters the graveyard, another notification appears, saying that they have exceeded level 11. They no longer enjoy newbie protection, and they should be cautious when entering. Just as he enters, a hand appears from the closed grave, and a Stygian nymph at level 24 appears in front of him. He exclaims with surprise that level 24 is so high. The nymph attacks his troop as the wolf in the front bears the most damage of 94. Lu Chen claims that this creature's damage is truly terrifying, and it even has AoE too. He laughs, saying that this is exactly the type of subordinate he needs. He orders his troops to attack the nymphs as they bear the damage, but keep attacking the dead creatures. He thinks about the nymph being scary, but fortunately, they have damage reduction, or San, and Sai couldn't handle it. He orders them to stay as he will go and try to lure one out, and it is time to test his new skill, Spider Silk Bind. 2 minutes later, he activates the new skill he has bought. As it shoots, an extremely strong web shoots out from his stomach. He laughs at the new skill activating from his belly and calls it a funny posture. 10 minutes later, the notification shows that the Stygian nymph is willing to accept his recruitment, and the nymph's level has been reduced from 24 to 11. The next notification shows all the important qualities of the nymph. His mouth opens in surprise as he signifies that it's impressive, with such high attack power and the ability to reduce the physical defense of nearby enemies. He exclaims with excitement that it's better to recruit one more to upgrade the Legion recruitment order to 5. 15 minutes later, he recruits one more nymph as the notification shows that the force he found now has 5 members and activates the hidden quest, a place to settle. The quest requires expelling an elite wild creature with the word king in its name from the Beast's Mountain Range and obtaining his territory. The quest rewards include gaining the right to use this area and receiving the title Fearless and Daring. Lu Chen thinks that being able to establish territory is a great thing, but he should choose a higher level area so that other players won't be able to come easily. He examines the areas as he settles on the Guanyun Peak and claims that Guanyun Peak is probably the highest place in the Beast's mountain range, so he'll choose that place. He adds that he remembers there was a level 25 white-striped Tiger King there, and that it's perfect. They arrive at the mountain peak as the Tiger King approaches them. Luchan wonders that this Tiger King has quite an imposing presence. Thankfully, it did not bring any minions. He orders Air, San, Si, Wu, and Liu that they are responsible for ranged attacks, and he will take the head-on. The tiger attacks him, and Lu Chen's damage decreases by 327. He thinks in surprise that the tiger is so fast and its attacks are so strong that his HP isn't nearly enough to withstand the blows. He orders his troops to attack together and start attacking the Tiger King. 40 minutes later, he successfully takes over the Tiger King. The notification prompts him to choose to kill the tiger to receive regular points or choose to expel the Tiger King, and the mission will be completed, but the Tiger King's respawn location will reset. He chooses the expel option without wasting another second and shakes his head after completing the mission. Just then, another notification appears congratulating him on completing the mission, A Place to Settle, qualifying him to establish a force here and receiving the title Fearless and Daring. Another one instructs him to clear the wild creatures on Guanyun Peak and rename it. He exclaims that he will call it Renai Peak and checks the title effect. His weapon upgrades as it mentions that this is a symbol of courage and that people with this prefix will gain a 20% base HP bonus as an attribute bonus. He thinks in wonder that the effect is really strong and that it is a percentage bonus. He laughs in wonder that as a wild creature, he has his own force now and alleges that this game is getting interesting. He orders everyone to clear the monsters and upgrade, and from now on, he is the leader of these wild creatures. He killed the Silver Shadow Wolf and captured 120 points, killed the Gold-Striped Tiger and gained another 120 points, and killed the Black Iron Bear and captured another 120 points. Then, with a ding, an item appears called Spiked Wolf Fang Club. He exclaims that finally, new equipment is starting to drop and he got 2 at once. He obtained another item called Wolfhide Leggings. He orders everyone in excitement, lacing in his voice that they are going to update everyone's equipment. Happily looking at the notice, Luchan utters in glee that he has finally reached level 12. However, what the notice states is to note that when the players reach the corresponding level, the level 12 solo secret realm of Mon Valley, 1 star, will be unlocked. Now, what is a secret realm? It is a special gameplay within the game, Empyrean God Real, divided into solo and multiplayer secret realms. All secret realms are not limited to the number of entries during the opening time. On traveling further, Lu Chen reaches a mountainous place and looks around. To his surprise, he spots a dungeon and questions their existence in surprise, further acknowledging that the Empyrean really likes to make fancy things. He enters the dungeon by himself, whereas he instructs the other 3 to level up outside. However, make sure not to pull too many monsters. He further advises them to fight 5-on-5 and to rest when their HP is below 40%. Lu Chen carries his weapon over his shoulder after he has told the others off. The notice displays to him that the secret realm will drop corresponding items according to the player's need, and one needs to pray to the secret realm before entering inside. After putting in the corresponding type of items, the first player who discovers the secret realm will get 5 times rewards, and the output equipment is not lower than the quality of the items that the player puts in. Moreover, by putting in the corresponding parts of the equipment, there is a greater chance of getting the same parts of the equipment, and the player can put in 2 items. After carefully going through the instructions, Lu Chen loses himself in his thoughts and plans that if this is the truth, then if he puts in weapons, the monsters inside will drop weapons, and if he puts in clothes, suddenly an idea flashes into his mind, and his eyes spark with hope. He mocks himself if he is stupid and questions what equipment he should put in, or if it is not more cost-effective to put in materials. He thinks about what the notice stated about not lower than the items put in, which makes him realize that as long as he puts in a material at 4 stars, it will work out for good. Upon taking out a shiny blue crystal of 4-star material, he wonders if the monsters inside really drop 4-star materials up to 5 times. Then will he not make a fortune? He throws in the crystal, and the pop-up declares that his prayer is complete and demands he enter the secret realm. As he steps into the secret realm, he is astonished to find the place quite huge. A global announcement is then done for attention, which states that player Only I'm Wild discovered the level 12 solo secret realm of Moon Valley, 1 star, and obtained the title Moon Pioneer. The announcement further claims that the solo secret realm of Moon Valley is officially open, and today's opening time is 22:45 to 10:45. It requests the players to hurry to Moon Valley if they are interested in competing for the second treasure. Shocked to hear the name of the player associated with the secret realm, the human players get stunned at the revelation and question each other if he actually got that title, since they heard that titles are super hard to get. One of them gets surprised by Lu Chen, who is already in the secret realm, whereas he has not even left the novice village yet. Acknowledging the true strength of Lu Chen, they accept that it is actually a global announcement since Lu Chen is too strong. As envious as the people got after hearing the announcement, Lu Chen got irritated, and as he cursed the announcement, he groaned in frustration at how everybody would know about it, and questioned himself if he had to make such a big fuss about it. Meanwhile, another notice appears in front of him, declaring that he has obtained the title Moon Pioneer and gained a 10% strength bonus as well. Out of nowhere, Lu Chen sees 3 moon silver wolves coming towards him, which makes him pretty scared. At first, he could not decide how to react. However, he prepared himself by encouraging not to be scared since he was here to collect materials. Therefore, he swings around his weapon and starts fighting against those wolves. As he hits them around, he realizes how fortunate he is that these moon silver wolves are not very strong. Therefore, he can handle 5 of them at a time without any pressure. When one of them dies, he gets notified that he killed a very agile moon silver wolf of level 12, captured 540 life points, obtained 5 4-star talent fragments, 5 4-star quality points, and extracted 5 mana. He laughs in joy after knowing this, exclaiming in happiness that it really is 5 times the drops and yells in excitement that he is rich. An hour later, when he is done knocking out all of those moon silver wolves, he happily states that this is too awesome as he leveled up in an hour. And in addition to that, he harvested over 1,000 materials, making all his talents 4 stars now. He checks his attributes menu, which boosts his pride even more, and he claims that after adding the word king to his name, he has become a boss. And it is just that he does not know where to find the ancient heart and ancient fragments upgrade materials. Lu Chen steps forward with growing confidence and states that now he is only missing the final boss, but realizes that he has more than 200 attack, 140 defense, nearly 5,000 HP, and even poison damage, so he is not afraid of the final boss at all. Lu Chen starts fighting the boss, and upon discovering that the wolf has very few HP, he mocks it for having only 6,000 HP and calls it a weak boss, but then quickly dismisses his own statement and states that it is because he is too strong for the boss. After it gets killed, another notice notifies that he has captured 4,000 life points, obtained 15 5th stage talent fragments, and 15 5-star quality points. Lu Chen laughs in joy at his victory of getting 35-star materials and claims that is 300,000 prestige, calling himself rich. A pop-up declares that the secret moon realm has been cleared and will be closed in 5 minutes. When the other players get to know this, they exclaim disappointedly over it as they don't know when it will open again. On the other side, Lu Chen annoyingly mumbles how this system announcement is so annoying, constantly broadcasting how he blocked the secret realm. While looking at the status menu, he concludes that with so many materials, it is better to exchange them for prestige and upgrade the Legion recruitment order to max level. Simultaneously, the rule declares that once you leave the cave, it will disappear. When Lu Chen gets out of the cave, he calls out to Air, San, Si, Wu, and Liu to stop grinding and go expand their team with him. Half an hour later, he orders his pack to now go and chop trees and to move stones since they need 500 units of wood and stone in total. Hence, he commands them to collect it and put it near the camp. And if they complete the task ahead of time, they will go and level up together. In the real world, Lu Chen happily thinks how in less than a week he has made 500,000 yuan, which feels like a dream. He then raises his right hand and looks at it in surprise while acknowledging that his arm is completely normal again, and his upper body is also restored. He celebrates in joy about how he has sensation in his upper body, and will soon become a normal person. Then he looks at one of his thighs and realizes that it is heating up, guessing that it will be the next one to recover. Therefore, he decides that before the leg recovers, he has to go and buy a house first. However, with 500,000 yuan, he can't afford a big house, but a small one should be enough since it is just him and Lu Yi living. While looking at the advertisement for apartments, he comes across a suitable one and reads out its description in joy, how they will fully refund if he does not buy it. He giggles in happiness and decides to go the next day and give Lu Yi a surprise. At the Country National Security Bureau, the Special Action Group leader, Li Muhua, comes to Director Lin Hai and informs him that their security bureau has set up a special action group to participate in a game and seeks to know if this isn't making a big deal out of nothing. Lin Hai refuses his claim, explaining that this game called Empyrean God Realm is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Moreover, not only they but also governments and militaries around the world are also participating, and it may change the future of mankind. He further adds that he speculates that when the second Empyrean God realm goes online, they will see more of what's going on, and then inquires of Li Muhua about the progress, to which he reports that they are still stuck in the poison mist forest since it is too hard. Lin Hai, after hearing that, advises Li Muhua to go find Only I'm Wild, as he should be able to help them get through. He explains to Li Muhua that this is the information the department collected about that unique madman, and instructs him to remember to befriend that guy at all costs. The next day finally arrives, and Lu Chen excitedly arrives at the apartments, where a female assistant questions him if he is here to check out the property and requests him to let her assist him. He demands that he see a small-sized apartment. However, on the other side of the building, one of the two men who are with Li Muhua turns around to look over at Lu Chen and exclaims surprisingly if this really is the person they were looking for and wonders how come he is disabled. The other person replies that it cannot be wrong, that is him. Although the information claims he can only move his head and one arm, it is definitely him. After they are done discussing, Li Muhua commands them to get ready to act. The woman politely shows him around the apartments, assuring him of the quality of their property as they guarantee that he will not make a bad purchase or be deceived. She then introduces the apartment and describes the small-sized apartment he is looking at as the best-selling one, and there is only one left now. As soon as Lu Chen shows his interest by declaring that it looks good, the assistant leans down to him and instructs him to go ahead and make the purchase without hesitation, because if he hesitates for a moment, the property may be gone. He gives it a brief thought and decides that there are still many opportunities to make money later. So let's buy this as a small surprise for Lu Yi. Suddenly, a woman with pink hair appears from behind, yelling at him not to buy this apartment since it has problems. The assistant jumps at her voice and inquires who she is and what is going on. The woman doesn't reply to the assistant and starts announcing to all the people to listen to her and not buy Huangshan Yipin's apartments anymore because their apartment complex has serious quality problems and it might collapse. After hearing that, the people panic and start discussing if she is telling the truth and how it is better to believe her because if there really is a problem, their life savings will be wasted. The assistant calls out the security to get the woman out of there as she calls her crazy. However, the pink-haired woman continues to convince the people there that what she said is true, and she claims to also have the evidence since she came here because she does not want more people to fall into this trap and then requests them to believe her. While it all happens, Lu Chen thinks that once you make the payment, it will not be easy to get it back. Therefore, whether it is true or not, it is better not to pay the money for now. The security arrives with sticks in their hands, whereas their boss instructs the other two guards to hurry up and get rid of the girl and also not to let her make a big fuss. When he orders them that it is okay to be ruthless, one of them assures the boss not to worry. While moving forward, one of the guards' arms gets hit by Lu Chen's arm, and very unkindly, he calls Lu a cripple by telling him to get out of the way. The boss grabs the girl by her shoulder, demanding in a threatening way that if she has anything to say, then come out with them. She tries to free herself from his grip by questioning him why she should go outside and cries out to others to come and help her. However, another guard comes and grabs her other arm, and they start to drag her out. Whereas the people couldn't care less, rather whispering how it is getting interesting and decide to film this since the click rate will definitely soar this time. The security boss keeps dragging her out while demanding she not talk nonsense and just come out with them and talk. Whereas she requests everyone to stop recording, questioning them who is going to help her since she came here for their sake. When Lu sees no one stepping in, he grabs the arm of the boss, questioning him on how he is bullying a woman and what kind of man that makes him. However, the boss tries to kick Lu, calling him a cripple acting like a hero. But before his kick could hit Lu, he grabs his leg and stops it instinctively, leaving Lu to wonder if he has become this strong. The other guard yells out to beat Lu up until he cannot take care of himself, whereas the other mocks him for already not being able to take care of himself. When they get closer with their sticks, Lu hits one of them's chin with his elbow and grabs the hand of the other in order to stop him, realizing that not only has he become much stronger, but his reaction speed has also become much faster. The first guard yells out to the second one, questioning him on what he is so scared of to not just flip Lu's wheelchair over. When the guard pushes over the wheelchair, someone's hand draws closer and grabs the wheelchair, preventing it from flipping over, and he reassures Lu to not worry as they are here. The man turns out to be none other than Li Muhua, who arrives with his two men and threatens the security, saying, "How dare he bully their young master," and sarcastically calls the security men bold. On being called a young master, Lu questions the words in confusion, wondering about what is going on. However, instead of answering Lu, Li Muhua and his men fight against the security staff and knock them down while they beg to be spared. One of the guards, while lying on the ground, inquires if it is Lu who is the young master Temo. Then why did Li Muhua not say anything earlier as if he is playing dumb? After all the chaos, Li Manhwa takes Lu Chen's wheelchair to a room and addresses Lu as young Master Kwang. He apologizes to Lu politely for startling him, and bowing down slightly, he requests Lu to leave the rest to him. Since Lu Chen is still unaware of who the man is and why they are treating him with such respect, he only affirms his request and wonders if the man is from the Empyrean God realm. An intimidating-looking man, the manager of Jin Gong Group, Huang enters the room accompanied by his two thug-looking men while holding a lighter in hand and a cigarette between his lips. He inquires of Li Manhwa about who dares to make trouble in their Jin Gong Group, whereas Li Manhwa talks on a call to someone while addressing them as Old Zhao, and replies that he encountered some trouble and questions him if he knows the Jiangong Group, since they have a property called Huangshan Yipin, whose manager in charge is called Huang Defa. However, before he could complete his sentence, Mr. Huang cuts him off and sarcastically laughs, mocking him by questioning if he is looking for someone and informing him in a threatening way that in Zhang City, no one dares to mess with his Jiangong Group. When Li Manhwa acknowledges Mr. Huang's presence, he informs him that he has less than 10 minutes. Huang does not take his words seriously, and while lighting up his cigarette, he nonchalantly exclaims how Li Manhwa is acting cool, then declares that he has 1 minute left then and orders those thugs to get rid of Lu Chen and others. The men smirk and, abiding by the order given to them, one of them assures Mr. Huang not to worry since it will not even take them a minute, while the other confirms his words, adding that Lu Chen and others are just some small thugs, whereas he calls themselves fighting champions. Right after that, the first thug jumps in the air while launching a punch towards Li Manhwa, yelling how he hates pretentious nobodies like him the most. However, even before his fist could get near Li Manhwa, he pushes the thug off, which makes him fall onto the floor, and then Li Manhwa punches the stomach of the other one. Both of the thugs fall far from him. Huang stands between them while sweating in fear. Li Manhwa gets closer and leans over him in an intimidating way, and states assertively how it has not been a minute yet. Huang more time to use another method. Huang, who is already scared to his core, stutters that there is no need and accepts that he was wrong, so Li Manhwa questions him where he thinks he was wrong. To his question, Huang accepts in fear that everything was wrong and quickly apologizes to him, stating that if compensation is not fine, he will resign. Instead of giving an answer, Li Manhwa punches him forcefully in the stomach, making him fly a distance and fall down with a thud. When all three of them are writhing in pain on the floor, Li Manhwa questions him angrily about how they offended his young master and thinks they can get away with it by apologizing and resigning, and further adds that he will make sure that anyone who dares to provoke his young master will regret it for life. Amongst all this happening, one of the two men who were accompanying Li Manhwa exclaims to the other one in surprise about who the guy in the wheelchair is, as he seems to be so domineering, so the other one answers that he must be a big family's son. When the girl overhears their conversation, she adds it is impossible since a big family's son would not be here to buy a place, but the first man replies to her that she does not understand, as it was definitely a test by his family, and now the test is over. Li Manhwa turns back to Lu Chen and bows in front of him while addressing him as young master, informing him that the 3-year deadline is up and he is welcome back to the family to take charge of the situation. His words leave Lu Chen stunned and shocked, and he recognizes that this is the plot of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, and they can really make things up. However, Lu Chen decides to keep up the act and sighs before replying that he originally wanted to live a normal life, but now it seems that being ordinary is only a luxury for him. When Li Manhwa observes Lu Chen's act, he gets surprised by him and realizes how Lu Chen can act better than him. After 3 minutes of the commotion, police arrive and hold Mr. Huang down, announcing that the Jiangong Group is suspected of collusion between officials and businessmen, failure to meet construction standards, involvement in land grabbing, fraud, violent injury, and death incidents. The other officer yells to now take away the Jiangong Group manager, Huang Defa, and the group's senior management as well. As he walks away with the police, he cries about how he did not expect a disabled person in a wheelchair to have such a terrifying background. After Mr. Huang is taken away, one of the officers stays behind and salutes Li Manhwa, apologizing to him by calling it their negligence for letting these criminals run wild for so long and requesting to be punished. However, Li Manhwa mentions to forget it since they are just some rotten fish and shrimp and permits the policeman that they can all go back now. He has something important to discuss with the young master. The policeman bids goodbye, abiding that they will not bother him anymore, and leaves. As he leaves, Li Manhwa turns back to Lu Chen and suggests finding a quiet place to chat, to which he agrees. Noticing the encounter between the policeman and Li Manhwa, Lu Chen realizes that even the chief has to nod and bow, so this person must have a prestigious background. He thinks how it seems Li Manhwa has something to ask him now, and hopes for it to not be too troublesome. The girl finally thanks Lu Chen, stating that she did not expect his background to be so amazing, to which he replies that there is no need for thanks, and in return thanks her too for warning everyone. Manhwa addresses his men, informing them that he and the young master have some business to attend to. Therefore they'll leave, and then instructs the rest of them to thank the kind lady for helping the young master, to which they abide. Upon reaching their designated place, Lu Chen questions him who they are, but he refuses to explain, stating that they cannot reveal that right now, and then adds that in Empyrean God Realm, there is someone named Only I'm Wild, and they need his help, and informs him that this is the fee as they drink from their glasses. Lu Chen questions him why Manhwa thinks that he can find that guy, to which Manhwa answers that they have their own methods. Then he explains that Tianxing's network defense system is impeccable, but banks and other systems aren't. Both of them lose in their thoughts as Lu Chen thinks that being able to query bank records, these people are really not simple, whereas Manhwa thinks about how they have 500 people trapped in front of the snake tide. Therefore, they need Lu Chen to help them through the poison mist forest. Manhwa slips forward a card towards Lu Chen, enlightening him to use this card to pick any villa in Diamond Manor as a reward for helping them. When Lu Chen looks at the card, he gets surprised and replies that this is such a heavy reward for a small favor, and he cannot afford it. But Manhwa answers him that Empyrean God Realm has just opened the first layer, and there are still long days ahead. Lu Chen continues to refuse and returns the card back to him, informing him that he does not like owing favors, and he will earn what he wants with his own hands. Manhwa again advises him to use this card to buy any property under the Qiansheng Group, the developer of Diamond Manor, and he can get a 30% discount, and insists he just use this card as their reward. Plus, they will protect him and his family's privacy, then wonders him how this offer suits him. Lu Chen finally agrees to this deal and questions him if he can tell why they're willing to spend so much on just a game, to which Manhwa explains that Empyrean God Realm is not as simple as just a game since the global governments and military forces from around the world are involved. However, they don't know the specifics. After getting to know that, Lu Chen turns his wheelchair around, advising Manhwa to come to the Poison Mist Forest between 7 and 7:30 tonight, and informs him that he'll be leaving now. Manhwa panics, asking him if he is not going to tell them how to get through, to which Lu Chen informs him smugly that he will find out when he gets there. On his way out, Lu Chen does a mental calculation of how the 30% discount card is very valuable, and of course, being able to protect himself and his sister's privacy is more important. Therefore, he acknowledges that it is worth cooperating a bit. At 7 in the night, when all the men gather around at the forest, one of the men questions Manhwa if he is sure that they can get through by rushing since their weapons are terrible. Manhwa and 2 others are in the Iron Blood Defenders, affirm to him by adding that they can't even buy the equipment with money now, to which the other one agrees, stating that poison mist sets are too scarce and highly sought after. Manhwa then starts running along with his men, ordering them to stop talking nonsense and just rush in since Lu Chen did not even explain clearly. Suddenly something appears in front of them, which makes them shocked down to their cores as they keep standing there wondering what is going on, as it seems too exaggerated. Bro leaves all the crowd in shock. Manhwa from the crowd shouts in disbelief that he cleared all the monsters. He just wiped out the whole wolf pack by himself. He believes that Lu Chen must be too strong. Lu Chen realizes that if it wasn't for forming a team, this favor would be hard to help with. 20 minutes later, he takes Evenshire down as well, at which jaws drop off the people around him, and he also manages to kill her. This is the Poison Mist Forest that made countless guilds back off. Just how strong is this guy? 2 days later, at the 100 Beast Mountain Range, Lu Chen gets into a fight with a spiked wolf fang club, 47 pieces of wolfskin leggings, and 53 pieces. Everyone leveled up to 14, which is not bad though. Later, when he takes down the 3-petal flower monster, he sees equipment that he has never seen before, and it is really gorgeous. It is a beautiful pink skirt, which is a unique piece of equipment, but it takes more than 2 days to drop one piece to Lu Chen. The drop rate is too low. As Lu Chen puts that skirt in the auction area, he wonders about how much he should sell the skirt for, but then refuses and decides to put it in the auction area, starting at 1,000 and ending in 20 minutes. Lingji announces that Shanshan and the others will rush to the Poison Mist Forest in an hour, so let's see what good equipment she can buy first. As she opens up her screen to check out the equipment, it's impressive that Only I'm Wild got new equipment again. It's a unique piece of equipment that doesn't take up the normal equipment slot, instead taking up the prop slot, limited to female characters. She learns that the movement speed increased by 5% and a chance to confuse the opponent. It's not bad, and with that, she decides to put that on. As she wears it, it looks so beautiful on her, and there is a faint fragrance that smells so good. She loves that skirt so much as she looks so pretty in it, and she has to buy it. But so many people are competing, and her bid price has been exceeded by many other players, which is set at 3,500 yen. Lingji requests her partner that it looks so good on her, so he has to buy it, at which he reassures her that he's bidding on it. It is the moment of stress for her when the last 5 minutes remain, and everyone stops chatting for a moment. The price has reached 65,300, so the last bit of time is very critical. At the very last second, the player Spring Dew Fairy Dange bought the 100-flower long skirts for 98,700 yuan, and after deducting the 10% handling fee, 88,883 yuan has been transferred to Lu Chen's bank card. Lu Chen is in pure disbelief that it's a big amount he has received. He almost sold it for a mere 2,000. His bank balance has reached more than 650,000, plus the 30% discount card, which means he can almost buy 1,000,000 yuan. But Lu Chen decides not to rush, and he will fuse and enhance the bloodline of the 3 petal flower monsters first. He receives the inferior charm monster bloodline, 4th rank, and his field of vision expands by 400 meters, and he is now immune to low-level charm effects. Lu Chen finds 400-meter vision insane. He realizes if it wasn't for the flower monster's skill, he wouldn't have noticed, but there's actually a hidden area disguised here. As he walks towards that area, the mist rises, and he realizes that this should have a low-level charm effect. He couldn't see it before he fused the flower monster bloodline. Lu Chen wonders what's inside. Just then, a notification pops up on every player window showing the server-wide warning. Player only I'm Wild activated the Lost Eden server-wide task. Resist the invasion. One of the players finds monsters in the wrong way. A dangerous place. Everyone starts accusing Lu Chen that he can only make trouble. A task description notification pops up, saying the unknown mist on the east side of the server was activated, and it is spreading rapidly. The mist is a huge hazard, as it can enhance the strength of wild monsters and weaken human attacks, abilities, and skill effects, as well as permanently corrode equipment that can't be repaired. The players panic as it's a level 20 task and only I'm Wild is level 20, so it's impossible for them. But one of them shares his thoughts that it's because of a server-wide task, so the difficulty level is increased. But who knows where Lost Eden is, so he suggests hurrying up so they can find it. Another pop-up appears saying, due to the server-wide task, the level 10 server and 100 Beast Mountain server will be temporarily merged into one server. All players will be forced to log off in 2 minutes, and the merger will last 15 minutes. Everyone starts stressing as all the people across 24 servers will be merged, and that task must be big. But it also leaves the thought in the minds of the players that the reward for this must also be amazing, so in greed, they rush to gather. Lingji, with 2 other female players, quizzes the Rock Guild member if they can join their team to complete the task, at which Rock Guild members agree. One of them praises Lingji, mentioning that they might have a chance with their YYF guild and the influence of Feng Lingzi's beauty. Back there, Lu Chen comments on the monsters that they are making it so high profile again. But he is always in the news, and with the flower monster's talent, everything within 400 meters is clear to him. Even these super muted wild monsters. Lu Chen stresses that there are so many level 15 super muted monsters, so it might be tough to deal with them. But he realizes that he is also a wild monster, and they are super muted. But he is muted as well. He has super muted elite werewolf man ×2, and super muted elite Styx banshee ×1. Lu Chen laughs in pride that his attributes have doubled, attack 400 plus, defense 130, and HP 10,000 plus. This is the benefit of being a wild monster. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen realizes that a temporary merger is causing so many players to gather. The level 10 main city should be spectacular, so he decides to check out Feng Lingzi's livestream to see the situation. At level 10 in the main city, Stormwind, Lingji suggests following the game official's perspective and seeing the merged Stormwind. The current main city is more exaggerated than the previous novice village. Also, there is no novice protection for those level 10 and above, and now everyone is looking for the lost Garden of Eden. She hopes that there won't be a group fight. Stuck in a large crowd, she mentions that she is a spirit driver who just changed her job and doesn't have a pet yet. She is scared. Lu Chen comes off the stream, focusing on his mission. He realizes that it's really crowded for a player, but luckily he is a wild monster. He guesses that they will need some time to find the entrance to the lost Garden of Eden. So, without wasting that opportunity, he decides to kill more monsters before the other players reach it. A little cute leaf petal on his head affects his boss's image, so he hides that thing. As he reaches the battlefield, Lu Chen and his other 2 start cleaning off those lunar silver wolves, as they were no problem to them. Just then, a lunar wolf appears, and Lu Chen realizes that the elite dropped 4-star materials directly, and it's triple the drop rate, which is explosive. This is the treasure trove. He wonders what good things that little boss will drop. And with that, he manages to take that Lunar King down in seconds. This game very much looks like a piece of cake to him. Defeating the King Wolf, he receives 2,750 points, obtains 3 Tier 5 talent fragments, obtains 3 4-star evolution points, and extracts 3 mana. In equipment, he obtained Wolf King Claw, level 15 green, Iron Ghost Ring, level 15 green, and Wolfskin Shoulder, level 10 purple. Lu Chen gets super excited receiving those powerful weapons with attack power and a ring that also increases critical strike chance. He decides to equip them. As he equips them, it shows that it has a 30% critical strike chance and a 10% increase on critical strike damage. This weapon can also be moved freely. He can finally sell the stone club that he has been using for so long. Lu Chen wonders why all the equipment goes up in price. Maybe because of the server-wide quest, everyone needs more equipment. That's just cool for him to make a big profit. He rushes and informs his partners that he made 15,000 in 5 minutes and can upgrade and make money. He suggests everyone keep killing. At 100 Beast Mountain, players chatter that, "Only I'm Wild just sold equipment from Lunar Silver Wolves. The entrance must be near here." One of them points out where the fog is coming from. Suddenly, a notification shows up saying the player, "Only I'm Wild," entered the Southeast Array I area, at which everyone stresses and suggests going in the direction of the fog, as the lost Garden of Eden must be there. They reassure each other, manifesting that if Only I'm Wild finds the Array I, he wouldn't be able to beat it. As Lu Chen reaches there, he wonders if they have to destroy the stone pillar directly. He orders his big head to attack and see what happens. As she rushes to attack, Hati, the remnant soul of the evil wolf, level 20, appears and gives her a shot. The damage is so high that Lu Chen's jaw drops. That one wave of attack took half of the big head's HP. He suggests to his partners that he will take the lead, so they should retreat first. As Lu Chen attacks that wolf, his attack doesn't break its defense, and the wolf has 100,000 HP. He realizes that from the big head's attack, its mana defense has become 0, meaning if other players attack, maybe they can use mana attacks to drain its HP. This time he really has to fight a hard battle. He decides to equip these guys first, and then he will grind it to death. He orders everyone to output a wave and suggests a big head take medicine and heal. He runs into that wolf to attack, ordering his 2 fools to take over. 1 hour later, after their bulk efforts, Lu Chen finally manages to take down that wolf. Meanwhile, the other players are still struggling to reach the entrance. They find those lunar silver wolves much stronger than normal wild monsters. The durability of their equipment drops too fast, mainly because their attacks are weakened. According to Ling Zhi, those wolves are all muted, and they are strong. At which another female player adds that the poison fog not only makes the wild monsters stronger, but also weakens them. Someone raises his concern, asking what if the fog spreads to the main city, at which others suggest focusing on finding the entrance first. Just then, a pop-up appears informing that player Only I'm Wild has successfully destroyed the Southeast Array I and obtained the title First to Succeed. Everyone starts chattering in disbelief. Back there, Lu Chen sighs in relief that he finally destroyed that. It took so much effort, so the reward has to be good. Lu Chen gets a notification that, as he has defeated the evil wolf Hati's remnant, he has to choose his reward from the following options. The options are Hades' Essence Fragment, which can summon a powerful phantom Hati to fight for him, and the duration and combat power grow stronger with the levels. And the second option is Hati's Cub. The cub is weaker than other cubs, easily attracts monster attacks, but after growing, it will bring a huge surprise. Lu Chen thinks that, rather than summoning for a little time, he should go with a cub and raise it in his territory. So he chooses the second option, which is the Hati's Cub. Lu Chen checks the cub's attributes. Its level is 0, and attack power is 1. Talent is sealed and will be discovered later. According to him, the 1 point in attack power is very weak, and it needs a lot of mana to grow, so they should take everything slowly. He announces to the 7 heads and 3 fools to get ready to kill monsters and make money. One of the players asks them to go support Team 3, retreat and replenish, as they can rush in soon and beg them not to make mistakes. One of them claims that the silver lunar wolves are almost gone. A notification pops up that the player I'm Wild has entered the Southern Array I area. Everyone panics after seeing him find the second Array I, and as they don't have time to waste, they want to rush. One of them complains that there are so many people, but they still can't beat him. Half an hour later, they are teleported as they enter, which is quite good as they can spread out. But the problem is how to regroup, as it does not seem like the original plan they had. At the Dynasty Guild, Dynasty's Crown Prince questions Dynasty's Obey Heaven about the gathering of people, and he replies that 70% of them have arrived. He questions Dynasty's Young Master about the movements of people, and he informs him that the joint guild cooperation between Bury Love and Sweep the World has about 70 people killing monsters in front. So, he orders him not to bother the small monsters because the fog is spreading, and once he dies, it will be really hard to come back in. So, they are going directly to find the Array Eye. A notification pops up that Only I'm Wild has successfully destroyed the Southern Array Eye, and the number of remaining Array Eyes is 6. They all ran toward their targets as only 6 Array Eyes were left. Luchin gets another reward, the Divine Eagle Vidofnir. Luchin thinks that, since he is already raising one, he can raise 2 instead, and continue to the next battleground for the next Array Eye. As he has picked a lot of equipment already, there still aren't many healing potions left, and he can't handle the boss without the healing potions. But the problem is that there is no place to buy potions, which is very annoying for him. Suddenly, Luchin hears people yelling that why are there werewolves here, and telling each other to be cautious so they don't attract monsters. They do sense the fact that the monsters are tall and wide, but there's no going back now. They try attacking them, but well, luck wasn't in their favor, and they get wiped out within 5 minutes. After they get wiped out, they drop their equipment, which is good for Luchin because even as a wild monster, it's still better to kill players. Then, Luchin orders his 7 heads and 3 fools to pick up the equipment. Meanwhile, he wonders that the players are sort of fast as well, and this is the closest to the Array Eye. Luchin decides to start with Holy Fire Sun. Then Luchin proceeds to check the Southwest Array Eye. He's not much worried about it because he has to only fight for an hour or so. After that, he takes a glance at the official live broadcast to see the situation in the Lost Eden. Meanwhile, he gets updated from the Western Array Eye, and the boss over there will take a bit longer to kill. He checks the other Array Eyes. Southwest Array Eye's boss's health is dropping the quickest. Half an hour later, Luchin commands his 7 heads and 3 fools, as they have rested well enough, so it's time to go snatch some heads. Luchin and another person notice strands of spider silk weaving through the battlefield. The situation grows more chaotic as more wild beasts join the fight. 2 random players wonder about the appearance of other wild beasts and question why they are here. Just as they start to process this, a massive creature appears before them. Its name is so long that it confuses them. The situation is getting worse, and the team is at risk of being completely wiped out. The entire team starts to panic, realizing that this new boss has the ability to summon other wild beasts. After 8 minutes, a powerful roar shakes the battlefield. 5 minutes later, a player known as Only I'm Wild successfully destroys the southwest eye of the formation. Then Luchin asks to choose reward number 2. While he grins, feeling satisfied with his progress, he thinks about how great it is to not only kill enemies, but also steal healing potions and snatch bosses. So, he considers it a perfect opportunity to accomplish multiple goals at once and immediately moves on to his next target. Some random player encourages everyone to work harder, knowing that they must be careful of the boss's abilities. Luchin warns the team about its dangerous skills, especially the way it absorbs mana. The Hellhound boss continues to drain mana and convert it into health, making it even more terrifying than the previous bosses. An hour passes, and Luchin realizes that he has already snatched 5 formation eyes on his own. And finally, another player, Imperial Prince, destroys the east eye of the formation. A sudden system notification interrupts his thoughts. He discovers that he has collected all the cubs of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, Hat, Udo, Hellhound, and Chimera. This unexpected achievement activates a hidden quest called Ultimate Fierce Beast. The quest description reveals an important task. He must use any combination of the 4 ancient fierce beasts or ancient evil beasts to begin. To complete it, he needs to eliminate the remnants of the 4 ultimate fierce beasts within 24 hours. If successful, he can obtain one of the 4 ultimate fierce beasts' summoning stones or cubs. As he scans through the available fierce beasts, their names make him pause. Fenrir, the World Ender Wolf. Nidhogg, the Black Dragon of Despair. Jörmungandr, the Outworld Serpent. Kraken, the giant monster of the North Sea. He wonders about which one to choose, knowing that each holds terrifying power. After a brief moment, he makes up his mind. He locks onto Nidhogg, the Black Dragon of Despair. The system instantly confirms his selection, and the Ultimate Fierce Beast quest officially begins. The next step requires him to place the Phantom Beast summoning stones or the cubs of the 4 ancient fierce beasts onto the corresponding stone pillars. A thought crosses his mind. He wonders whether this is like the Secret Realm prayer, where once something is placed, it is never returned. Luchin feels shocked as he realizes he must defeat all 4 fierce beasts at once. He wonders how he can overcome such a challenge. He considers that the beasts might help him, and recalls that the evil wolf excels at combos while Vidofnir can split into multiple forms. In addition, he remembers that the Hellhound absorbs mana, and the Chimera can stun enemies. He believes these abilities may give him a chance to succeed. He then calls for the first beast to join the fight. Soon, Luchan experiences a powerful magic attack that delivers a massive blow in one hit. He reflects that without the help of the 4 fierce beasts, he and his minions would have been defeated long ago. Moving quickly, he directs everyone to spread out and retreat to a safe area. Unexpectedly, the spider silk wrap skill manages to bind the boss for almost a second, surprising everyone. He wonders about the unexpected strength of the skill, which he once thought to be useless, and now sees it as a divine power. As the battle intensifies, he instructs the Hellhound to absorb mana and the Chimera to deliver a quick stun. The conflict takes its toll, with critical hits and poison damage affecting both sides. He notes that the enemy still has 500,000 health points, and he realizes that the battle will last a long time. An hour later, the struggle continues near the northeast eye of the formation. A player observes that the people of the Imperial Dynasty act strangely by deliberately separating the team from the stone pillars. He wonders about the possibility that the Imperial Prince intends to break their agreement. The team feels the tension rise as they realize that the original plan was for 1 reward per person, and they suspect that the Imperial Prince may try to claim all the rewards for himself. Another player orders them to gather close to the stone pillars, believing that the Imperial Dynasty might use dishonest tactics to gain an advantage. The Imperial Prince asks the players to stand united in the spirit of the war gods, feeling confident that even the wicked beast they face will ultimately fall to their dynasty. In the midst of the chaos, the Imperial Prince successfully destroys the east eye of the formation, triggering the selection of Reward 2. A system message confirms that the server-wide quest has been completed, and that humanity has fully resisted the fierce invasion. The team senses that the hidden dungeon is not over yet, and waits patiently for the next phase and its rewards. Anger and determination fill the air as players denounce the Imperial Dynasty, feeling that they are not in the same boat. They wonder about the tactics of the Imperial Prince, who secretly snatched the reward meant for their side. After finally escaping the battle, a player feels disappointed that he did not acquire any divine beasts and admires only I'm Wild for collecting 5 on his own. He wonders about the wild beasts that remain inside, questioning if they will rush out soon. Meanwhile, a player calls upon his allies, urging the Imperial dogs to rally to his side. Another player accuses the Imperial Prince of secretly snatching the second reward, which they had agreed would belong to their faction. Determined to reclaim what is theirs, a player rallies the people of War God to launch an attack against the opposing forces. The Imperial Prince enforces a strict rule, ensuring that no one can log out by force with a PK status, and warns that any pet caught in the process will explode. At the same time, he wonders about the identity of the one still looting the hidden dungeon, and feels irritated by the delay. Finally, the moment arrives when he successfully kills the elusive enemy. Outside the entrance of the Lost Eden, chaos erupts as warriors and guild members clash. Someone among them realizes that the people of the dynasty have stolen the divine beast of the war god, triggering the uproar. Confusion spreads among the onlookers, who wonder why everyone is fighting so fiercely. Xuanyuan observes the unfolding conflict. However, another fight breaks out nearby, this time over the divine beast of the Slaughter Immortal. Another player says not to waste time watching, but instead to hurry and join the fight. Meanwhile, a group of fighters strategies among themselves. They notice that the system keeps announcing updates, almost as if guiding them toward their next target. One of them realizes that this might be a sign of who they should rob, igniting excitement among them. Believing that the drop rate must be high, their leader encourages them, praising their skills and pushing them to seize the opportunity. As the battle intensifies, another faction rallies together, declaring that for the sake of their guild's divine beast, they must break through the opposing forces. In the middle of the chaos, Lu Chen emerges victorious, securing another cub. His success triggers a system notification, announcing that he has completed the Ultimate Beast quest and unlocked the legendary hidden quest, Divine Blood Demon, Seed. Lu Chen checks his system notifications and realizes the difficulty of his newly unlocked quest, Divine Blood Demon Seed. To complete it, he must finish the Ultimate Beast and Ultimate Evil Beast quests and clear 3 hidden dungeons, Twilight of the Gods, Demon Temple, and Ghost Valley. Additionally, he needs to collect 4 Ultimate Beasts, the Black Dragon Nidhogg, the world-ending Wolf Fenrir, the Dust World Python Jormungand, and the North Sea Giant Monster Kraken. Looking further, he notices another requirement, collecting 4 Ultimate Evil Beasts, Typhon, Hellhound, Medusa, and the 100-headed Dragon Ladon. However, his progress is still at 0 for this part. With none of the dungeons completed yet, he realizes how insane the quest's difficulty is. The Lost Eden quest ends, and he finds himself teleported to the entrance of Lost Eden. As soon as Lu Chen arrives, he notices a battlefield where 1,000 players are engaged in fierce combat. He wonders what they are all fighting for. Panic spreads among the players as some realize that something has escaped from Lost Eden. The creature's name is so long that it becomes difficult to read, and its presence alone causes chaos. Players are being struck down one after another, and many desperately try to flee. The situation becomes so overwhelming that Lu Chen decides it's better to retreat before it's too late. Lu Chen finally regroups with his team, and with a sense of relief, he acknowledges that they have made it out safely. The prince of the dynasty desperately tries to escape, but his pursuers refuse to let him go. Lu Chen watches the chase and wonders how things escalated to this point. Realizing where they are, Lu Chen smirks, knowing that this is his home turf. He decides that if he doesn't clean up the mess, he would only be letting himself down. The imperial prince declares that Lu Chen is a despicable villain who won't leave this place alive. Another player, furious at the prince of the dynasty, calls him a liar and curses him. Lu Chen suddenly understands why the system kept announcing who destroyed the array eye. It was never just a battle. It was a way to encourage everyone to rob each other. He realizes that whatever they are fighting over must currently have a 100% drop rate. Afterwards, Lu Chen calls for his team to follow him, hoping they can grab the last one as well. Rushing forward, he is relieved to see that the last target hasn't been taken away yet. His team notices that the enemy doesn't have much HP left and urges everyone to move quickly before he escapes. They shout to burst him down before it's too late. The boss from earlier reappears, stronger than before. Panic spreads among the players as they realize just how powerful this place truly is. Desperation fills the air as some start to doubt whether they can make it out alive. Finally, Lu Chen announces that he has collected them all. As Lu Chen stands victorious, a system notification pops up, congratulating him for collecting all the evil beast cubs. This achievement activates the hidden quest Ultimate Evil Beast. However, there's a catch. The quest will expire in just 5 minutes. Once accepted, it must be completed within the given time. Reading through the quest details, Lu Chen realizes that it takes place in the Misty Forest. It is a limited-time, unique, and non-repeatable quest. To complete it, he must choose one of the 4 ultimate evil beasts and enter the Phantom Beast Array to slay its command soul. The quest must be finished within 24 hours. The reward? Either a Phantom Beast summoning stone or a cub of one of the ultimate evil beasts. Recalling his past experience, Lu Chen feels confident that this time should be much easier. Without hesitation, he accepts the quest and heads straight into battle. 2 hours later, exhaustion finally catches up to him. He takes a deep breath, feeling drained after the intense fight. With his task complete, he decides to sell all the equipment he has gathered. Satisfied with his progress, he logs off, ready to finally get some well-deserved sleep. After selling his batch of equipment, Lu Chen checks his earnings and estimates that his savings should now be around 1 million. With excitement, he thinks about surprising Lu Yi with a new house. However, his joy is interrupted when he notices 16 missed calls. A sense of unease washes over him as he wonders if something has happened to Lu Yi. Without wasting time, he calls back and finds Lu Yi frustrated over the game. He explains that their guild has become a target of the dynasty. No matter where they go, whether in the wild or even neutral zones, the dynasty players continue to bully them. Half an hour passes as Lu Chen listens and reassures her. His words seem to help, as Lu Yi thanks him, saying that talking to him has made her feel much better. Lu Chen expresses regret that Lu Yi doesn't play games, wishing they could interact in the virtual world together. Wanting her to rest, he tells her not to worry and assures her that better days will come soon. However, as he ends the call, his expression darkens. His situation is too special, and revealing everything to Lu Yi might not be the best choice for now. But one thing is clear. If the dynasty dares to mess with his sister, they will pay the price. The next day, Lu Chen wakes up feeling refreshed. As he moves his leg, he notices that it has almost fully recovered. A wave of excitement washes over him. He is finally going to be normal again. Checking his progress in the Empyrean God realm, he realizes he is now at level 14. If he keeps leveling up at this pace, he estimates that just 3 more levels will be enough to bring him back to full strength. He marvels at how different it is from ordinary games. Everything about the Empyrean God realm feels magical, almost too real to be just a virtual world. Afterwards, he assigns tasks to his subordinates. 3 idiots and 7 heads are given responsibility for 10 little monsters, ensuring they each take care of one without letting them die. With everything settled, he decides to step out and take a walk. The wild area stretches endlessly before him, making it difficult to locate any members of the dynasty. Lu Chen considers asking for help. Lu Chen reaches out for assistance, calling upon his connections to locate the dynasty guild members. He contacts Iron Blood Guards, a well-known group, and asks if they can help track down his targets. They agree, assuring him that their people will keep an eye out. The moment they spot any dynasty members, they will send him their location. Grateful for their support, Lu Chen thanks them. The Iron Blood Guards respond casually, reminding him that if he comes across any good equipment, he should notify them first. They promise to offer him a good price in return. Lu Chen acknowledges the deal. Just 5 minutes later, the first lead comes in. As Lu Chen prepares to take action, a powerful boss appears out of nowhere, leaving him completely stunned. He wonders where it came from and why it had to show up now of all times. Frustration builds inside him as he realizes that his double EXP is now at risk. He refocuses on his main goal, helping Lu Yi solve her problem. To truly protect her, he needs to become a powerful figure she can rely on. However, there's a major obstacle in his way. He must have a proper human identity in the game. To achieve this, recalling the mechanics of the reputation shop, he remembers that the requirement for obtaining skins is to kill over 1,000 monsters of the same kind. Once the requirement is met, the corresponding skin becomes available for exchange. A sudden thought crosses his mind. Do players count as monsters? Checking his human skin acquisition progress, he sees that he has already defeated 439 out of the required 1,009. A spark of excitement rushes through him as he realizes that it actually works. This means he can finally help his sister with a clear conscience. However, 10 hours later, the grind turns out to be far harder than he anticipated. Frustration mounts as he curses the game developers, convinced that they only exist to make players suffer through endless grinding. Afterwards, Lu Chen decides to take a break. He shifts his attention elsewhere. Wondering how Lu Yi is doing, he reaches out to check on her. Lu Yi's frustration is clear as she vents about how the dynasty members harassed their guild again today. Their constant bullying is getting out of hand, and she finds it unbearable. Lu Chen reassures her, telling her not to be angry. Instead, he offers a solution. He knows a master who might be able to help her. Lu Yi questions where he met such a powerful player. Then Lu Chen remains vague, asking if she doesn't trust her own brother. He insists that this person is truly skilled and capable of handling the situation. However, Lu Yi finds it hard to believe. How could her brother, who doesn't even play games, know such an expert? Before she can question further, Lu Chen cuts her off, telling her to stop talking and just share her game ID. Reluctantly, she gives in and provides her username. He reassures her one last time, telling her to rest easy and leave all the trouble to him. Deciding that it's best not to reveal his true identity just yet, Lu Chen adds her as a friend anonymously. If she finds out that Only I'm Wild is actually him, it might be too shocking. A notification pops up. Friend request to Love Brother the Most successfully sent. Lu Chen, using his anonymous identity, reaches out to Lu Yi and introduces himself as a friend of her brother. He calmly acknowledges the trouble her guild is facing and offers to help. Lu Yi quickly explains the situation, frustrated that Dynasty Guild's Little Dancer has brought people to block the Neutral Zone's quest NPC. Their only goal is to prevent her guild from completing their quests, rather than grinding or progressing themselves. Lu Chen finds their strategy laughable. Lu Yi, equally annoyed, agrees and vents about how disgusting their behavior is. However, Lu Chen realizes that if he shows up in the neutral zone right away, it will cause a major commotion. Instead, he reassures Lu Yi and asks for her location, promising to come after finishing a quest. She tells him that they are in the Storm Main City's H3 area, right next to the NPC Siren. Taking advantage of the situation, he asks if she knows where the dynasty's main force is currently. She informs him that they are grinding a small boss today in 100 Beasts Mountain, specifically the Spotted Leopard King. He acknowledges the information and promises to be there soon. Lu Yi offers to record a video of the exact location to ensure he doesn't get lost. Lu Chen was concerned about needing a few more kills to complete his human skin acquisition progress, but fate has delivered his targets straight to him. Since the Spotted Leopard King isn't far from his current position, he carefully watches his surroundings, knowing the boss is about to die soon. As Dynasty Guild prepares to take control, their leader commands Team 2 and Team 3 to stand guard. No player is allowed to approach, and anyone who dares will be killed on sight. A terrifying presence looms over the battlefield. It's the boss from Lost Eden once again. Shock spreads among the players as they struggle to comprehend why it has returned. Some wonder if it holds a grudge against them, refusing to let them go. Black Burton moves unpredictably, making it difficult to track. The Imperial Prince finds himself targeted and panics as the boss relentlessly chases him. He desperately questions why the creature won't leave him alone. The rewards turn out to be disappointing. Instead of valuable equipment, the boss only drops some healing medicine, leaving everyone frustrated. Meanwhile, Lu Chen receives a notification, a video message from Lu Yi. A sudden curiosity sparks within him as he wonders what she looks like in the game. For some reason, he finds himself eager to see her avatar. Moments later, another message comes in. Lu Yi informs him that the Dynasty Guild members seem to have left. She optimistically believes they might be able to complete their quest without needing his help. It was a trap, Lu Yi says. A sinister voice taunts Lu Yi and her guild members. One of them demands that she kneel down and call them Grandma 3 times if she truly wants to complete her quest. They recognize her game ID, Love Brother the Most. Sarcastically, they question where her beloved brother is to save her now. Their words quickly turn into violent threats that they will kill her. Rage boils inside Lu Chen. He activates the human skin exchange. His mind locks onto one name, Little Dancer. Lu Chen watches as his skin transforms. He admires his new appearance, convinced that he looks more handsome than before. For so long he has longed to be normal, and now, with this transformation, he finally feels human. If he keeps his name hidden, he believes he can blend in perfectly, a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, feeling frustrated and in a bad mood, decides to log off. She leaves a quick message for his anonymous friend, promising to contact him later. As Lu Yi leaves, Lu Chen wonders if her little sister has lost her mind. Lu Chen shifted his focus elsewhere. His next destination is the level 10 main city, where something important might be happening. Before heading out, Lu Chen carefully changed his equipment, wanting to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Lu Yi logs off from the game, but the frustration still lingers. Elsewhere, Xiaoyi finds some comfort in a conversation with a companion. The boss and the others have gone out to eat, but they will return soon. Once they do, they will all help Xiaoyi get revenge. Hearing this, Xiaoyi wonders if the boss really said that. Previously, they were called Little Dancer, but now things have changed. However, the matter at hand is personal, a direct conflict between Xiaoyi and Xiaowu. If others get involved, it will no longer be a simple dispute, but a full-scale team grudge. Afterwards, the companion says that the Imperial Guild is massive, and they doubt such a powerful group would stoop so low. Surely they wouldn't act shamelessly over something like this. Then Xiaoyi says that she hopes not. Lu Chen encounters a level 11 monster called the Ghost-Faced Beauty. Its unique appearance catches his attention, but he quickly decides to take it down in a single hit. As he moves forward, he notices someone nearby and wonders if they are alone. Before any fear can settle in, reassurance comes from a group willing to help. To his surprise, he recognizes one of them, Hualuo Ziqiang, the beauty who helped him before. She is also playing Empyrean, and this unexpected reunion sparks curiosity. Someone asking about shoulder pads. If she has them, she plans to sell them and split the money. Everyone in the group agrees to follow Sister Lengnuo's lead, trusting her judgment. One of them notices that Lu Chen is wandering alone in the wild and wonders if he lost his guild. His response comes without hesitation. This person is a lone wolf, not belonging to any guild at all. While most players aim to eliminate one enemy every 10 steps, this person seems to be kneeling to someone every 10 steps instead. The remark feels harsh. A flustered response follows, dismissing it as a mistake, something not worth mentioning. Curiosity lingers, and more questions arise. Which guild do they belong to? How did they manage to get past the poison mist forest? Their equipment looks rare and difficult to obtain. The reply is straightforward. They don't belong to a guild either. Instead, they paid someone to guide them through the dangerous forest. A counter-question follows. Weren't they in the same situation as well? Lu Chen steps into the main city and is immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of people around him. He has never seen such a crowded place before, but a companion quickly dismisses his surprise. Compared to the main city before the server split, this is nothing. Back then, it was even more packed than the newbie zone, with players everywhere. As they move forward, something catches their attention, the Twin Tower ranking. The list has remained unchanged for a long time, showcasing the strongest players in the game. Everyone entering or leaving the city admires these top-ranked players, and envy fills the air. Among them, Qingyi Taoge holds the first-place spot. His reputation as a professional fighter is well known, and his incredible physical reaction speed makes him unbeatable. Another character says that no wonder he remains at the top. But what about the others? Level, equipment, reflexes, and game mastery. All of these factors influence the rankings, meaning the list could change at any moment. The forums are filled with discussions about this leaderboard, with top players and guilds fiercely competing to secure a spot. The battle for recognition is intense, making it a dream for many players to one day see their names on the list. Realization dawns on Lu Chen. Now that he has entered the main city, could he also aim for the leaderboard? Before he can entertain the thought further, someone cuts him off, telling him not to get ahead of himself. There's only one person who truly dominates, and that is I'm Wild. Unfortunately for Lu Chen, he isn't that person. So all he can do for now is admire the rankings from a distance. A suspicious glance is cast in his direction. His ID is hidden, prompting someone to question if he is actually Wild. He quickly denies it, but his rare equipment gives him away. But before the teasing continues, someone steps in to end the conversation. There's no time for this. They need to go buy medicine. At that moment, Sister Lengnuo arrives. The group's attention shifts to an interesting topic, forming a guild. She brings up the idea, wondering if they should create one. The suggestion catches everyone off guard. An actress abandoning her career to lead a guild in a game? The thought sounds absurd at first, but someone points out that it makes sense. Sister Lengnuo has never liked the industry's producers. No wonder she's so stunning. She was an actress all along. As Lu Chen continues exploring, he finally gets a closer look at the Twin Towers themselves. The challenge options catch his eye, one for solo players and another for guilds. Since he doesn't belong to a guild, he decides to try the Immortal Tower on his own. Before he can proceed, an arrogant voice interrupts him. A player steps in his way, their gaze condescending. A mocking remark follows, telling him to watch where he looks. Good dogs, after all, don't block the path. Another voice jumps in, chastising the newcomer for daring to block the path of Boss Qingyi. It's a name that carries weight, as Qingyi Taoge is the undisputed ruler of Storm City. His reputation alone is enough to make others step aside without question. Since Lu Chen is new to the main city, he should learn his place. Whenever he sees them, he should step aside. The whispers spread through the crowd. The legendary three masters are preparing to challenge the Immortal Tower once again. Qingyi Taoge, Yuming Valley Master, and Longteng Zhantian. These three have dominated the top spots for ages. Speculation begins. Can they finally break through the fourth floor? The foreign server has already done it. Meanwhile, Lu Yi is offline. With time to spare, Lu Chen decides to attempt the challenge, wondering just how far he can go. A curious glance shifts toward the newcomer who applied for the challenge. Confusion lingers. He just arrived in the main city, yet he dares to take on the Immortal Tower. The doubt is instant. How can someone so new even think about challenging the top contenders? His equipment is garbage compared to theirs. The public screen lights up, ready to display the results from 4 different rooms at once. Laughter bursts among the people. Surely this newcomer will be humiliated. His hidden ID only adds to their suspicion. He must be terrified. A bet is placed among people that he won't last more than 20 seconds. The newcomer boldly announces his application for the Immortal Tower challenge. The system immediately acknowledges his request, declaring him a brave one. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the bold newcomer actually steps into the Immortal Tower. No one expected him to follow through. Despite this surprise, some quickly dismiss him, urging others to ignore the fool. The real focus should be on the 3 powerhouses and whether they can break the record. Even Feng Yang, who ranks 4th, doesn't dare to challenge them. Yet this unknown player walks in without hesitation, whether it's bravery or something else. Amidst the discussion, a familiar face recognizes the challenger. Someone squints in disbelief. Was that anonymous brother who just entered? A second glance confirms it. There's no mistake. Another voice chimes in, clearly frustrated. If anonymous brother wanted to take on the tower, he should have asked for help first. Others assume he is just a clueless newcomer who wandered into something beyond his understanding. Now things have taken a turn for the worse. His performance will be displayed on the same screen as the 3 strongest players, making him a guaranteed target for humiliation. As the challenge begins, the public screen updates instantly. Qingyi Taoge, 1 second. Yuming Valley Master, 0 seconds. Longteng Zhantian, 1 second. Something is missing. Only anonymous brother has yet to display his results. The crowd grows restless. Why isn't his screen showing? Is he too? They mock him, assuming he must have failed so badly that he's hiding his data. The crowd shifts its attention back to the screens, eager to analyze the combat videos of the 3 great masters. Observing their skills is a rare opportunity, and many hope to learn something valuable from their techniques. Meanwhile, one determined challenger vows to surpass his previous record this time. Someone takes note of anonymous brother's performance that he manages to last 15 seconds, far longer than expected. Though his equipment is unimpressive, his skills show promise. A discussion sparks. Should they invite him to their team? A few agree. One person even comments that he looks good, making the idea even more appealing. Suddenly, another update appears after 2 minutes. The disbelief spreads. How is this possible? A complete newbie lasting this long is unheard of. Some speculate that he must have studied the Immortal Tower beforehand. However, others immediately dismiss that theory. Studying alone is useless at this level. The Immortal Tower is reserved for the top 10,000 players in the entire server. No amount of research can replace actual combat experience. The only explanation? He must have found a bug. But then 3 minutes pass. At this point, the first floor should have ended. Yet, Anonymous Brother's timer continues to increase. Confusion turns into shock. What is happening? Why hasn't he moved to the next floor? Meanwhile, inside the tower, Dingwing Taogi selects the next floor, only to find himself stuck. Something is off. No matter what he does, he remains on the first floor. Moreover, anonymous players make the best of it. With a grin, he starts farming, eliminating level 10 silver wolves one after another. The loot rolls in, and he gleefully counts his earnings. Broke as he is, this unexpected opportunity turns into a gold mine. As Anonymous Brother steps into the second floor of the Immortal Tower, he is greeted by level 11 Shadow Cats. Frustration flickers across his face as he mutters complaints about the game's unfairness. But instead of backing down, he takes action. He killed a level 11 Shadow Cat and gained 200 copper coins. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes the potential. The coins keep coming, and he welcomes more enemies with open arms, eager to farm as much as possible. 4 minutes pass, and the system forcibly moves him forward. Another notification appears, announcing that he has stayed on the second floor for over 4 minutes and is now being pushed into the third floor. Stepping onto the new battlefield, his focus shifts to his earnings. Almost 40 silver coins. This tower is turning out to be a money-making paradise. Outside the tower, chaos spreads among the spectators. The realization that Anonymous Brother has reached the third floor stirs confusion and suspicion. Some claim the floor must be bugged, unable to accept that a so-called newbie could progress this far. Others struggle to process the situation, trying to make sense of his survival. A voice rises above the noise, confirming what many are beginning to suspect. The one who entered was indeed Anonymous Brother, and the undeniable truth settles in. He is far stronger than anyone had imagined. 2 minutes pass, then 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Shock spreads further as players begin to question what is happening with the system. The delay between floors seems unusual, but for Dingwing Taug, this small rest between levels becomes a much-needed advantage. Another system update flashes across the screen, announcing that he has lasted over 4 minutes on the third floor and is now being pushed into the fourth floor. The difficulty spikes immediately, and within moments, his struggle is apparent. The timer barely reaches 38 seconds before his limits are reached. His body strains, his movements slow, and exhaustion begins to take over. Moreover, the battle on the fourth floor pushes everyone to their limits. Qingyi Taoge, the top-ranked player, lasts 48 seconds before being defeated. The crowd bursts in admiration, praising his skills and calling him the true #1 player. Many declare him their idol, amazed that he was the first to reach the fourth floor. Meanwhile, something feels off. Yuming Valley Master and Longting Jiantian, the second and third-ranked players, remain silent. The crowd notices their unusual reaction and wonders about the reason behind it. Some turn their attention back to the rankings, trying to figure out what could be. While Taoge's time is confirmed at 48 seconds, the timer is still running. Confusion turns into shock as players check the display again. The time should have stopped, yet it keeps increasing. This is not just a mistake. Someone is still. Anonymous Brother, the mysterious challenger who entered with barely any recognition, is still fighting on the fourth floor. Luchin gets 400 coins for one monster only, which made him very much excited. After continuing the game, he gets 63 silver coins, so in total, he has about 150 silver coins. A notification pops up that he has stayed on the fourth floor of the Tower of Immortals for more than 4 minutes and is forced to enter the next floor. Shiba finds the Anonymous Brother way too strong. Hualuo is also confused, seeing how he could do that, and they are worried that he would be killed by a level 11 Moonlight Silver Wolf before, and they think that the people at the city are going crazy. Everyone seems amazed to see Lu Chen reaching the 5th floor, as he is the first one to do so. They are talking about the person maybe being a newbie, but someone tells them that I'm Wild is not a newbie, as no one has ever seen him. Lingji announces that only I'm Wild is there, while at the same time a notification from Lu Chen comes, saying that someone has reached the 5th floor, so he is going to take a look after that. As Lu Chen has hidden his identity, no one is able to recognize him, but revealing it will be inconvenient for him, and he also can't clear that many floors as it is very much exaggerated, so the 5th floor is enough for him. After 2 minutes and 19 seconds, he achieves 200 silver coins, and that is the time for him to leave. But when he is about to leave, there are a lot of people around him. Shibu asks him how he reached the 5th floor, as it is unbelievable for them, and asks him to teach them the way he did that. Luchin replies to him by saying all he has to do is run and keep running. According to Qingying Taj, it is impossible to do that with just movement skills, and as Lu Chen's equipment is so trash, he asks him how he did that and who he is. Everyone starts shouting that maybe he has cheated or exploited a bug, and as that is their territory, they ask him to speak up. Lu Chen has no obligation to answer their questions, but he tells them one thing: not to shout or scream because that is not their territory anymore. Qingying Taj claims that Guy is the only player in their main city, and that such a person does not have a simple identity. The people there are shocked, thinking that maybe he could be I'm Wild, as the people of Qingyi Wushuang didn't even dare to say anything. One of them went to the forums to ask around if there was any insider news. The girl asks Lu Chen to register his guild, as it can increase his mana cultivation speed by 1.2 times. But for him, joining a random guild is impossible, as his goal is the reward, Mana Shard. He is thinking of making a guild himself, but he needs at least 4 people with him. So he remembers that Leng Nuo, Shibu, and Hualuo want to create a guild, so he goes to them and tells them that he is making a guild mainly for a reward from the Demon Ceiling Tower. If they can help, they can also join any other guild later and can quit at any time. But Hualuo refuses as they can't help him. Luchan explains to them that he will go in by himself, but he won't let her help him. And if anyone bullies her, he will help her out and also get them a chance to get some equipment too. Ling Nao agrees that they will help him, but in return, they don't need any reward or compensation. Then they go for the registration. They go to the registration desk where he is asked to give 50 silver coins to register. Hualuo says that as they just passed the poison fog forest, how could they have so much money? But Luchan tells them just to sign, as he has the coins with him. The people there think that the anonymous brother is so rich. 5 minutes later, they complete the registration procedure, and Mad Wave Guild is officially established, so Lu Chen can go and challenge the Demon Ceiling Tower. Leng No requests Lu Chen that they want to come with him, as they might be a little weak, but they can share some of the damage. However, he refuses, and tells them all that there are so many spectators, and asks them if they don't have to level up and why they are all so idle. Everyone is shocked as he went there all alone, as the Demon Tower is for guilds, and they think that Lu Chen has come to the right place. A notification pops up that Mad Wave Guild has a score of 0 minutes and 11 seconds, and he is on the first floor. Hualuo is worried if Lu Chen will be able to pass the first floor, as the Demon Tower has guild bosses. Shibu, by looking at Lu Chen's attitude, feels that since he is so determined, he can win. Leng Nao has faith in Lu Chen that he is going to win. 4 minutes later, Lu Chen reached the second floor, which made people amazed, as even being alone, how could he reach there, which is unbelievable. The girl tells the one playing the game that someone has broken the record of Qingyi Taoge in the Immortal Towers. Or maybe it is only I'm Wild. But she tells her that he is an anonymous player, so it could not be Wild, because she has seen a lot of people say that the anonymous player is clearing the Immortal Towers, while I'm Wild is in the live broadcast of Feng Ling. People say that it has started just because of her arrogance, and they will take revenge for it. Lu Chen continues his game, and he is about to complete the third floor. Shibu is amazed by seeing Lu Chen, how he has reached the third floor and scored first, as he is the one person who topped all the other guilds, which according to Hualuo means that their Mad Wave Guild is the strongest. Lu Chen, after completing it, came back, and everyone appreciates him. Leng No asks him if he wants to go to the guild station to have a look, but Lu Chen refuses, as he didn't intend to manage a guild since he doesn't have that much energy. Hualuo asks him if he will find them to level up together in the future. Lu Chen replies by saying if fate allows them, then surely he will, and then he leaves. Everyone there is discussing that he had 2 minutes and 4 seconds on the third floor. They are guessing if this Mad Wave Guild is even better than Qingyi, and according to them, the situation is going to change as Mad Wave is rising and will be the #1 guild. Shibu is excited that he is the elder of the strongest guild, and Sister Nuo is the vice leader of the strongest guild. Leng Nao feels so unreal that the strongest guild has only 4 members, as it is an opportunity for them since the leader doesn't care about the guild, so they can manage it themselves. They are trying to convince Leng Nuo that their guild name is hanging on the big screen at the city gate, so they should expand it. Leng Nao is confused if it is right to do so, but Hualuo explains to her that they are not doing anything inappropriate, as they are not harming anyone's interests. Whoever wants to join can do so freely, and by that, they can level up together and do tasks. So Leng No asks Shibu to go and ask the anonymous brother if he agrees with that. Lu Chen is worried that, as he is in his real appearance, Lu Yi can recognize him, so he has to buy a decorative mask and put that on. Shiba stops him and tells him that they want to manage the guild themselves, so he gives them permission that they can do whatever they want, as he has no opinion on that. Shibu, hearing his words, is very happy and goes back. Lu Chen thinks about how Lu Yi is doing. Liang Zhantian from the Zhantian Guild wants to settle the dispute and asks the long purple-haired girl to move aside, as they don't want to cause them trouble. The long purple-haired girl asks him to cause them trouble if he can. Liang asks her not to be condescending, as their people didn't provoke her, and she started that without any reason. But she has her reason, that she did not like her name and appearance, which is why she decided to beat her. Liang asks his people to charge and attack her. She tells her crown prince that everyone is trying to bully her, so he comes and asks them who is so bold among them to dare to bully his woman. Lu Yi panics as the crown prince of the dynasty has come, but Liang Zhantian asks her not to panic and leave it to him. He introduces himself to the crown prince as Liang Zhantian from the Zhantian Guild and tells him that playing games will obviously cause some friction, so he thinks that there is no need to escalate the conflict. The crown prince questions him that, as he is saying not to escalate, does he really think he will not do that? He makes him realize that he is not afraid of his guild, and tells him that Zhantian Guild, according to him, is nothing but garbage, which makes Liang angry as he is saying too much about his guild. The crown prince threatens him that he can't pass that mission with him, so Liang asks him what he actually wants from him. The prince asks the long purple-haired girl what she wants from them, so she wants everyone to kneel down, apologize to her, and call her grandma 3 times, and then she will spare them. But they deny it, as it is impossible for them. The Crown Prince thinks he is underestimating him, so he wants to show him up, starts fighting with him, and calls his own self formidable. According to Lu Yi, the Crown Prince is so strong that he can single-handedly fight their entire team. But she encourages her manager not to mind, and reminds him that they are going to fight as a team together. The Crown Prince sees their unity as a bunch of garbage and blames Lu Yi, saying that it is all because of her, or else his friends wouldn't die there. But he still gives her a chance and asks her to kneel down and beg for mercy from Wu, and in that way, he will spare her. But she refuses. Lu Yi questions Xiao Mei about where the manager went, so she states that the manager went to find the boss of the Jantian Guild in the hope that the guild can intervene. As Lu Yi opens a chat, she gets to know that someone is looking for her, so she decides to reply first. An anonymous user texts her that he has seen her online and he is on the way and will be there soon. But she tells him not to come, as the main force of the dynasty and the Crown Prince is there. But still, he tells her that they cannot stop them from their mission. She still makes it clear to him that the main force of the dynasty and their leader are guarding the NPC Siren, and going there is just like asking to die. But he asks her not to worry, as who is going to die is not certain. Then she asks him to wait, as her manager is trying to contact the guild boss, so they should wait. Leiyang feels sorry for Lu Yi as the guild boss doesn't dare to offend the dynasty. Instead, Lu Yi feels sorry for them, as she is responsible for the trouble they are facing. Xiao Mei asks about the mission, so Lu Yi notifies them to leave the mission at that time and just go grind monsters and level up. She doesn't believe that they are going to guard the NPC for a lifetime, and she tells them not to mind and do whatever they have to do. She is going there first. Everyone talks about how hateful Xiao Wu is, and even the Crown Prince is more hateful, even though they can't even beat him. Lu Chen transforms his getup and goes to the Crown Prince, where the Crown Prince asks him to get lost, as he is in a bad mood. He asks him if he is the one bullying Love Brother the most and wants to know if he is there to avenge that little girl. The long purple-haired girl asks if he is his beloved brother or not. Lu Chen threatens them, saying that yes, he is that, and it's not too late, they can still apologize, which makes him angry, as he wants them to apologize. They mock him, asking if he is mad or something, and they also make fun of his equipment and tell him that he is very good at talking nonsense. Lu Yi informs him that she is fine and not to mind it and just let it go, but he refuses, as he thinks they are just a few pieces of garbage, and he can easily take care of the matter. Imperial Crown Prince, after invading, mocks Lu Chen and Lu Yi. He mockingly asks them if they dare to oppose him and if they think they are the only ones in the world. Wu laughs loudly, saying that this is her first time seeing such a pretentious person, as the Imperial Crown Prince still mockingly laughs at their gut. A man from the Crown Prince's troops assures him that he does not need to do anything and that he can finish him with one slash. The Crown Prince slyly orders him to let him die too easily. Seeing all this happening in front of them, Lu Yi holds Lu Chen's armor tightly and pleads with him, worrying that he should run away and inform him that the Crown Prince's men are all experts from the Imperial dynasty. Lu Chen assures her firmly that it is okay and claims that he always finishes what he starts. Just then the Crown Prince's man attacks him with his weapon, still mockingly repeating his words. Lu Chen stands there not even moving an inch and only swings his weapon slightly towards the man and hits him with great power that the man's damage instantly becomes 0. Lu Shu stands there nonchalantly as everyone around him opens their mouth in surprise. Wu asks the Crown Prince in surprise that what kind of situation this is, while the Crown Prince replies with equal surprise that maybe there is a bug in the system of the game. Whereas Lu Chen calmly states that they should apologize or everyone will lie down here like the previous guy. The Crown Prince angrily exclaims that he should not pretend, and angrily tells him that with so many of his men ready to fight him, they are not afraid of Lu Chen, not a single bit. The Crown Prince then orders his men to charge at Lu Chen. They all run towards him with their weapons, swinging them with full force, whereas Lu Chen only gives his weapon a little swing, giving the front man 1935 damage and exceeding it to 2,581. In a second, everyone who was shielding the Crown Prince was gone as he stands alone with Wu and some remaining men in his troops in front of Lu Chen and Lu Yi. One of his men screams in surprise that what kind of damage is happening and how Lu Che is smashing one person after another. Wu, seeing all this, asks the Crown Prince that what should they do next. The Imperial Crown Prince just orders them to run and save their lives. Just then Lu Chen jumps at them, claiming that it's too late to run now as he attacks the remaining men. The Crown Prince and Wu try to run away, but Lu Chen catches up to them. Some people who are watching the scenes unfold in front of them recognize Lu Chen as the anonymous brother, and start talking among themselves, questioning what the anonymous brother is doing there. Another one of the men watching him informs that Lu Chen got first in both the Immortal Tower and the Demon Tower, yet someone dared to provoke him. Another questions in surprise if he is a monster because he got first place in both towers. Lu Chen is about to end him there while the crown prince begs for his life, asking Lu Chen to spare him. Lu Chen starts saying that it's his turn now and hits the crown prince in the head, ending him right there and making his damage 0. Lu Chen turns towards Wu and demands an apology, or else their guild will never have peace. Wu obeys him in one go, nodding her head as she bows in front of him and accepted that she's sorry, and she was unreasonable and asks for his forgiveness. Lu Yi looks at this scene and states that since she has apologized but gets interrupted, Lu Chen saying that it can't be over just like this, and she has to be beaten a bit. Wu raises her head in surprise and gives Suishi an elite hammer to Lu Yi, stating that this hammer is for her to show their sincerity. The people around them look at that and exclaim that they are jealous that one can't buy it with money and that Suishi is priceless. Lu Yi takes the gift in gratitude as Xiaomei exclaims in happiness and wonders if Lu Yi knows such a powerful guy and how he single-handedly wiped out a whole guild. She asks her to introduce her to Lu Chen. Lu Yi turns towards Lu Chen, who is still wearing a mask to hide his identity, thanks him greatly, and politely asks if he can tell her who he really is. Lu Yi asks Lu Chen about his true identity, to which he calmly informs her to call him nameless, and tells her that he is her brother's friend. Lu Yi insists on him having the sushi that Wu gave her as gratitude, then runs away. Lu Chen assures her and admits that he did not do anything, and this is such a valuable gift that he can't accept it. But Lu Yi insists again, to which he replies that he doesn't even need a weapon like this, and it would be a waste to throw it away. He pats her on the shoulder as he softly suggests to her that from now on, her business is his business as well, and whoever dares to bully her, she can just call him. Saying that, he turns away and goes his way. Xiaomei smiles at Lu Yi and assures her that she does not have to worry about anything from now on. At Renai Peak, Lu Chen holds a baby werewolf in his hands as he talks to himself about how mana accumulation is so slow. He wonders what effect the mana pill given by the Immortal Tower every day will have. He thinks that it will be better to wait until tomorrow's distribution, and that the most important thing right now is to level up and get equipment. He orders his troops around, saying that it's time for them to collect equipment, and tells them it's time to level up. After roughly 2 hours, Lu Chen has achieved level 15. He thinks to himself that after killing enough tiger demons, he achieved level 15 and got the 4th level combo talent, even though his attacks are almost doubled. He thinks that it is time to see if there are any new dungeons to be farmed. He opens his server to check the current progress, and finds out that the Korean server has the highest level of 14, and they are raiding the 15th level dungeon, the Tiger King Cave, pretty quickly. He thinks to himself in shock that the Korean Three Saints Guild bet their dignity, and they must be the first guild to clear the Tiger King Cave. He finds this whole ordeal interesting. Just then, an announcement comes from the notification stating that the Three Saints Guild challenges all of China and vows to be the first to clear the Tiger King Cave. Lu Chen finds this amusing as he states that the Three Saints Guild is pretty arrogant and orders his troops to follow him to check out the Tiger King's cave in their dark cave. Xiaomei tells Lingju that the Korean side has started the Tiger King Cave dungeon live broadcast, and it seems that they are trying to intimidate them. Lingju calls them arrogant as she sees for herself. Lingju opens the live broadcast and sees that they are the highest level, 14, and 1 level higher than their server. She admits that the Three Saints Guild really has some skills, and they are not bad at all. Xiaomei informs her that their server has no news about the Tiger King Cave, and asks if they would be beaten by them. Lingju anxiously replies to her that it depends on whether Only I'm Wild, an anonymous brother, will make a move. Just as Lu Chen enters the dungeon and starts taking over the Tiger King Cave, a notification appears stating that to hit the agile red sun-striped tiger, Lu Chen captures 2,712 points of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, obtains 2 pieces of 3rd-level talent fragments, and obtains 2 points of 3-star quality, extracting 2 pure mana. Lu Chen also obtains an item, Tiger Fang 1. Then he proceeds to kill another creature as another notification appears, showing that he killed the strong red sun-striped tiger and again captured 2,712 points of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, obtained 2 pieces of 3rd-level talent fragments, and obtained 2 points of 3-star quality. Lu Chen eventually obtains the item Tiger Skin 3. He then proceeds to kill yet another creature, and after some time, another notification appears, showing that he killed the robust red sun-striped tiger, and again captured 2,712 points of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, obtained 2 pieces of 3rd-level talent fragments, and obtained 2 points of 3-star quality. He obtains another item, Exquisite Tiger Skin Boots, 12th level green, and then obtains Tiger Skin +2 and Tiger Fang -2. He looks at the green item that he won and utters in happiness that the dungeon experience is still high, and the green equipment is worth picking up. He then opens the equipment slot to put the item in. Just then, another notification appears, showing that his physical defense is plus 21, his strength is plus 26, agility is plus 22, his constitution is plus 26, and his movement speed increased by 8%. He attacks another tiger and claims that these boots are amazing. He keeps fighting as he orders his troops to target all together and achieves another item, which is an exquisite tiger skin hat, level green, increasing his ability even more. Lingzhi asks Xiaomei if she has translated the broadcast and asks in a hurry about the attributes of the hat. Xiaomei tells her immediately that it is an exquisite tiger skin hat and has a physical defense of 19, strength of 19, agility of 18, and constitution of 25. Lingzhi opens her mouth in shock and states that this is too insane, and the strength of the Three Saints Guild has increased again. Xiaomei informs her again that the Korean side has started targeting them and is saying that they are the top guild. Lingzhi adds that they are also saying that China is all garbage. She wonders again where Only I'm Wild or even Anonymous Brother is. In the dungeon, another notification appears saying that Lu Chen has killed the Dark Moon Silver-Striped Tiger King, 18th level team dungeon level boss, captured 8,000 points of spiritual energy of all things, obtained 2 pieces of 5th level talent fragments, obtained 2 points of 5-star quality, and extracted 2 pure spiritual energy. He raises the newly obtained weapon in his hand as he screams in excitement that this is what he calls a weapon, and is amazed by the crit damage. Lu Chen beats up the tiger, and the pop-ups display that he has killed the Gold Shadow Blade Tiger King, level 19 team dungeon, and captured 9,200 life points, obtained 2 5th-tier talent fragments, and 2 5-star quality points. In addition to that, he also obtains green exquisite tiger skin leggings and exquisite tiger skin felt hat of level 12. He looks at the prizes in disappointment, wondering how no blue items dropped, though the leggings are a piece of new equipment, so maybe they are not that bad. A pop-up then notifies that on clearing the Tiger King's cave in less than 45 minutes, he has made a new record and also enraged the Shadowgale Tiger, so he should be prepared. A following pop-up notifies him that if he exits the dungeon now, his current score will be his final score and will be recorded on the server-wide Tiger King's cave dungeon leaderboard. However, if he chooses to accept the challenge, the dungeon time will be extended accordingly. After becoming aware of the information, he confidently utters that there is a hidden boss and that this should be the first hidden boss on the server. He encourages himself to hurry and go while wondering how the Korean server is doing. On the other hand, Lingzhi looks at the screen and wonders if they have been wiped 5 times already, which means that this boss is really hard to beat. However, it looks like the 3 Saints are close. 3 minutes later, the 3 Saints finally manage to knock the tiger down and celebrate in victory, exclaiming in joy that they have finally passed the first boss. One of the guys exclaims with happiness when he spots the 3 green items and boasts by calling out China and Japan servers to see clearly that the 3 Saints are the strongest. When Lingzhi sees them acquiring those items, she worriedly mentions that this is trouble because with 3 green items, the 3 Saints are even stronger now, to which the other girl adds that there is no way to compete, and it is very hard to form such a team in China. The 3 Saints have level 14 players, and they still wiped many times, so there is no hope in the short term. Among the 2 boys, one of them questions about Only I'm Wild and Anonymous, asking why they don't make a move. To this, the other boy questions whether they can really be like what the 3 Saints of Korea said. All talk and no action. Meanwhile, Lu Chen succeeds in knocking out the Shadowgale Tiger, and the pop-ups declare his accomplishments. He killed the Shadowgale Tiger, level 18 Team Dungeon Diamond level boss, and captured 10,200 life points, obtained 2 6th-tier talent fragments, and 2 6-star quality points, along with obtaining level 15 blue Black Iron Shadow Gold Sword and Shadow Gale Coat. He excitedly exclaims about getting 2 blue items, and looking at the newly achieved Shadow Gale Coat, he decides to check its attributes. His jaw drops in surprise as, after looking at its outrageous qualities, he declares the equipment awesome, followed by the command to put it on. He then wonders where he can get new pants since he is still wearing newbie shorts, and they are totally not matching with his upgraded attire. The pop-up notifies that since he cleared the Tiger King's cave in less than 30 minutes, he has enraged the Frost Roar Tiger and gets instructed to prepare himself to face its fury. Another note comes through, stating the terms of either choosing to leave or stay, as appeared before. When Lu Chen gets to know this, he gets frustrated and yells about getting another hidden boss. He has to wait for another 10 minutes now, which makes him hope that this 2nd-level hidden dungeon can drop a pair of pants. On the Korean server, the 3 Saints celebrate by getting new equipment and announce to everyone to be careful and try to pass it in one go. They cheer each other on, and one of them passionately claims that when they reach level 14, they will go hit it too, and as long as they can beat the first boss and get equipment, they can start a virtuous cycle. Another agrees and adds that they will kill the anonymous player on sight then. 12 minutes later, Lu Chen is fighting against the Frost Roar Tiger, and as it throws ice blocks towards him, he dodges those and thankfully claims how he has thick skin. He hits the tiger with his whip, which results in the tiger getting killed. The pop-up then notifies that he has successfully killed the Frost Roar Tiger, level 19 Team Dungeon Diamond level boss, and captured 13,600 life points, obtained 2 6th-tier talent fragments, and 2 6-star quality points. In addition to that, he also obtained level 15 blue Black Iron Shadow Gold Sword and Dark Frost Cloak, and level 12 green Exquisite Tiger Skin shoulder pads. Lu Chen looks at the newly achieved equipment and gladly laughs at getting 6-tier fragments and 2 blue items, remarking it as awesome. However, when he reads the specialties of the Frost Cloak and sees the mention of pants, he sighs in disappointment that there really are pants and wonders why he did not get them. He doubts that maybe the time was not fast enough, so the third hidden boss did not appear. Hence, he decides that he will try again later. Another pop-up appears, declaring that he is the first one to complete the Tiger King's dungeon and obtains the title Tiger Catcher, which increases all basic attributes by 10%. Next, the following pop-up asks him if he wants to display his ID on the server-wide Tiger King's Cave Dungeon leaderboard, to which he refuses to display his ID. When the last pop-up notifies that Lu Chen can enter the Tiger King cave again after 30 minutes, he decides to go out and grind monsters for the next half an hour. He steps out of the cave and exclaims surprisedly to see so many people outside. They all start chattering, looking at his equipment, and how awesome the blue cloak, blue top, and blue weapon look. When one of them recognizes him and announces, "If it isn't Brother Anonymous," they get impressed by how he cleared the Tiger King cave so fast. Lu Chen, however, feels uncomfortable being the center of attention and decides to leave while thinking, "Why are there always a bunch of people watching me?" and mumbling, I'm out. He sneaks away. The people discuss if it could be that Brother Anonymous soloed the Tiger King cave, to which another person replies that he guesses the Koreans were too arrogant, so Brother Anonymous took action. However, Lone Wolf suggests they stop guessing. Instead, just look, and they will know. He opens the leaderboard and questions how long the 3 saints took, so one of them replies that it is now 46 minutes and 24 seconds. They are fighting the last boss, and asks about what happened to Lone Wolf. When the Koreans finally defeat the last boss, one of them boastfully states his time of 47 minutes and 44 seconds, addressing Chinese and Japanese viewers and asking if they learned anything. Meanwhile, another player agrees with him that Chinese players should study hard. Another player shows off his acquired blue weapon, questioning them sarcastically if they are jealous. People on other servers look at how the Koreans boast and spitefully declare how this is too much, and wonder if they have to be so arrogant over just a dungeon, whereas someone sadly exclaims that, unfortunately, they cannot handle it right now. Suddenly, a notification pops up on their screens, and one of them announces to others to quickly look at what Lone Wolf said. Lone Wolf has messaged the Koreans to open their eyes and take a good look at the leaderboard, which he shares in the next message. All of their mouths drop and eyes widen in disbelief and surprise as they look at how Anonymous is in first place with a record of 41 minutes, and one of them questions in disbelief if it is Brother Anonymous since the leaderboard mentions it to be from their district China server. Lingzhi confirms that, of course, it is because who else could it be? So another player wonders in disbelief if Brother Anonymous cleared the Tiger King cave by himself. Out of hatred, the players on the China server refuse to believe that one can clear the Tiger King cave faster than them and declare that the photo is photoshopped and fake, as there is no video, so who would even believe that? Lone Wolf smirks and instructs them to wait since the official website said they can enter the Tiger King cave again after half an hour, so they should wait for Brother Anonymous to come back and then see for themselves how he will slap their faces. Lingzhi grabs Shanshan's hand and calls her to go to the Tiger King cave and start a live stream. As she drags Shanshan with her, she agrees. Half an hour later, when Lu Chen returns to the Tiger King cave's entrance and sees the crowd of players, he gets shocked in disbelief and wonders how many people are gathered here. The people start to chatter while looking at him, announcing that Brother Anonymous is here along with all the blue equipment. As he walks forward towards the cave, Lingzhi perks up from the crowd and thanks him for helping those Chinese players vent their anger. But he does not say anything other than demanding to be excused and requesting them to make way. They all make way for him as if he is a king to their state. Lu Chen suspiciously wonders what these guys are doing, and if there is an event nearby since he has not seen any of the recent commotions between the servers. However, he reminds himself to forget it since he should hurry up and get some pants for himself, as the current ones are too mismatched. The Chinese players again start yelling in excitement, announcing that Brother Anonymous is going to challenge the dungeon again, so they should start recording. They then call out the Koreans' 3 saints to watch carefully how long it takes Lu Chen this time. On getting inside the Tiger King cave, Lu Chen orders 7 heads and 3 idiots to be faster this time, and after killing the first bear, he laughs as he has leveled up, which means that he can kill faster now. Ling Zhi impatiently looks at the cave's entrance and hopes that Brother Anonymous can be faster this time. However, Shanshan informs her that not so good news came from the Korean side as the 3 saints lent their equipment to their brother Guild Golden Ding, and now they are live streaming the Tiger King, so they must be aiming to surpass Brother Anonymous. After listening to this news, Ling Ji worriedly thinks to herself that Koreans now have equipment bonuses, so they must be faster than before, which means that this is a bit troublesome, and she silently roots for Brother Anonymous in her head. After knocking down one of the Frost Roar Tigers, thinking that it is the last one, the Korean 3 saints announced to their livestream that 39 minutes and 3 seconds is what it took them, and asked the Chinese players if they saw that and know what strength is, whereas another of them curses at the Chinese players, boasting that entering the 40-minute mark is what their strength is, and calling them a bunch of trash. He mocks the Chinese players to keep shouting. Lone Wolf and his partners have been following the live stream of the 3 saints, and he mentions how the Koreans borrow equipment from each other and team up. Brother Anonymous cannot beat them this way. The others curse the Chinese players and inquire in a tense situation about where Only I'm Wild is, since he should hurry up and team up with Brother Anonymous and wipe them out together. Oblivious to all the serious Koreans versus Chinese fights that have been going on, Lu Chen stands there after defeating the Frost Roar Tiger before his last record time and sees the boss Blazing Burst Tiger, which looks quite stronger and more fiery than the previous ones. His eyes shine with hope of getting new pants as he thinks how, sure enough, there is a 3rd-level hidden boss and wishes for it to drop him a pair of pants this time. Lu Chen finally manages to kill the Blazing Burst Tiger, level 19 Team Dungeon, Diamond level boss. He receives 14,800 points of spiritual energy, obtains 2 pieces of 6th order talent fragments, and 2 points of 6-star quality. He also obtained the item Night Pants, 15 level blue, which makes him jump in the air as he finally gets it. With that, if we talk about the equipment, he receives Black Iron Ghost Gold Sword, level 15 blue, Blood of the Blazing Tiger, 2, blue material, Tiger Head, purple material, and Tiger Cry, level 15 purple. Lu Chen shouts in disbelief that this guy dropped purple equipment. A notification pops up showing the Tiger King cave clearance time, which is 38 minutes 44 seconds, and congratulates him on breaking the best record of the Tiger King cave. His score will be recorded on the server-wide Tiger King cave clearance leaderboard. Lu Chen asks to show the pants and Tiger Cry attributes. It shows the Night Pants, 15 level blue, contains the power of Blue Flame True Fire, defense, physical defense 23, spiritual defense 8, strength plus 29, agility plus 32, physique plus 38, and active skill to continuously burn enemies within a 10-meter radius around you, causing spiritual power times 10, 80 points of damage per second, requiring continuous consumption of mana, currently 10 points of mana per second. Tiger Cry, level 15 purple equipment, left hand, King's Tears behind, weapon type, dual sword, attack, physical attack 37 to 43, strength plus 28, agility plus 34, physique plus 32, increases 11% critical strike chance and 80% critical strike damage. Its effect is Tiger Down the Mountain. Make the next 3 attacks turn into a combo, triggering all the effects of the main body. Combo damage is 80% of the attack power. 60 seconds cooldown. Right-hand attributes are almost the same as the left one. Its effect is Tiger Roar, and it suggests making the next 3 attacks all transform into spiritual power attacks. Lu Chen finds it so outrageous that dual swords, each with their own attributes, are almost equal to 2 weapons. Players start chattering that it seems like this round Korea has won. It's been over 40 minutes. Lingzhi didn't believe that, so she decided to check herself. As she opens the notification bar, it says that the China server-wide clearance leaderboard gets the first player. Anonymous player, leader, scores 38 minutes 44 seconds, and its reward is Blood of the Blazing Tiger. Lingzhi smiles in excitement and informs everyone that Anonymous Brother refreshed the record of the Golden Ding Guild. She is freaking out. The Anonymous Brother single-handedly defeated 2 top guilds from Korea. As Lu Chen shows up, the crowd starts chanting his name and pointing out the weapons and equipment he received. Everyone asks him if he can show his equipment. Lingzhi also insists. Lu Chen agrees but requests them to let him leave first. As he leaves, he clicks on his equipment section and shows his Tiger Cry. Everyone in the crowd gets stunned that it's dual swords, the first purple equipment on the server. They should kneel. Lu Chen mentions that he will be back in half an hour. Ling Zhu decides to wait for him to clean the dungeon next time. Lu Chen finds that dungeon really amazing. If anyone doesn't farm it to make money, then they are stupid. 40 minutes later, a player mentions that the Three Saints' second time is 36 minutes 22 seconds. He wonders if the anonymous brother can beat it. Someone shouts, assuring that of course he can. He has purple equipment. Lu Chen rushes after the boss to take it down. He uses that weapon and realizes that this weapon is really good to use. As he slaughters the king, a pop-up shows the Tiger King cave clearance time, 31 minutes 52 seconds. He broke the best record of the Tiger King cave. Lu Chen chooses to remain anonymous. He smirks and asks sarcastically if there is another boss, but realizes if he is being too greedy. This time, dropping 23 pieces of green equipment, 11 pieces of blue equipment, 1 tiger cry, a bunch of materials, and 280,000 experience should be enough. Ling Zhu gets excited at his new record, at which the purple-haired girl comments that Korea's 4 strongest guilds formed a 5-person team, saying they would swear to surpass them. Ling Zhu reassures her that next time the anonymous brother will be even faster. 40 minutes later, Lu Chen shows up, at which Ling Zhu comments how anonymous bro came out in less than 10 minutes. The other team members wonder if he made a mistake and got killed by the monsters, but refuse to believe that it's unlikely, as the monsters in front should be relatively weak. Lu Chen wonders if he is really going to be killed by his own stupidity. He checks the equipment and says quit, and it counts as him completing the dungeon. The most valuable ones are in the back, which really hurts his feelings. It's like this trap was a waste. Ling Zhu reassures him and suggests not to blame himself, as he has done his best. Just then, she realizes that Lu Chen mentioned something about completing the dungeon. As she checks on it, his score appears as 9 minutes 32 seconds for completing it. Ling Zhu is in total shock right now. Someone from the crowd decides to post the progress on the Korean server. The post goes as follows. China server clearance leaderboard, first place, anonymous player, leader, score, 9 minutes 32 seconds, reward, daily reward, blood of the blazing tiger. A player mocks Koreans in chat, asking if they saw that, mentioning Lu Chen's score. As Korea learns about it, they go crazy about how that person is faster than them even after beating the bosses. Someone mentions that it's possible because the weird equipment they mentioned should mostly come from hidden bosses. One of their players falls with disappointment and requests to close the official website, or else they will be scalded to death as the gap is too big. They can't catch up no matter how hard they try. But Lu Chen is still disappointed, even after achieving that huge reward, that he made such a low-level mistake. The rest of the players wonder, with such an amazing score, why his brother Anonymous is blaming himself like this. They prefer accepting that type of mistake. Realizing he has soloed 4 times already and is already level 17, Lu Chen decides to leave here and sell the equipment first. A notification pops up informing that due to an anonymous player completing Tiger King Cave within 10 minutes, the server will start double experience for 24 hours tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Lu Chen didn't expect it. There's also a surprise bonus. He plans to sell it under the guild name, white equipment at market price. Green equipment can be more expensive. It's the key time for dungeons. He wonders if the key is how to sell the blue and purple equipment, but this equipment requires level 15 to use. Selling them now, no one knows their true value. He refuses his thoughts and decides to wait until tomorrow when double experience is activated. Next is the material, and the reward blue material blood of the blazing tiger. He has no idea what it's for. As he opens the forum, there are a lot of comments from players who have an urgent need for a job change. High prices for tiger skin, tiger bone, tiger gall, tiger claw, and tiger tooth, 100 RMB each. Someone offers 150 for all kinds of tiger demon materials, blood of the blazing tiger negotiable. Another one offers the highest price in the whole network for job materials, 200 each. Lu Chen realizes that so many people need materials, and the equipment can easily be sold. He has more than 1,000. It turns out these materials are the most valuable. Lu Chen jumps with excitement as he is going to be rich. Every piece of equipment gets sold at very high prices that he didn't even expect. 15 minutes later, he connects his phone and checks the message. It's 518,145 in his account. He made a fortune. He couldn't help hiding his excitement that he still has 17 blood of the blazing tiger, 2 heads of the blazing tiger not sold. Making so much money, he doesn't need to rest at all. He decides to go back to Renal Peak and bring the divine beasts. This way his level can rise slower. This makes him farm and grind more and more. Lu Chen gets a call from Li Muhua. He wants to buy materials from him and offers that he will double the price. Lu Chen wants to know how many he wants. Li Muhua requests 100 each of tiger teeth, tiger skin, tiger bones, tiger gall, tiger claws, and tiger hearts. He adds one more thing, that Lu Chen's identity has been exposed. Someone will definitely look for his identity offline. He offers Lu Chen that they can help him if he wants to hide. Making so much money in one go, the Empyrean Godrealm game is so hot. He better be careful. Lu Chen asks to help him and his sister for a while as a thank you, and the material price doesn't need to double. Manhwa agrees and reassures him that unless someone knows him, otherwise no one can find him from the internet. As he cuts the call, Manhwa's partner gets worried that once the server merges, they will bully them, as now their national server and foreign server have a bit of a gap. Manhwa comments that it seems like he can only rely on Lu Chen now. The next day at 9:50 in the morning, Lu Chen made a total of 2,340,000, plus the nearly 3 million he had before, which seems so awesome to him. 3 idiots and 7 heads are all level 17, and the top 10 divine beasts are at the limit level 10. He plans to grind for a while longer, then log off to rest. Out of hatred, the Korean guild is now ready to surpass Lu Chen. Their guild master commands that today's mission is that they must not let Brother Anonymous level up during the double experience time. He is always leveling up in the Tiger King cave. They must wait for him at the entrance. He orders summoners to make sure to cast soul induction on him so that when he is running corpses, he can't request help or exit the battle. For the sake of Korea being able to surpass China in the future, they must complete this mission. It would be best if they could loot his equipment. Everyone chants together that they will not disgrace themselves. Lu Chen is now in serious danger. One of their players addresses the guild master as Razor and asks if they can leave that anonymous guy alone. He is clearing solo faster than their elite teams combined. Another one adds that only China has divine beasts. He doesn't know where they got them, but maybe they have hidden skills. But Razor, with a proud smirk on his face, reassures them that players from other countries will also come. As for the dungeon with divine beasts, they will figure it out sooner or later. Or Yuki, one of their players, suggests they rush towards their mission as the main force goes to harass the Chinese players. So they are responsible for killing Anonymous. Steve commands everyone to hide their IDs and kill the anonymous guy. They all rush to crush Lu Chen and his Chinese server. Back in the forest, Lu Chen stays up all night, so he decides to clear one more time and prepare to log off. There are people in the forest, hiding and sneaking around, which is definitely not a good thing to him. 36 minutes later, Lu Chen gets so tired, but he doesn't want to log off. He will just stay in the dungeon and might as well take a nap first. Korean players wonder why there are no movements, as it's been more than 40 minutes. But Razor, being completely unbothered and confident, reassures and mentions that their harassment strategy is very successful. The Chinese won't be able to level up so easily. With that, they attack Chinese servers. Lingzhi panics as another group of hidden ID players are harassing other players, and this has happened so many times. She checks on the official website. This kind of thing is not happening in their region. The whole Chinese server is under attack. She guesses that these people should come from other servers. The foreign players are targeting them. Lingzhi and her guild members are also under attack. One of them gets furious at the number of people targeting them and wonders how many of them the foreign servers sent. Lingzhi's HP level is dropping gradually. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Razor laughs in pride that he didn't expect it. All countries sent a total of 400,000 elites to snipe China. It seems awesome to him. He wonders how they will level up. One of his players also adds his part, yelling that they think they are where they are anonymous now. The Chinese can only bark. Meanwhile, Lingzhi is wondering why I'm Wild is not replying to her and where Anonymous went. As Lu Chen wakes up from a nap, he feels so comfortable sleeping in the dungeon, and he is just a bit hungry. But as he opens his notification bar, there are so many messages from Feng Lingzhi, which makes him panic. After reading those messages, Lu Chen gets to know that in order to prevent the Chinese players from leveling up, the foreign players are slaughtering the Chinese players on the whole server. Not only slaughtering, but also guarding the corpses. They even went to the Chinese official website to mock them. Lu Chen burns with anger. He receives a call from Xiaoyi out of the game. She informs him that the shards that the guild just gave her were exploded, and the previous poison mist leggings were also exploded. Lu Chen questions her, asking who did that, to which she mentions the foreign players. Xiaoyi cries, revealing that the guild leader has high hopes for her. For the double experience, he gave her all the good equipment and let her level up hard, but the equipment exploded. She's afraid of how she's going to explain that to her guild leader. Lu Chen calls her a silly girl and reassures her that it's just a few pieces of equipment. It's not something she should cry over. But she states that he doesn't understand. These are the guild's property. She has to give them to the next people after she uses them. Lu Chen tries to make her feel a bit better, but she continues to cry, claiming that those people are despicable. They are using skills to guard the corpses. She can't revive in the city. Once she is revived on the spot, they continue to kill her. Lu Chen gets a thunderstrike of anger and asks her to tell him where her corpse is. He will get his friend to save her. She is in the southwest of the 100 Beasts Mountain, coordinates 48, 144. But she suggests Lu Chen forget it and not let his friends take risks. He reassures her and goes back to his game in full anger. Back there, Razor's teammates inform him that another team came to save the anonymous brother. This time, it's a 400-person team, but they have already gathered 800 elites here, so they should be afraid of them. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's guild members and other Chinese players take their positions to defend. One of his guild members suggests reviving on the spot if anybody gets killed. At all costs, they have to save Anonymous. With that, they charge towards the Korean players. Shibu yells, addressing Sister Nuo, that they can't help. These Korean players are too strong. There are dozens of dark gold swords and a lot of blue equipment. They can't do anything at all. But Nuo suggests charging so that they can relieve some pressure for the anonymous brother. Just then, here comes Lu Chen. The entire battlefield is in utter disbelief and falls silent as the anonymous brother arrives there. Razor's face turns crimson red as he sees the anonymous brother and orders everyone to focus fire, as he wants him turned to dust in seconds. Razor is more furious right now as Lu made him wait for at least 7 hours, so now his motive is to kill him. One of the members of Razor's guild steps forward, as he is fully motivated because he has decided to end his legend. The moment that guy and the others attack him, Lu's defense is so high, and he stands there unharmed and unfazed. Razor's eyes widen, wondering what is going on here, as this is impossible. Lengnuo is impressed, and she finds the guild leader amazing. Hualuo also finds Brother Anonymous invincible and wonders about his high defense. Razor thinks that the only difference between China and the United States is that they have divine beasts, so he wonders about the power of the divine beasts. He realizes that it must be that, out of China's 8 divine beasts, 5 were taken by Only I'm Wild, and 3 were snatched by a mysterious person, so that person must be anonymous. Lu thanks everyone who came to save him and assures them that he will make them pay back 100-fold. He then challenges Razor, questioning his decision to attack China and assuming it is defenseless. Without wasting another moment, Lu uses a powerful and strong spell, combining wind movement and Tiger Down Mountain while wielding his sword. The impact is so strong, sending all of Razor's team flying through the air, and they then fall to the ground. One of the members of the guild says that he can't see anything, so the vice leader motivates him not to be afraid because if the guild leader dies, he still has him, the vice leader. Lu listens to their words and finds them completely ridiculous. Without hesitation, he continues his attack and kills all the users that come his way by making their health drop. Lengnuo and Shanshan cheer as their anonymous brother fights, impressed by his powerful abilities. They are amazed by his incredible power and skill. Every single attack he delivers is strong, taking down enemies with just one strike. They find 1 slash per person very satisfying and wonder if anyone will ever dare to come to China and make trouble again. 20 minutes later, Lu informs all the users who are on his side that he needs to leave, so if they can help him gather all the drips together. The users question him if they are not keeping this equipment, as the users against them have already destroyed a lot of their equipment, and they can't let them off. Lu agrees that they, of course, can't let them off, so he is going to use this equipment as bait. Hualuo understands that Brother Anonymous is making a trap and assures him that their Yuming Valley will help him rest assured and they will never hide anything. A guild master of the guild named Long Teng also says that Long Teng is the same. If someone hides anything, he will kick them out of the guild. Lu thanks them, and in his heart, he knows he needs to rush because he has to save Xiao Yi. In another environment, Lu Yi and the other users are injured. She hopes that her brother's friends don't come there, as there are dozens of foreign players, and all have expert abilities. Suddenly, all the people there notice someone flying towards them. Lu Yi guesses that maybe this person could be her brother's friend, but finds it impossible at the same time too. She finds him so strong, as he has all armor and weapons that can easily kill anyone. He then hands Lu Yi the weapons, as they should be able to compensate for the loss of the shards and everything. Lu Yi tries to gain her composure and asks him if he is her brother's friend. He admits to it and says that if she wants to thank someone, she should thank her brother. In his thoughts, he guesses that the entrance of the dungeon should be almost done. Lu wastes no time and rushes back to where the dungeon entrance is being prepared. As he arrives, Shanshan informs him that they have successfully gathered all the weapons. Lu then asks them to give their fish some more bait and asks them to go and call those foreign users over. Lengnuo is impressed and shocked at the same time as she spots the Tiger Cry sword with Anonymous. People find this bait a lot expensive, though it is very tempting. Although Lingji orders everyone to notify the foreign servers as they claim to have 100,000 elites to slaughter them in their China server, she wonders if they all have the guts to do some. Ling goes to the livestream and challenges the foreigner to come and get their equipment as they are in Zone 122. The 3 saints of the guild discuss that their people have checked. Those people even left 2 Tiger's Cry swords. Razor also informs the boss that a large number of scattered players have logged into Zone 122, so it can be a bit risky, but Tiger's Cry Sword is crazy, and it is too expensive and powerful. Ling notices players from the foreign server starting to arrive one after another. Not only from the foreign servers, many players from other zones are also coming to watch. It is going to be a perfect battlefield, and it is definitely getting lively. Ling praises anonymity to keep it up. However, he advises everyone to pick their weapons and log off. Lingnuo worriedly asks him to be careful, though Lu tells her not to worry, and that is when everyone listens to Anonymous's advice and logs off. Lu stands there with his weapons in a calm and straight composure. He challenges all the foreigners to come and attack. All the foreigners run towards him, but before they attack him, without wasting any time, Lu uses a powerful and strong spell, combining Tiger Descending the Mountain, Frozen Roar, and Azure Flame True Fire. All the people are terrified of him and realize that the divine beast is a lot stronger than they even thought. So many people, and not a single thing or person can deal with him. They wonder how the China server is having such a strong and deadly monster. People from other servers are extremely impressed by his power and feel lucky that he is one of them, and that they are not against him. Lu then asks Razor and his guild member if they are the masterminds behind the sniper attack on China's double experience event. Razor doesn't really care about his question and questions Anonymous about his arrogance, as he is assuming that Anonymous is just relying on the Divine Beast's enhancement. He questions Anonymous if he would be this arrogant if they also had a Divine Beast. Lu realizes that these people all think that he is so strong because of the Divine Beast. He thinks to let them think so. He then questions Razor that if it weren't for the delay caused by server-wide quests, do they think their levels would be higher than theirs? Razor smirks as he doesn't care because he messed up the double experience event, so Anonymous and all his people are still users for Razor. Razor's guild member also agrees, adding that level 15 is a key. With the Tiger King Dungeon's blue equipment, their development will be faster. Lu scoffs as if it was just a game. He didn't plan to take it so seriously, but these people really pissed him off, so he has to teach all of them a lesson. He tells them to remember, within 5 days, to bring compensation and apologize to all China players. Razor and his guild members find Anonymous crazy, as they would never apologize, and if he actually wants them to bring compensation, then it will not even happen in dreams. Lu looks at them with his sharp, deadly eyes, and bets that they will come with the compensation and apology in less than 5 days. He then uses his magic to make the members fly through the air. One by one, they crash onto the ground. Lingzhu is impressed and calls her idol, though Lingnuo knows that with them causing such a disturbance, their plan to catch up with the foreign server level is ruined. Lu tells her not to worry as the matter is not over yet. He informs them that he is a bit tired, so he will rest for a night. Lu removes the headset and plans to sleep. He decides to settle the score with them tomorrow. 10 hours later, on the Korean server, Lu thinks that although he missed the opportunity to make money from the Tiger King dungeon, what they said was right. Those who offend China, even if they are far away, will kill them. He assumes that the entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden should be nearby. After moving forward, he smirks as he finally finds it. He is excited for the game to begin and wonders what the game will unfold for him now. At the Lost Garden of Eden, Lu walks in, aiming to let those people know the consequences of offending China. A server-wide warning suddenly appears, announcing that an anonymous player has activated the Lost Garden of Eden. This triggers a server-wide quest called Resist the Invasion, which is classified as a level 20 quest. A strange and unknown fog has begun spreading rapidly from the east side of the main city. This fog is extremely dangerous. It enhances the strength of wild beasts, weakens human attack abilities and skill effects, and causes permanent damage to equipment durability, making it irreparable. Additionally, it slows down mana cultivation speed, making it harder for players to regain energy. To stop this disaster, players must destroy the 8 array eyes hidden within the Lost Garden of Eden as quickly as possible. As part of this event, all regions of the Korean server will be merged, bringing players from different areas together to face the challenge. The members of Razor's guild wonder what kind of quest this is, as it actually requires merging servers. Razor questions them if this is the Divine Beast quest. They all get happy as they also have a Divine Beast. Though, the Lost Garden of Eden is a place where monsters run rampant. Players should be aware that once they enter, the Lost Garden of Eden will continue to expand endlessly until the 8 array eyes are destroyed. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies, and Lu has chosen to stay behind today to see how others will complete this quest. He will wait for the poison and wild beasts to spread all over the server. The foreigners are having difficulty finding the entrance to this Lost Garden of Eden, but they have so many people, they should be able to find it soon. As soon as the Divine Beasts arrive, Razor asks everyone to start the live broadcast, letting China's people see how they get Divine Beasts. According to them, China is relying on the Divine Beast, so they have it too now. They even wonder for how long an anonymous person can remain arrogant. As the livestream started, Lingji noticed that the Korean server had found the lost Garden of Eden. Shanshan is also worried, as it is going to be troublesome because they are getting stronger and stronger. They find it very frustrating as they are not able to do something about it. The foreigners have realized that China is already desperate. Razor finds it funny and agrees, as China's last trump card is gone. Suddenly, a user notices someone standing with his sword, very calm and composed. It is none other than the anonymous brother. He announces for the Korean players that in order for them to understand, he is using translation software. He advised them to listen up. To enter the lost Garden of Eden, they have to pass through his front. Razor's eyes widen when he sees the purple equipment, Tiger Cry, and realizes he is none other than Anonymous. Korean users wonder how Anonymous is and wonder what is going on. China users are cheering up as they also see on the stream that Anonymous is there. They are so impressed and energetic that they feel so proud of him. Though Hualua wonders if he is going to stop the whole Korean server by himself. Razor screams and orders all his users to not be afraid, as the fog has the effect of reducing attributes and corroding the equipment, and the fact that Anonymous has been there longer than them, so they probably have a chance. All the users with their weapons and equipment rush towards Anonymous and they chant, "For the divine beast, charge." They all are very confident that with so many of them, he doesn't stand a chance. Though something unexpected happens, and Anonymous comes from behind with his sword, knowing damn well he's a monster and this fog gives him a buff. He attacks the users, and it is quite evident that the damage of Anonymous has increased. China users are shocked as they notice the fog being ineffective on him, and when they look at AoE attacks, the damage is obviously much higher. As Anonymous attacks people with his sharp sword, the Korean users are in disbelief, realizing that he is stronger than before, and the fog seems to have no effect on him. On the contrary, he is just killing users, though Razor tells them all to charge and kill him. In Lu's thoughts, he has aimed to kill as many as come in his way. Lengnuo finds their boss so cool, and Shanshan agrees with her as he is really holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. This is called a one-man army. Lu Yi also watches the livestream, finding him really amazing. 1 hour later, the fog is consuming equipment's durability quickly, and because of the fog, Lu has become even stronger than an hour ago as he is killing users without any weapons too. Korean users know that it is completely over for them. Razor tries introducing someone, but Lu interrupts, saying he doesn't negotiate. The time is not up yet. Razor questions him if he knows who he is in real life, but Lu doesn't seem to care who he is and asks them to leave or die. Obviously they have no other choice, so they leave. Lu leaves one of his monsters there, ordering him to wake him up if anything happens. The next day at 6 in the morning, Lu is happy about the fact that they didn't even bother to probe, making things easier. He guesses that at this time, the fog has already spread to the main city. On the Korean server's main city, the users know they are finished, and they can't even leave the city now. But some users are furious that they are still thinking about leaving the city, as soon they won't be able to stay in the city at all, so the Korean server is done for. As Anonymous arrives there, the official of the Korean Guild Alliance apologizes deeply for their previous offenses. Razor also smiles warmly, sincerely begging for their mercy on their Korean server. China users are so happy and laugh mockingly by seeing their double standards, as the Korean users were unrepentant before, but now they know their mistake. Anonymous single-handedly destroyed the whole Korean server. Anonymous, while taking out his sword, says that if they don't want to die, then get lost. Razor gets angry as he asks him not to be a sore winner. Anonymous doesn't care about Razor calling him a sore winner and asks him to bring it on, as the 7 nations jointly attacked his China. And if they think it is over like this, then they can keep dreaming. Razor angrily says that Anonymous is disrupting the game order, and it is outrageous. But Anonymous asks him if he thought the same when he attacked China because, compared to Razor's actions, he has already been merciful enough. The chairman of the Korean Guild questions Anonymous about his demands and what it will take for him to leave the Korean server. Anonymous answers that it will all depend on their sincerity, and then asks them to get lost. The chairman of the Korean Guild suggests Razor go back and discuss it first. Razor agrees and plans on uniting with other forces and seeing what they can do. Lingja goes to her livestream and announces that this live broadcast was requested by the chairman of the Japanese Server Guild, War God Feng Yan. War God Feng Yan, along with 177 guild leaders who previously targeted China, is standing right in front of her. The chairman of the Japanese server interrupts and apologizes to the players of the China server for the last incident and seeks forgiveness for their reckless actions. China players laugh as they find it surprising that the Japan server is suddenly apologizing because they are afraid that Anonymous might come after them too. Though the Japanese chairman gives the China server some equipment items they have collected to show their apology. They hope this can somewhat compensate for the losses of the China players. The items include 1 mithril sword, 2 even shear protections, 30 green equipment, 200 white equipment, 100 materials, and 5 gold coins. This is their compensation to this Chinese region, and the same compensation will be offered to 300 regions. The chairman requested Ling to help them plead with Anonymous, asking him not to take action against their Japan server. Ling assures the chairman that she will talk to Anonymous. Ling then shows the compensation on the live broadcast, claiming that their China server is not easy to bully. Suddenly, she sees that guild alliances of the other 5 countries also contacted her. It seems that they don't have to worry anymore. She will contact the China Guild to distribute the equipment to everyone. At 8 in the morning, at the Korean headquarters, all the Korean users are tense. Razor knows this can't go on. The main city is completely shrouded in mist, and they can't do anything. The chairman informs that he contacted the chairman of the China Guild. He said that Anonymous hasn't spoken. They don't accept their apology. Razor plans to find Anonymous again. Afterward, they found Anonymous and apologized again, accepting that they knew they were wrong. They are willing to apologize and compensate and request him to let them go. Anonymous asks them if they truly understand their mistake. Razor admits that they do. Anonymous reveals that he can let them go. He has helped them open the Misty Forest, so besides the same compensation as other countries, he wants 4 divine beasts. The Korean users ask if they can exchange with double or triple compensation instead, but Anonymous denies it, not accepting any negotiations. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have found the Misty Forest. He tells them not to make him regret it. He then asks them to inform the China server and let the Iron Blood Guild, Red Legion, Black Hawk Guild, and Wild Wave Guild send people over. Later on, all the guild masters arrive there, feeling honored that they are being useful for Anonymous. Anonymous tells everyone to come inside to get the divine beasts. Hualwo questions if they do not need to guard the entrance. Lu smirks, denying it as he wants to see if they dare to breach the agreement. 1 hour later, after winding up everything, Razor and the chairman of Korea take a sigh of relief because finally, the plague is gone. They then decide to go inside and have someone bring the compensation to Huaxia. Early the next day, Lu exercises and takes a sigh of relief in his bedroom, as these past 2 days have been exhausting, but he is finally recovering. His right leg has almost healed, but the left one still needs more time. He estimates it will be fine after leveling up a bit more. He thinks about Xiaoyi because she just has to wait a little longer, and he will be able to stand up and walk to her soon. Lu then wears the headset and logs in. He then checks the trading area first. Sure enough, after the compensation, the equipment prices have dropped to 75%. After checking it, he continues to make money, but first, he upgrades the Legion Order. The Legion Order has been upgraded. He now has 433 out of 400,000 monster reputation and can recruit the 11th Legion member. All Legion members' basic attributes have increased by 25%. The Legion member inheritance function is now unlocked, allowing members to inherit basic attributes, growth potential, attack methods, and other abilities. This will make the Legion much stronger and more powerful in battles. Lu finds the feature of replacing with better species attributes quite interesting. He decides to catch another Nether Banshee, then go to the Tiger King cave and get ready to sell equipment. After 9 dungeon runs, Lu spent 830,000 on materials and leveled up once, but he can't enter the Tiger King dungeon anymore. The overseas servers have started selling Shadow Gale equipment and Mithril swords. It's time to sell the equipment he has saved up. 42 Mithril swords, 27 Shadow Gale coats, 26 Dark Frost cloaks, 24 Dark Night pants. The sets must be sold as complete sets, and there are still 25 Tiger Cries. However, his head hurts. He plans on holding an auction. In the name of the Wild Wave Guild, send out a mass email. The auction starts tonight at 8. When the users notice Brother Anonymous holding an auction, they wonder if he is selling Tiger Cries. Though even if there are no Tiger Cries, a cloak and pants would do. Some users say that they'd be satisfied with just a mithril sword. Night at the auction house, Lu thanks everyone for coming, and because everyone is busy leveling up, he wastes no time. Lu starts with the mithril swords, 3 per lot, starting at 20,000, with the minimum increase of 1,000. Everyone starts bidding quickly, making Lu wonder if the mithril swords are really that popular. 13 sets of mithril swords each sold for over 5,000 and 3 pieces of Shadow Gale coats sold for 81,000. Next up are the Dark Frost cloaks and pants that no one has seen before. Lu shows off the Dark Frost cloaks. He announces that he is selling 2 this time. He shows the attributes first. The Dark Frost cloak, level 15 blue, has a powerful effect. Its description says, "Dark frost upon you, making your opponent feel fear and despair in the frost." It provides 19 physical defense and 8 magic defense, along with 32 strength, 38 agility, and 16 stamina. The special effect, Frost Roar, allows the wearer to release a circular ice ring around them. freezing enemies for 2 to 7 seconds within a 25 meters diameter. Activating this ability consumes 300 mana points. There is also a special effect enhancement. If the player equips the Shadow Gale coat and Dark Knight pants, the range of Frost Roar increases by 15 meters. But this effect is not yet activated. After seeing the attributes, the users go crazy. A 25-meter range is a lot. The users realize that the loot dropped by the second hidden boss is indeed different. The key is that this equipment hasn't even appeared in the overseas servers. Lu advises everyone to pay attention. It is 2 pieces, 2 as a set. Users bid up to 100,000 yuan. Lu thinks within himself that the real good stuff hasn't even appeared yet, though Dark Frost cloaks are sold at the price of 100,000. Next up are the Shadow Gale, Dark Frost, and Dark Knight pants, 3 sets of equipment. He shows the attributes. Added 13 physical defense, 24 magic defense, and 1600 HP. The Tiger King 3-piece set is truly comprehensive, a qualitative change. The Tiger King 3-piece set plus Tiger Cries makes the users think that Brother Anonymous is so overpowered. The bid starts at 100,000. People go crazy after it as well. Next up is the highlight, Tear Cries. Users find it truly worth being a purple equipment. Both stats and special effects are insane. The bidding starts at 150,000 and ends at 210,000. Next up are 60 Tiger Blood and 20 Tiger Heads. Afterwards, Lu removes his headset and takes a sigh of relief after selling everything. He sees the total, and it is over 14 million, and he suddenly realizes his leg is also moving. Lu jumps as he thinks of Xiao Yi, happy about the fact that he can buy her a big villa tomorrow and give her a big surprise. Outside the Diamond Manor sales office, Lu thinks that initially, when he first entered the Empyrean, he only thought of earning 3,000 or 4,000 a month, just enough to improve the life of his sister and himself. Who would have thought that now he actually has 10 million? He thinks that the silly girl is still working overtime every day to help him. She probably never imagined that her brother was about to buy a villa. Su Xiaowei, a saleswoman, is trying to sell the house to an elderly man. She convinces him that the houses are well developed by their Diamond Manor. The other 2 saleswomen are jealous of her, backbiting that what is the use of looking good when someone can't even sell houses, as it will eventually get her fired. They even heard rumors that the manager wanted to sleep with her, and she rejected him. That will get him fired even faster. As Lu enters the place, Xiaowei introduces the place to him and asks his interest in seeing their mid-range or high-range apartments. Lu doesn't look at her and carelessly explains that he is here to see a villa. But when he looks up at her, he realizes that she is the middle school classmate and wonders how she became a saleswoman. Xiaowei explains that the villas are all finely decorated and ready for sale. She proceeded to give an introduction, though Lu assures her that there is no need for an introduction, as he wants to see the houses directly. Xiaowei agrees with him and asks if she should follow his car outside. However, Lu reveals that he doesn't have a car. The other saleswomen scoff as he doesn't even have a car, and he wants to buy a villa at Diamond Manor. They think that it would be strange if the deal goes through. Although Xiaowei elaborates that it is quite a distance to the villa area, so if he doesn't mind, he can ride on her electric scooter. Lu doesn't mind it, so they move outside towards the scooter. As Xiaowei is riding the scooter, Lu sits behind her and asks her if she really doesn't recognize him and introduces himself. Xiaowei was shocked as she heard that he was disabled. Lu happily tells her that it was the case, but now he is better and asks about her story. Xiaowei hesitates and says that her situation is a long story. Lu questions her if the manager is deliberately making things hard for her. She admits to it and reveals that she won't be able to keep this job for long. Lu tries to console and tells her not to worry because the one who will leave is him. He then makes a call. When he makes the call, the person on the other side of the phone explains to him that a sales manager at Diamond Manor's sales office, it's not even worth that person's intervention, but the card that person gave to Lu last time shows that card, and their regional manager will definitely come to find him, then fire that manager. Lu finds this really powerful, though the person on the CA flexes that it is nothing special, as if they got involved. With just one word, even Diamond Manor's CEO would have to roll up his bedding and leave. Later on, Lu meets the manager named Wang. After reading the contract, he is okay with 8 million as it is not a problem, but mentions the manager wanting to fire Xiaowei. Wang quickly understands that Lu is not here just to buy a house. Huang's assistant interrupts, saying that this guy is definitely not here to buy a house. He doesn't even have a car. She even makes an assumption that his relationship with Xiaowei is obviously not normal. Wang asks Lu if he is Xiaowei's boyfriend. Lu asks him, so what if he is? Huang's expressions darken and he threatens Lu that this is his territory, so Lu should think before speaking because just with him, a little brat, he can't turn the situation around. He challenges Lu to believe it or not, but he can have him thrown out horizontally. Xiaowei asks Lu to forget it and go back, though Lu sits there smirking, not seeming to care as he will obviously handle it very easily. He assures her he will take care of this insult for her. Lu places a diamond card on the table and asks the manager if he has ever seen it before. Huang denies that he has ever seen such a thing before, so Lu proceeds to say that it is normal for his level not to have seen it. Ask his leaders and he will understand. Huang asks if Lu thinks he can fool him. He then calls his boss and asks him if he has heard of a diamond card at Diamond Manor before. The boss on the other side of the phone stutters and is in complete disbelief. He orders Huang to hold the guy there and treat him well as he is coming right over. Sweat beads on Huang's head as he realizes it is over as the boss is coming over personally. This card is definitely something huge. He thinks about what he can do now. Some bodyguards come in trying to intimidate Lu Basking, who dared to cause trouble in Diamond Manor. Though Huang gets furious, asking who let them all in and asks them to get out. The bodyguards stand there confused as Huang himself asks them to come. Huang denies that he ever said that and makes them go outside. He then sighs to calm himself down and politely apologizes and agrees that he was wrong. He was blind and didn't recognize. He asks for forgiveness and requests him to let him off. Lu smirks and tells them to wait for their leader to come. He will speak to him personally. He addresses the manager and his assistant by their names and taunts them that obviously a little guy like him doesn't have enough qualifications to talk to them. Huang stutters and tries convincing him that this little matter doesn't need to trouble the leader. All of a sudden, the leader, regional manager named Liu Yun, enters the room asking about the VIP with the diamond card. He asks Huang to hurry and introduce him. Lu's focus shifts to Liu and explains that there is something he hopes Liu can resolve. After explaining everything, Liu fires Huang, saying that their company can't afford a person like him. Huang cries as it wasn't easy for him to get to this point after many years. Liu ignores Huang's pleading and points out to the assistant to settle her salary and leave too. Liu's attention then shifts towards Xiao, guiding her that from now on, she will be promoted to manager here. He then apologizes to Liu for the unpleasant house-buying experience. He then requests Liu to allow him to give him an additional 30% on top of the diamond card discount. Liu's eyes shine with happiness as the 30% off on top of the 30% discount, which is less than $500,000, saves millions in an instant. Later on, Xiao thanks Liu, and the moment Liu is about to leave, she stops him, asking if by any chance he plays that famous game, Empyrean God of Realm. Liu smiles, admitting that he plays it, and they will meet in the game if it is meant to be. In the game, at the Chaotic Graveyard level 17, Liu can't farm Tiger King anymore. Might as well grind 1,000 banshees first while looking for a good spot to level up. He then notices a stone gate, wondering if it could be leading to a new map. He looks at the gate and now a spirit appears there. Since he has enough banshees, he asks if that spirit has any quests. The spirit says yes and elaborates that it can be done by one person only. The quest, Purging the Resurrected Spirits, is a level 22 elite quest. When people die, they become ghosts, and when ghosts die, they are reborn as spirits. Xiao Min, a lingering soul, was buried here peacefully without harming anyone. But now, resurrected spirits have appeared, hunting souls every day to feed a terrifying being. If this being is revived, both you and Xiao Min will be destroyed. Your task is to help Xiao Min by clearing 500 resurrected spirits beyond the gate. As a reward, you will receive 1 ancient heart. For the first completion, he will also get the source of the dungeon, allowing players to create a solo dungeon. Liu then takes on the quest. He notices the spirits, realizing that those must be the resurrected spirits, all level 22 elites. This elite quest is truly hardcore. As they attack Liu, all attacks are immune. All are mana attacks and they deal so much damage. He can only activate the special effect of Tiger's Cry, converting physical attacks into mana attacks. Liu milled the resurrected spirit of a level 22 elite, seized 1570 quintessence, obtained 1 tier 5 talent fragment, obtained a 5-star quality point, obtained 1 scorpion lion spirit essence, and extracted 1 pure mana. It is difficult to kill them alone, a bit challenging. However, this thing is actually called scorpion lion essences. Now those spirit beasts can grow. Tiger descends. The mountain and tiger roar have too long of a cooldown. 259 pieces. This quest is going to take a long time. He then continues the grinding. 10 hours later, after winding up the fight, the spirit thanks Liu. Liu laughs as he got the ancient heart, and he can finally increase his quality rank again. He uses the ancient heart, though the skin cannot withstand the star promotion energy, removing human skin. He transforms into a beast, though the spirit starts crying, making Lucas wonder if it is a female ghost. Still, it is so scared. Though he checks the attributes, Luchan has the courage of a tiger and the strength of a dragon. As the vanguard of the Silent Moon, he is the first to emerge in battle, known as the Tiger Capturer. He is an elite warrior, especially strong, fast, and tough. He leads the Jackal people and faces the bronze boss, Black Bolton. Liu is impressed by his attributes as he checks them out, and now further plans on checking the other latest quests. Lu tells the spirit to stop crying and tell him about the follow-up quest. When he sees that the ghost doesn't stop crying, he turns himself into his original form. The spirit then stops crying and asks Lu if he can help her kill another 3,000 resurrected spirits. Lu is in shock as those things are so hard to kill, and the spirit is really something. Although he accepts the quest thoroughly clear the spirits, has the objective that the crisis at the chaotic graveyard has not been resolved. Xiaomin requests his help to kill 3,000 resurrected spirits. As a reward, he will receive 2 ancient fragments and 1 dungeon source. Lu plans to fuse the Banshee bloodline. At least he will have some AoE then. A notification pops up that Talent Undead Lineage Tier 4 reduces nearby enemies' physical defense by 15%. He then casts a spell on his hand and attacks the spirit standing in front of him. Though he can attack 6 at once now, this is much more efficient. While grinding monsters, he checks on the other players' progress too. All the other users are leveling up pretty fast. Quite a few people are already at level 16. He hopes that he gets some good stuff after finishing this quest. 3 days later, leveling up pretty quickly. The quest is finally complete too. The only regret is this place doesn't drop any equipment. He might as well check further ahead. Maybe there are more quests deeper in the gate. From far away, he notices the valley, and there is something happening there as there are so many monsters there. They are welcoming something. There is a vanguard leader of the resurrected spirits, Sanabis of level 27. Lu knows there is going to be a lot of complications and wishes that they won't make him fight this guy next. Sanabis then uses his sword and smacks it on the floor on which the magic circle has been drawn, while chanting, "Great God of Undead, please accept our sacrifice." Lu's eyes widen as they all are sacrificing their own. He knows he can't beat it, but he plans to forget it, and he will just go turn in the quest. With 2 ancient fragments, he can finally upgrade 2 more talents. He plans to choose the Werewolf's Critical Strike and the Tiger Demon's Combination Attack. The talent Werewolf Lineage, Tier 5, gives a 25% chance of a double critical hit and a 5% chance of a triple critical hit. The talent Inferior Tiger Demon Lineage, Tier 5, allows each attack to trigger 3 quick attacks. Each of these attacks deals 70% of the damage of a single attack. Combo attacks can also benefit from effects like critical hits, burning, freezing, and poisoning. Lu smirks as the triple critical hit and triple combo are amazing. He decides to take some quests to earn ancient fragments quickly. Lu then asks the spirit Xiaomin if she needs more help. Though Xiaomin is more than grateful, as he has done so much for him, and she really shouldn't trouble him further. Lu assures her that it is no trouble. However, she tells her to be careful, as this next quest is extremely dangerous. Lu smirks as danger is his favorite thing, so Xiaomin tells him to take a look at the quest. The quest Stealing Mana is about stopping a dangerous formation created by the Resurrected Spirit Army. They have set up a terrifying formation that absorbs many souls and turns them into mana, speeding up the awakening of a powerful being. He must stop their actions. When the Undead Grand Formation opens, he needs to steal 500,000 points of mana generated by the formation. The stolen pure mana will temporarily fill the player's mana pill, but will be removed after the quest ends. As a reward, he will receive 10 top-grade mana pills, each containing 10,000 mana, and 1 dungeon source. Stealing mana and then getting 100,000 mana, that is not enough to raise a divine beast. Not bad for a reward. At this rate, he feels like he will end up fighting Sanabis sooner or later. As Lu examines the valley, Sanabis hasn't come out yet, but maybe he needs to steal mana. He probably has to enter that formation somehow. He then realizes that just as he thought, the quest deliberately left a loophole, probably to let people collect mana. He decides to meditate and cultivate. As he does it, suddenly he notices that Sanabis is here, and he hasn't finished stealing mana yet. Lu prays to his god, and that can't let him be seen by this monster. Though after being finished with stealing mana, Sanabis looks around the valley, wondering why the effect is worse than he imagined, and assumes there could be someone that is causing this trouble. On the other hand, Lu quickly plans to retreat. After that, he goes to Xiaomin and asks her if there are any other missions. Xiaomin calls him a nice person and says that in that case, help her to destroy Sanabis. Lu chuckles nervously and asks Xiaomin to find someone else for it. The spirit motivates Lu not to be scared, as he has stolen the mana. Sanabis only has 1/10 of its original strength. Lu realizes that it sounds like there might be a way and asks Xiaomin to carry on, so she explains that once Sanabis is killed, the Gate of the Dead will be opened, and that is an important clue in finding the Gate of Ragnarok. It is a dungeon he has to accomplish in his main mission. The mission Divine Blood and Demon Seed requires completing the Ultimate Divine Beast and Ultimate Wild Beast missions. He must also clear the 3 great hidden dungeons, Ragnarok, Demon God Hall, and Ghost Valley. Additionally, he needs to collect 4 great Ultimate Wild Beasts, 1-4, and 4 Great Ultimate Divine Beasts, 4-4. The current dungeon progress is Ragnarok Dungeon, Demon God Hall Dungeon, and Ghost Valley Dungeon are uncompleted. Once completed, the mission reward is 1 Divine Blood and 1 Demon Seed. Lu, after seeing the attributes, agrees to take the mission, and Xiaomin assures him that she will help him too. The mission Kill the Watchdog is the perfect time to launch a counterattack because Sanabi's is at its weakest. He must cooperate with Xiaomin and kill the Watchdog of the Gate of the Dead, Sanabi's. This mission must be completed within 5 hours of finishing Stealing Mana. However, if a player dies during the mission, Sanabi's will become stronger. The reward for completing the mission is Ghost Pet Xiaomin, purple, 1 per server, usable for all professions, and 1 dungeon source. At the valley, the boss and the monsters are not there, so it is confusing about what is going on in there. He asks Xiaomin about the kind of skills she has, as he should know them so he can think up battle strategies. Suddenly, Shimon starts flying, so Lu follows her. They arrive at the center, and there is an orb. Lu thinks that maybe this orb at the center of the formation activates something. Xiaomin suggests Lu not touch it and asks him if he knows about the 3 divine orbs. Though Lu denies it, as he only knows about the Dragon Ball, she explains that there are 3 divine orbs: the World Energy Orb, the Crimson Orb, and the World Avoidance Orb. Each of them holds immense power. This is a fake World Energy Orb. Although it is much weaker than the original, touching it carelessly will definitely result in death. Unfortunately, her entire family has been sucked into this fake World Energy Orb. Lu tries to make her forget it, as she won't be able to take it right away, and he advises her to deal with Sanabi's first. Lu looks at Sanabi's and nervously asks Xiaomin to draw its attack, and he attacks him. Though Xiaomin freaks out and reveals that she can't take one of its attacks and he can't either, right now as its mana attack is above 10,000. Lu finds it dumb to fight him like that and doesn't understand that Xiaomin told him that it is very weak, so how is it supposed to be weak like that? Xiaomin explains that when she says that it is weak, she was talking about its movement, speed, attack speed, and technique unleashing speed. They just need to move nimbly and dodge all the attacks. Furthermore, they cannot deal ranged attacks because it will charge and deal a counterattack. Lu then takes out his swords and plans to risk everything for the money. He also asks Xiaomin about the ways she is going to help, as she should be doing something too. She reassures him that she will definitely help him when he needs it. Lu then flies towards Sanabi's and attacks him. While attacking, Lu realizes one thing. This guy might be big, but his health is not high. Its health is at most at 30,000, and he has already depleted a quarter of it with this flurry of attacks. Xiaomin guides Lu to be careful as Sanabi's is going to counterattack. It is the yellow-grade martial technique Giant Tower Sweep. It will unleash a total of 3 arc-shaped sword energies. Each sword energy spans 13 meters. She advises him to be prepared to run. Though Lu smirks because it is a yellow-grade martial technique, and he can easily buy the yellow-grade induction scroll to learn it. Lu purchases the yellow-grade summary scroll and uses it. Though Sanabi's attacks Lu from behind as he is following him. With his giant and powerful sword, Lu defends himself from that attack, but he would have split in 2 if he got hit. Xiaomin shouts and guides Lu to turn and attack Sanabi's now, as it is right behind him. As Lu does it, Xiaomin orders Lu to back off as fast as possible because it is going to attack him now. Lu listens to Xiaomin carefully and gets saved by Sanabi's attacks. He mocks Sanabi's to be the only expert and good for shot calling. Sanabi's anger doubles, and with his sword, he uses the rain conversion spell to attack Lu. He asks Xiaomin about Sanabi's skill and his next move. She explains that it is an AoE attack that basically covers the entire valley, so he needs to hurry and run to the entrance of the valley. Sweat coats Lu's face, but he has no other choice than running, so he does it. He pants as he arrives at the entrance and asks Xiaomin about the grade of this powerful skill. She reveals that it is mystically graded. Lu finds this skill pretty impressive, and he wants it too. However, Xiaomin guides him to hurry, go back, and attack it again. As Lu goes to Sanabi's, he realizes that this mission really isn't meant for humans. 8 minutes later, Lu's stamina is not enough, and he knows it is over for him. That is when Xiaomin comes to him and recovers his stamina, but before that, he makes his promise that he will avenge her and her family. Lu does the final strike, Tiger's Roar, making Sanabi's blow up. Sanabi's, the level 27 plot boss, has been killed. Lu has received 230,000 points of life energy and 10 pure mana. He also obtained the item Dungeon Source and a mystical grade technique scroll, Spirit Sword Rain Conversion. He even received the Key to the Gate of the Dead, which is a mission item. Lu finds it pretty amazing as the mystical grade technique Spirit Sword Rain Conversion has been obtained too. Though Lu is confused and Xiaomin is already dead, who should he find to submit his mission? Xiaomin thanks Lu for avenging her, and she is now turned into a spiritual body, so if he is willing, she may tag along. Lu agrees to it, And that is when Lu received the dungeon source and the purple grade ghost pet, Xiaomin. When Lu reads purple grade, he realizes that Xiaomin is pretty strong and asks her to show him her attributes. Pet Xiaomin is a purple grade pet, and only one exists per server. It belongs to the spiritual body species and is currently level 19. However, its body strength has been broken, meaning it has no physical attributes. Its mana strength is 101, and it has 2000 health. Xiaomin has the Spirit Bloodline Talent 1, which cannot be upgraded. This makes its spirit body immune to physical attacks and gives it permanent invisibility during the day, although it can be revealed by a special mana item or amulet. The Spirit Bloodline Talent 2, which also cannot be upgraded, grants the possession ability. When Xiaomin possesses a target, the target's movement speed increases by 35%. Additionally, once every 120 seconds, a lethal attack can be nullified, and the possessed target gains 100 seconds of invisibility. However, the target will be revealed after launching an attack or if detected by a special mana item or amulet, and the Spirit Bloodline Talent 3 is a Tier 4 ability that provides a spirit-enhancing halo in the surrounding area. All allies within a 20-meter radius will deal extra damage equal to 80% of Xiaomin's spiritual power, 8 points, with every attack. Lu is impressed by the immunity to all physical attacks and invisibility. She can even possess a body and increase movement speed or use an enhancing halo. Lu then questions her about the key to the Gate of the Dead. Xiaomin answers that it can open the level 50 gate of the Dead Elite dungeon nearby. Level 50 is far away, so he asks about this dungeon creation fragment. Xiaomin explains that the most important function of a dungeon is to obtain, store, and combine essences. When something dies in a dungeon, some of its essence will escape, which will then be collected and stored by the dungeon before being synthesized into other essences. Lu doesn't find it right because essence can be kept in the inventory. When he looks up to it, the essence he has decreased. It went down from 3500 to 3200. It looks like he has to hurry up and make a dungeon, as essence is food for his divine beasts. But before that, he should return to Renai Peak and feed his divine beasts. At Renai, he is feeding the beasts while looking into his inventory, having 12 spirit gathering pills, 19 first-tier spirit gathering pills, 8 spirit source fragments, 5 dungeon sources, and 1 gate of the dead chamber, 1 yellow grade low-tier technique, giant tower sweep, and 1 mystical grade low-tier technique, spirit sword rain conversion. He is also leveled up to level 19. He has earned a lot this time to use all these items. However, Lu is happiest about the fact that he finally has a suitable AoE attack after learning the yellow grade low-tier technique giant tower sweep. Leng Nao is practicing with Qingying Tao. Hualuo finds Nuo very powerful as she has been training her techniques, and she knows how to fight, so her movements give her leverage. Shanshan agrees and adds that there is still a gap between their level and that Tao hasn't used his full strength yet. Tao praises Nuo, but he doesn't want to play anymore. He tackles her roughly, attacks her, and throws her on the ground. He calls her trash and says that this battle showed that wild waves do not live up to their reputation. Nuo finds it pretty weird, as this fight is between them, so bringing up wild waves doesn't really make sense. Tao emphasizes that he is the leader of the Brotherhood while she is the leader of the wild waves, so all of it makes sense. Nuo clarifies that she quit wild waves as of right now, which means that for this battle, he defeated her, but the Brotherhood hasn't defeated wild waves. Hualuo advises Nuo to calm down, and Shanshan agrees with him, as Nuo already sacrificed so much for this guild. Tao provokes her to quit, and even his guild members mock her that a trash guild like this should disband, and a guild of commoners is trash. Nuo looks down on the ground and says that she doesn't want the name Wild Waves to be insulted casually, so she says goodbye to them. Before she can leave, Lu arrives there, questioning Nuo if he asked her to leave. He even questions her about being bullied. Nuo welcomes anonymity and apologizes for embarrassing the guild. Lu clarified that the person who should apologize is himself, and she doesn't have to worry. Just leave it to him. In Lu's thoughts, the dead spirit can only level up, but doesn't give anything. Grinding to level makes him want to vomit, so he originally wanted to come back and grind the tower to get some rewards, but he came back to this. Tao announces that today either the Brotherhood Guild crushes his guild, or they leave the server. He asks anonymously if he thinks the situation is the same as 10 days ago, as Tao is the first person to reach the 8th floor of the Immortal Tower. He claims that his guild is the strongest. Lu sighs and asks them to gather outside the city, and they will decide the outcome within one battle. Outside the city, other guild members are excited as the 2 famous guilds are fighting. They decide to stream it as it is going to be good. People murmur that Wild Waves' side doesn't look good. The Brotherhood's side looks organized and orderly, while Wild Waves' side is a mess, and they lack manpower too. Tao announces that Brotherhood will give them the first move. If they lose, they leave the area. Luo announces and orders everyone to line up properly and listen to her command. Lu wonders what they are all doing, so Hualuo explains that this is a group battle, so they will give it their all. He doesn't like the idea of it, and makes an announcement for everyone to not touch his people ever again. Tay gets angry as he thinks Anonymous is looking down on everyone. The mine dungeon has been opened, and he is already falling behind. The other users agree with Tao and decide to kill Anonymous. They all, more than 200 users, run toward Lu. Lu stands there prepared with his weapon, as he knows he can kill thousands of dead spirits with a single sweep. Lu uses a powerful and strong spell, combining Tiger's Roar and Giant Tower Sweep while using his sword. The people there are gossiping that the Lu Chenimus guy is getting cocky as he seems to want to take them head on. They think that he shouldn't be kidding them with so many people, and they even think that it's over as the legend of the war god is about to end. Hualuo questions Leng Nuo if she thinks he can do that, so she replies that the key to versus many is positioning and precise distance control, and she feels that the guild leader is getting a bit arrogant, even though Shibu felt the same, that he is fighting too recklessly. The Crown Master threatens Lu Chen that as he is facing him head-on, so he will blast him into pieces and avenge his past shame, but he didn't seem that worthy to Lu Chen. The fight kept going, and Lu Chen's power of attacking is making people shocked, as they have never seen that kind of techniques before, and the attack seems so powerful to them, and it feels truly like Sword Aura is sweeping around a 30,000 miles radius and one sword lights chills 19 continents. Even though the Crown Master is amazed by seeing the technique as with one swing it hits for over 1,000s, this kept going, and after some time almost all the Crown Master's people are down, which makes him realize that they are wrong, that Lu Chenimus disappears, even though he didn't, but he went to a stronger world. By that time, Lu Chen manages to kill all the Crown Master's men present there, which shocked everyone. Leng Nuo is trying to figure out how is that even possible. The people there are talking that even if everyone is dead, then why is Lu Chenimus still swinging his sword? Or maybe he is intimidating them in case someone revives, and with that sword speed they won't even revive back. Lu Chen asks them for the cheers, the shouts, and the applause which he deserves. They do not believe that Lu Chenimus is a human after all he did. Shibu appreciates him that their guild leader is this much powerful, while Luo challenges to see who dares to bully their guild after all that happened. Lu Chen went back to the real business, to the Twin Towers. Everyone follows him to have fun, and hurries in order to not miss the show. He went towards the Twin Towers and motivates himself that he is going to clear more levels so he doesn't have to come back that often. He barely took 10 seconds to clear that floor, while each floor of the Immortal Killing Pagoda is supposed to take at least 3 minutes. But he manages to complete that in only 10 seconds, which is surprising, and he must have cleared all the monsters till then, even though killing all the monsters seems ridiculous to the people there. Hualuo takes everyone's attention and tells them to look carefully as Lu Chenimus is clearing monsters out to climb the tower, and he only took 30 seconds on the 5th floor, and she also places bets that from 10th floor to 15th, which one do the people think he is going to reach? One of them says that the 15th floor is very hard, and the difficulty level increases by every floor, and even though Brother Tuo only gets the 8th floor, so most probably he can go till the 12th floor. Leng No bets 2,000 on the 15th floor as she can't bet on higher floors. Few minutes later, he is on the 12th floor, but he can't kill all the monsters instantly. People are becoming more hyped as seeing him take only 3 minutes on the 12th floor, and thinking that he has reached his limit. But instantly, Lu Chen manages to the 13th floor, and then 14th. And finally, he reaches the 15th floor, but other servers think that they are cheating, but Hualuo has faith in Lu Chen that he can even climb higher. Hualuo informs her team that Brother Lu Chenimus has reached the 16th floor, which is great as everyone else has lost. Leng Nuo feels happy even if they have lost, but no one can dare to bully them again. Shibu is impressed by Brother Lu Chenimus as he is really powerful and dominating. People there are shouting as he has reached the 17th floor. They are trying to examine his level, even though after so many attackings he didn't lose up, and previously when he fought Dahan, it was probably only forced health loss. Lu Chen kept going, on the 19th floor and then on the 20th floor. But at that point he lost his hope as the monsters on the 20th floor were very strong, and he thought he was not able to fight against them. One of the men is so amazed by Lu Chen's performance that he is finding a wall as he wants to smash his head and just die. The other is just quietly watching the show. Lu Chen is trying to keep grinding the Immortal Pagoda, as Spirit Source fragments are currently the only way to upgrade the Spirit Source in the territory, and he thinks that grinding the Immortal Pagoda to the 7th floor is enough as it will probably take a long time to catch up. People there leave it as it is, getting demoralizing, and they can only be envious as the Wild Wave is completely invincible at that time. Leng Nuo thanks her guild leader, but Lu Chen didn't want the appreciation as he tells her he is not the guild leader, and the guild belongs to them only. And about the rewards, He is only taking the spirit source fragments and asks her to divide the rest of them between each other, but Lengnuo is confused as how is that possible. But still it is fine for Lu Chen. He also tells her that after level 25, the role of magic will become prominent. So he asks her to pay more attention to the magic cultivation, and also asks her to add him as he has sent a friend request to her for a safe place, that if any people from Qingyi haven't left, or if someone bullies her, she can call him. Leng now is happy as the guild leader hasn't completely ignored the wild wave. Two of the men's are discussing what the guild leader said before leaving that. After the 25 level, the role of magic is going to be prominent, which means that he is above 25th level, which is terrifying. Lu Chen feels that at that time, everyone is grinding the underground in his dungeon, which drops 3 pieces of level 20 blue equipment, and if he goes, as his level is too high, he won't get any experience, so he will see if there is a hidden boss. In front of the underground mine, people are discussing if there is a healer, as they need one more 2-star healer, and the equipment is going to be distributed according to the professions. One of them needs a DPS, preferably an explosive expert with at least an ebon iron sword. Lu Chen wants to do a low-key grind and see if there is a hidden dungeon. He manages to kill that monster too, but the boss is only level 23, which is not worth it all, and he is hoping for a hidden dungeon. Notification pops that his party has cleared the level 20 underground cave in 2 minutes and 18 seconds, and within 6 minutes of his clearance he is awoken from simple life forms sleeping beneath the underground cave, and as it is a beginner's battle, so his clearance time is going to be extended, and if he exits, then that attempt is going to be his final recorded time. Lu Chen didn't lose his hope and challenges himself to find the hidden dungeon, and exactly 5 minutes later, it appears. The level 30 Abyssal Zombie King, the diamond rank hidden boss. That monster seems really ugly to Lu Chen, but its level is very high, 2 level higher than Lu Chen's. A notification came informing the partial bind captures that the body parts cannot be used normally. Physical defense decreased by 20%. Meridian blockage is unable to use martial arts with a movement speed decrease of 40%. Lasting about 10 seconds. And external bleeding is about 30% of maximum health is lost per seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. The monster is really very strong towards him. Lu Chen could only give him over 7,000 damage as he has high defense and almost 60,000 HP. Even though he is very tough and tanky and also has a great crowd control, he is worried as to how the other teams are going to deal with him. He also has the ability to borrow underground. Lu Chen is worried as he thinks he is going to die in that dungeon. Notification pops up that in the national server, the underground dungeon has been temporarily paused as a team is challenging the hidden boss, the Abyssal Zombie, and the system is going to decide whether to open the second level of the underground him based on the outcome of the challenge. People are gossiping that it is real that there is a hidden boss in the dungeon as someone has activated it. Even if the dungeon faces an earthquake, people are wondering if it is someone from their server. A notification announces that all the players are going to be teleported out of the dungeon within 5 seconds. Lu Yi becomes furious after seeing that as they were about to win and wondering who is challenging the boss and causing the dungeon to be paused. But Xiaomi console her by her words that maybe this is going to open up the second level, which is a good thing. But as Lu Yi's team has no backing and worked so hard to become a top guild, that pause is going to delay their progress, and she is wondering who is that guy. Xiaomi thinks that the only person who can activate the boss is Lu Chenimus. Lu Yi says that she has heard of Lu Chenimus but never seen him, and that time after all what he has done she wants to see what does he looks like. Lu Chen asks Xiaomi to make him invisible. It is very difficult for him as hiding underground makes it impossible to attack, and as he is invisible, which means that the monster can't see him, which is a good opportunity, and that time he is sure that he is not going to bump into him again. Half an hour later, notification comes that the Abyssal Zombie is killed, gains 19,000 life points, receives 2 6th tier talent fragments, and 2 6-star evolution points. The obtained items are Zombie King Mask, Soul Suppressing Talisman, Sturdy Miner's Outfit, Zombie King Powder, Dungeon Recruitment Order, Underground Mine's 3rd level key. Lu Chen becomes very happy seeing all the items and goes to check out the Dungeon Recruitment Order first, and as he has obtained the qualification to recruit the Zombie King during the Test 11 phase, so he won't lack dungeon bosses anymore. He went through to check the attributes of the purple gear, Zombie King Mask, and it turns out that his meridians being blocked is caused by that equipment, and it also has a 3-digit attribute value, which is very impressive. The attributes show the Zombie King Mask whose physical defense is 36, magic defense is 14, strength is 81, agility is 94, and constitution is 100. The only remaining item left is the key to open the second level of the mine. He gets notified to click to unlock the second level of the underground mine for the entire server. According to Lu Chen, level 25 is too low, but he decides to unlock it first and then challenge it later, and he gets back to work on his own dungeon. Everyone gets a notification which says that the abyssal zombie king guarding the underground mine has been defeated, and level 25 is finally open. People there are very happy seeing the performance of Lu Chen as it is very impressive. Lu Yi is shocked seeing that Lu Chenimus also took down the hidden boss, and she is wondering what are his stats as they have been struggling over it for a long time, but were unable to complete that. Everyone there wants to know, but they chose to wait as he is going to come soon. As Lu Chen had expected, a lot of people must be there waiting for him, but he made himself invisible to avoid all that. Lu Chen wandered around invisible and looked at his sister, thinking that her equipment was pretty good, that it was a gold fusion sword. She also had 2 Tiger King items and a miner suit, and it looked like she was the core of the team. Lu Chen thought to himself that he just didn't know what level Lu Yi was on. He wondered if he should give her a light hit and see her HP, and that would give him an idea about her level. He raised his hand and lightly tapped her on the shoulder. Lu Yi's HP dropped down a significant amount to negative 617. Lu Chen was surprised by the damage and talked to himself to stop it quickly. He tried to stop her by saying that every step increased damage by 10%. But Lu Yi kept walking, thinking that someone was hitting her. She suddenly fell down and died, completely draining her HP in the game. Lu Chen looked at the scene and felt shocked that he had just killed his sister. Rui Rui knelt in front of Lu Yi and asked in worry about how she had suddenly died and wondered who was attacking them. Lu Chen tried to discreetly walk away from them, thinking that he couldn't let Rui Rui know that he had killed Lu Yi, or else she would kill him. He said sorry to his sister, that he didn't mean to do that. After saying sorry, he moved on. Lu Chen thought that it was a good idea to set up a dungeon at the foot of Renai Peak. He blocked the entrance and thought that this way most of the way down from Renai Peak would be blocked, and it would make it easier to defend and harder to attack. He looked at the main entrance of the dungeon and thought that he should go in and look first at what this dungeon looked like from the inside. He found no monsters and thought that it looked like he had to set up a lot of things himself and moved to check the dungeon's attributes. A notification showed him all the important information about the dungeon. It showed him that it was Only I'm Wild personal dungeon, that it was a single-player dungeon. Upgrade requires a level 2 Legion Hall. Dungeon entry conditions were not set. Dungeon level was at level 10, upgradable. Dungeon unit settings was also not set. Player dungeon rewards would be 1.8x, 2.2x. Dungeon hidden boss was none right now. Dungeon spirit condensation ratio was 1 out 10,000. Dead units. Dungeon spirit reserve was at 0 per 300,000. Dungeon leaderboard was not set. Lu Chen looked at the options of free entry, copper coin entry, paid entry, and mixed mode. He was happy to see the paid option. He thought that if 10,000 people came in one day and each paid him 1 yuan, he would be rich. He thought to himself that owning a dungeon was just easy money. He looked at the paid mode's rules first, and found that his suspicions were right about the copper coins, and then went with the mixed mode that stated that the first entry was free, the second entry could charge 100 copper coins, and the third entry charged 1 yuan. The amount increases with dungeon level. He thought that it was better to level up the dungeon to level 20, and it increased the cost by 50 gold coins. Now level 20 was charging 3 yuan per entry, which meant that it was 90,000 a day. He called it a profitable business, and thought that the next move was the monsters and chose leopards, and set that the reward would be highest at 2.2x, and the boss would be an abyss zombie that was level capped at 20. The boss dropped a maximum of 6 items, and if someone didn't pick them up, they couldn't leave. He looked around the dungeon that he had created and thought that it was time to open for business, and as for himself, he leveled up to 30. Not even 10 minutes later, some players found the dungeon. One of them thought out loud and said that this dungeon was not here before. He informed his troops that they should check it out. When he tried to enter it with his group, a notification stated that this Only I'm Wild dungeon was a single-player dungeon, and they were already in a team, so they could not enter. The player asked in shock that players could also create dungeons and said that it was amazing. Another player raised a question, wondering who Only I'm Wild was. Another one answered in bewilderment that she did not know who Only I'm Wild was. He informed the player that he was more mysterious than Lu Chenimus' brother, and that he had monopolized the trading area before Lu Chenimus. Another player announced that everyone should start streaming, and they might be the first ones in. He said that it would be huge. He started streaming as he announced to his audience that they should watch closely, that he was present at Only I'm Wild's personal dungeon, and he was going in there to see what rewards were inside. He entered the cave and started killing the creatures. He defeated the Swift Leopard, level 20 elite. He captured points and obtained beast bones too. Shocking everyone with the items, the players thought that the monsters were not hard to beat. The exp was super high, and they were dropping Beastmaster materials like beast bones. Whoever encountered those beasts thought that this dungeon was amazing. The people watching the stream also commented, saying how amazing this dungeon was and asking where to locate it. The player then defeated the Abyss Zombie King, obtaining the Necklace of Kindness and Prophecy Crystal. They all cheered in unison about how it was dropping a blue necklace and a yellow grade skill. People watching the stream kept asking where the dungeon was, while the player informed the viewers that this dungeon was awesome, and that the next time they could pay 300 copper coins for a second run. The player looks at the rapid drop of people watching his stream as he asks himself where everyone is and why all the people left his stream. He looks at the comments that people are saying that it's better to find the dungeon themselves. Soon enough, there is a massive queue of people waiting in the dungeon. One player exclaims that it should be around here, and the background in the livestream looks similar to this place. They all look at how someone went inside, confirming their suspicions that it might be the dungeon they are looking for. The number of players keeps increasing in front of the dungeon as someone warns them not to touch her, or else she will be rude. As someone asks why people are not moving, someone from the crowd mentions that there are players from other servers here, and shouldn't the officials do something about it? A notification shows that today's dungeon challenge count is 47,771 100,000. Free challenges are 20,113 times, and the copper coin challenges are 15,300 times. Total income is 459 gold, 75 silver, and paid challenges happen 12,300 times, from which income becomes 36,900 yen, and the dungeon essence reserve is 268 300,000. Luchin wonders and thinks to himself that there is gold, money, and essence to get, and he establishes that this dungeon is worth it. Luchin remembers that to open a level 2 legion in the prestige shop, you need a lot of prestige. He makes up his mind after much pondering to check out the higher level maps so he can level up. Luchin enters the Divine Beast Mountain with the help of the arrow pointing towards its direction. When he arrives there, an old man with long white streaked hair and a beard awaits him, holding a wooden broom in his hands. The old man calls him young man and tells him that he is the first person to come there. The man says that it is rather rare and offers Luchin to come sit with him. Luchin accepts his offer and questions in his mind whether the old man is an NPC that gives out quests. The NPC offers Luchin a hot drink and tells him that it is really rare, that he collected 2 ultimate divine beasts, and that there are only 4 divine beasts in the entire Beast Mountain range. Luchin is shocked to hear that and excitedly asks the NPC if there are really 4 divine beasts and where their locations are. The old man asks him if he has obtained 2 keys. Then he tells Luchin that one of the divine beasts is related to one of those keys. Luchin thinks about what the old man has told him, and remembers that he has the keys to the necromancer's chamber and the 2nd floor of the underground mine. He wonders if it could be in the underground mine. Then the old man states that he won't go into detail about this, so Luchin can enjoy the exploration himself. As the old man is briefing him, a dog with its tongue wagging walks in. The old man tells Luchin that he is about to leave and asks Luchin if he could take care of the dog Da Huang for him. Luchin asks the old man if it is a quest being given to him or whether Da Huang is the divine beast. Luchin says to himself that it can't be that easy to get. The old man tells him that he is overthinking a simple matter, and he tells him that Da Huang is just an ordinary hunting dog. Luchin grabs the cub the old man had given him and says that he accepts his request and will take care of Da Huang for him. The old man appreciates and thanks Luchin. Just then, a notification pops up saying that the hidden quest, Immortal Fate, is completed. Reward, Ancient Fragment 1, Ancient Heart 1. Luchin is surprised and says that this works for him too. The old man floats above, flying mid-air with a translucent blue hue covering him. He says that he is leaving and says to Luchin that they will meet again if fate allows. Luchin is shocked to realize that the old man is an immortal. He calls after the old man as he departs, asking whether he is an immortal reluctantly. Luchin thinks to himself what a pity it is that the old man left so soon. Luchin sips the drink that the old man gives to him, and a notification shows that he has drunk scattered immortal tea, and his magic attack increased by 50 points. Luchin is pleasantly surprised to see that his magic attack increased by 50 points when he only had 68 magic attack points before. Luchin drinks all the tea and expresses his pity that it is all gone now. But Luchin quickly regains his composure and says that with the Ancient Fragment and Ancient Heart, he can upgrade his bloodline and talent again. He thinks to himself that his physical attack is over 1,000, his defense is over 500, and his health is nearly 22,000. He thinks that his stats are not bad, and he is pleased with them. Luchin opens Da Huang's stats and says, "Let's check what's special about this Da Huang." Luchin is shocked and exclaims his shock that Da Huang is 202 years old and still a juvenile. He exclaims that his stats are too crazy. Luchin talks to Da Huang and tells him that he is so old, and asks Da Huang if he knows where the other divine beast is. Da Huang tells Luchin that it is in the main city. Luchin wonders how that can be because no monsters dare to approach the main city. He wonders if the divine beast is the guardian beast of the main city, and he is excited to find a way to capture the beast. He also thinks that the divine blood magic seed quest is too crazy, so he should forget about it for the time being, and makes up his mind about checking out the level 30 map. At the Dragon Soaring Guild headquarters, Lin Hai addresses the players that for this guild's internal PK tournament, they have decided to form a team with one of their own members paired with a non-guild member. A player from the crowd questions if they are recruiting new members. Another one injects, saying that it's indeed a good opportunity for publicity, while another player asks where they could find people. Lin Hai answers that they guessed it right, and it's to expand their influence and recruit new members. Moreover, this PK will be held in the 72 Heavenly Flames Pillars, an arena in the city. The pillar damage exceeded 1,000, and with only 1 second to dodge, he spent 20 gold coins to rent the venue. His assistant informs that they need to heavily promote this, and Feng Lingju will do a live stream for promotion. She informs that the players just need to find new qualified members, and they will be rewarded with 500. Rui Rui turns towards Lu Yi and questions whether her brother also plays this game and if she should let him join. Lu Yi answers that she will ask, but even if he does, she doesn't think his level is very high. Rui Rui answers that there are 500 bucks to earn, so he will join. Lu Chen moves towards the ancient battlefield and thinks that it seems related to the ancient heart, and thinks that it's better to check it out first. His HP decreases as a notification occurs informing him. Lu Chen thinks that this is the area where the blood pool of moon worship is located. Life removal is also present. He thinks that it's domineering. Just then, Lu Yi calls him as he thinks about what she could want right now. He answers the call, and she asks him if he plays the Empyrean God Realm game. He answers her yes, but just casually. She exclaims with excitement that it's great and asks for his help. Lu Yi informs Lu Chen that they have a 2 versus 2 PK match tomorrow in their guild, which is held in the main city. Each team must have 1 guild member and 1 non-guild member, so she wants him to team up with her. She tells him to not worry that she has got his back. Lu Chen laughs a bit and asks her that she got his back, then he'll be relying on her. Lu Yi ends the call by saying that she will keep contact with him. He looks back at the sign and thinks that he needs to head to the main city to check out the situation with the divine beast. So it's better to go together, and he can also surprise Lu Yi. He looks at the words stating something dangerous. He thinks that these words on the moon worship blood pool are really terrifying. Da Huang warns him that he better put him away because this place is extremely dangerous. He asks the pet if he has been here before, to which Da Huang tells him that even though he is young, he has been to many places. Lu Chen snickers, repeating that he is 200 years old. He thinks to himself that he will check what kind of monsters could pose a threat to him. He enters the place, just then blood skeletons appear as they summon even more. Lu Chen finds this interesting that the humanoid monsters can summon others. He attacks them, but his HP drains like water. He panics and wonders if his HP is dropping faster and faster with each hit of the humanoid monsters. He looks at their information and finds out that they can all apply blood poison, and this skill can stack. He gets surprised and then panics that his HP is dropping by 10.5% per second, and it looks like they can't get through here to the ancient battlefield. He thinks that it's better to check out other level 30 maps. He goes to the SHA city where blood sacrifice monkeys of level 33 are present. He looks at them and wonders if they are a new species and what kind of talent they would have. After that, he attacks the monkeys as they vanish in front of him and teleports to another place. He gets happy that their talent is teleportation and it is too overpowered. He thinks that he should have this talent. He kills the blood sacrifice monkey as he captures 840 life points and obtains a new item, Monkey Tail. Eventually he achieves the spirit monkey belt of level 24, which is green. He thinks to himself that even small monsters drop green gear now and he should equip it right away. One day later, he has reached level 30. Lu Chen thinks to himself that he finally reached level 30, and now he can wear the purple mask dropped by the Abyss King. With the monkey's bloodline and rapid movement upgraded to tier 4, he can now move 20 meters in 0.5 seconds, and with his attributes adjusted by 30, and he should be ready to join Lu Yi's PK match. He enters the main city wearing the purple mask dropped by the Abyss King. Someone approaches him and asks if he can see the attributes of his mask, because his mask is so cool. He straightforwardly informs him that he bought it from the store and it's just for decoration anyway. Lu Chen thinks to himself, why would he show his mask to him? It's a level 30 purple item, so the consequences are unimaginable. He wanders through the crowd, finding Lu Yi as he waves at her, trying to gain her attention. She looks at him with questioning eyes as he jokes that she doesn't recognize her own brother. Lu Yi asks where he got such an ugly mask from, and he better not say that he bought it from a general store. She informs him that their pieces of equipment are terrible and overpriced. Lu Chen nonchalantly replies to her that he thinks this mask is pretty cool. He looks at him with a shocked face and says that it's hideous, and it hides his ID. She asks him if he is trying to imitate Lu Chenimus's brother. He smiles underneath the mask and answers that her brother is awesome, so why would he try to copy others? Lu Yi starts moving towards the battlefield as she tells him to stop bragging and instructs him to not waste money on useless things in the future, and the copper coins are valuable. He answers him that he won't do it, and says that there are so many people here. He looks at the crowd where players are cheering as light beams erupt from the ground. Lu Yi informs him that those light pillars are 72 heavenly flame pillars, and deal 10,000 damage per second, and their position and timings are random, so he should be careful. He tells Lu to not worry about him, and exclaims that the fight is about to start. Just then Lingji starts announcing and says that it is time to cut the chatter, and because the start of the Longteng Guild PK match, and the first group is Longteng Jianghu versus Longteng Baiyi, and tells both sides to come forward. As the fight starts, Lu Chen cheers for Jianghu, to which Lu Yi asks him if he is Lu Chen's friend. Lu Chen tells her that he is, and they are on the same team and their skill levels are about the same, and if they win this, then they can join the main team. 3 minutes later, Lingji announces that Longteng Baiyi's team won. Lu Yi informs him that originally she wanted to take it easy, but it looks like that won't work because these people are strong. She turns towards him and gets shocked because Lu Chen is not there. Lu Chen finds a good opportunity and starts looking for the divine beast. He thinks to himself that it can't be releasing light pillars from beneath the arena, because that would be terrifying. But just then, Lingji announces that the next match is between Longten Yi versus Longten Zhanying as he stops and thinks that it's their turn already. Lu Yi spots Lu Chen looking around as if he is looking for someone, so she calls him out to stop looking around and let's go since it is their turn. He snaps out of his thought on hearing her voice, and surprisingly confirms if it is their turn. He then looks fiercely towards his opponents and thinks about how he and Lu Yi can make the divine beast appear and calls it a headache and hopes that Zhanying's partner is not too strong. Otherwise, Lu Chen and Lu Yi will not make it to the main team. When Zhanying's partner arrives, the crowd starts chattering in shock to see him, apprising others to quickly look that Zhanying's partner is Death God. When someone inquires about which Death God he is talking about, he gets answered that he is from District 430 and used to be the main force of the Tianhui team, and now that whole team is playing Empyrean God Realm now. However, another person in the crowd comments that if that is the case, then Longteng Yi is definitely doomed. Zhanying addresses Lu Yi and sarcastically apologizes to her, mocking that choosing him was a foolish decision she made, and further questions her about where her friend got that mask, challenging that if he defeats Lu Chen and his mask drops, then it will be his. Lu Chen could not stand his sister being insulted, so he stepped forward, and while calling Zhanying a kid, he informed him that no matter who Yi chooses, she is destined to make it to the main team. Zhanying gets pissed at Lu Chen's words and sarcastically states that he hopes Lu Chen's level is enough. After seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Lu Yi whispers to him anxiously if he knows that Zhanying's partner's Death God. However, when she attempts to explain about him to Lu Chen, he cuts her off and confidently assures her that it does not matter who Death God is, as long as Lu Chen is here. The countdown begins and both teams get into their stances. As soon as Lingji announces the match to start, Zhanying and Death God run in opposite directions, whereas Lingji commentates that the Sword Spirit is a ranged attacker, Yi is a martial artist, and the masked guy is either a martial artist or a monk. Therefore, it is a match between two melee fighters versus two ranged fighters in the 72 Heavenly Flame Pillars areas. She further remarks this fight to be very disadvantageous for melee fighters. Lu Yi gets closer to Zhanying and swings her sword to hit his legs, but he jumps and mocks her for being naive for wanting to get close, alerting her to look behind. When she looks back, Death God stands there, declaring that she can't escape now. Upon witnessing this, Lingji notifies Xiaomei that her friend is in danger since all escape routes are blocked. However, Xiaomei notices Lu Chen doing something, and she surprisingly questions Lingji about how that masked guy can equip the night cloak during the PK match and why he can change outfits during the match. Lingji replies to her queries that it is possible because in the training ground PK, one is only considered in battle if he has chosen an attack target or been chosen as one. However, neither Zhanying nor his partner has attacked the masked guy, and he has not initiated an attack either. Therefore, he can still change outfits. Xiaomei further questions the point of changing outfits, and if it is just to look cooler, to which Lingji answers that he is doing it because he is going to use a skill that only this outfit has. Death God quickly launches towards Lu Yi, yelling that she is already dead, and attacks her swiftly with the 10,000 swords technique. However, before his sword can hit Lu Yi, Lu Chen steps in and counterattacks him with the Frozen Roar technique, and utilizing the opportunity, Lu Yi hits Zhanying with the Chaotic Martial Suppression technique. As she does so, Lingji yells to the crowd, remarking that Chaotic Martial Suppression is the signature skill of martial artists, which is just used by Lu Yi, and declares Jian Ying to be in big trouble now. She elaborates that this is a famous damage plus control skill, and indeed you cannot let a martial artist get close. As Death God sits on the ground, Jian Ying calls him out to come on over there to him for help, but Lu Yi informs him that his teammate will not reach him in time. Lingzhi commentates appraisingly that this Longteng Yi Yi is really surprising, managing to dodge and prevent Death God from attacking. She calls out the audience if they see that this is the strength of female players, and they are not inferior to the male players at all. Lu Chen faces Death God and lets him know that this sister isn't just for show and he will not win against her. To which Death God cowardly makes up an excuse, putting the blame onto his partner that it is because Jian Ying is too weak. Whereas Lu Yi continues her attack on Jian Ying, which he fails to protect himself from. She declares to him that this PK match will be decided by life and death between him and her, so she has already won. Suddenly, just to not let Lu Yi win, Jian Ying starts running towards the light pillar, stating that she has not won yet, adding that this light pillar is about to rise, and he does not believe that she dares to follow him and chase him down. Lu Yi's eyes widen in surprise at his foolish action while he keeps running towards the light circle. As soon as Jian Ying steps into the circle of the the pillar rises instantly, and he flies up in the air, burning with the fire, whereas all of them stare at the scene in shock and exclaim that he is dead. Lu Yi celebrates their victory by raising her hands in the air as Lingzhi congratulates Longteng Yi for winning and entering the Longteng main team. Death God remarks it to Lu Chen as not bad, calling him a kid, whereas he brushes it off by stating that he is just playing around and bids Death God farewell. As Lu Chen starts to walk off, Death God calls him out from the back to wait, proposing to him if he'd dare to fight again and calling Jian Ying a loser. However, Lu Chen refuses by answering that he is not interested. Death God persists and proposes the bet of 100,000 for each kill, stating that it can be a team battle, and then again demands his answer again. Lu Yi's eyes shine on the mention of price and tries to convince Lu Chen that it is too much, but he assures her not to worry because he is here. Death God laughs at them mockingly and mentions that he sees his sister is quite pretty, proposing the offer mockingly that, how about letting Lu Yi come to get some money from him? He then turns around and addresses the president of Longteng Zhantian, requesting them to let him use their arena for a bit, as he will cover the expenses and transfer the money to them later, adding that he, Death God, is challenging these two, and they can choose the number of participants. He then mentions the amount of bet to be 100,000 per kill, further stating that if they do not dare to fight, then they can get lost. The crowd gets stunned at such a big amount of bets and concludes that he is really angry, wondering if he will call the entire Tianhui team because then it would be impossible to fight against him. However, Lu Chen confidently crosses his arm across his chest and addresses the Death God, proposing to him that he seems to be pretty rich, so how about they play big and bet 200,000 per kill in a 40-person team battle and challenges him if he dares to. When Lingzhi hears the amount of the bet, she gets stunned and exclaims in shock at the amount being 8 million in total, questioning Xiaomei if her friend is a tycoon. However, Xiaomei refuses, informing her that Yi does not have much money since she says that her brother is even poorer, and exclaims in confusion if her brother is crazy. Death God steps ahead and questions Lu Chen after hearing his challenge, asking if he is trying to scare him. But Lu Chen replies that he is sincere, so why would he try to scare him? Death God then accepts the offer egotistically, adding that he hopes Lu Chen can gather this 8 million prize to give him after he loses the match. After getting the approval, Lu Chen instructs Death God to transfer the money and set up the PK prize and rules, which makes Death God shocked, and he questions Lu Chen one last time if he is actually serious, to which Lu Chen replies that he does not have time to joke with him. Death God turns his face and orders Guanglong to bring the Tianhui team over, and within 10 minutes, Death God stands before Lu Chen with his team of 40 people. Liangzi announces that the Tianhui team is really strong, having 40 people, each with a Tiger's Tier and 3 pieces of the Tiger King set. She further adds that their captain, Guanglong, is famous for his madness, and this time, Longteng Yi is in big trouble against them. Death God informs Lu Cheng that his people are here and demands him to call his people quickly as they are busy. Lu Yi turns to her brother and questions if she should call their main team since they could lose less. However, Lu Chen refuses, saying that there is no need. She tries to make him realize that although she does not know where he has got the 8 million from, if they lose it all, they will not be able to repay it even if they work for a lifetime. He calls her silly girl, questioning her if she thinks her brother is brainless, to which she answers sarcastically that he did not seem like it before, but now he seems so. He does not reply to her, rather orders her to go down as well as he is enough, adding that he originally wanted to tell her some things later, but it seems like he will have to tell her now. When she questions what he is talking about or if he is just confused because he is scared, he instructs her to just go down and watch. As Lu Yi gets down, Death God calls Lu Chen out, questioning him on what he is up to and why he is coming alone instead of calling people. So he replies that for this match, he alone is enough and mocks him to rest assured that if he kills Lu Chen, he will surely get his 8 million and not even a penny less. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Death God starts laughing hysterically along with his allies, stating that this is killing him and questioning him if he is trying to give away 8 million for free. Guanglong adds that he thought he was crazy, but Lu Chen is even crazier, and too bad that he is a big fool, whereas another ally of theirs calls it to be so satisfying to get free 8 million. Lu Chen does not care about their comments and activates his special effects, resulting in all his attributes adjusting by 100%. Lingju spots it and announces that the masked guy has changed his outfits, and the mask's special effects are activated. She then wonders if it is actually a purple outfit. However, this figure of his looks so familiar, as if she has seen it somewhere before. One of the allies of Death God warns Lu Chen that he has stepped in dogshit luck and got a purple mask from somewhere as if he thinks that he can defy the heavens, whereas Guanglong mockingly apologizes to Lu Chen, adding that Lu Chen has already met him and he will blow up Lu Chen's mask in a bit. However, Lu Chen stands his ground confidently and answers them that many people want to blow him up and mocks him about who he thinks he is. He further adds that it is a good thing that Guanglong is not their server, or he would be dead. After saying all this, he demands they start the fight. The countdown begins, and all of them get into their stances, ready to fight. As soon as Lingji announces the start of the fight, Death Game and his Tianhui team start running towards Lu Chen to attack him. However, he suddenly disappears in front of their eyes, which leaves them perplexed and panicked. Guanglong is stunned at the sudden disappearance of Lu Chen and questions Death God if this is a special ability, to which he replies that he has never heard of such an ability in the Empyrean God realm that can make one disappear. However, Lu Chen runs towards them from behind to attack them, and on hearing their conversation, he replies in his head that this is not a special ability. Rather, it is Xiaoman's active invisibility skill, and next, it is his turn to attack this time. Lu Cheng picks up speed and, with his swords, uses the Tiger Roar and Giant Tower Sweep techniques on the Tianhui team and Death God, which they make a failed attempt to protect themselves against. Ling Zhi, on seeing this, yells in confusion about what is happening as the masked guy can use Giant Tower Sweep. The crowd also gets flabbergasted at this move, and one of them guesses if the masked man can be brother Lu Chenimus, since only he has used the Giant Tower Sweep technique before, to which another person replies that it should be him, but questions if he can turn invisible, to which he gets answered by a fellow that Lu Chenimus must have learned it recently, as after all, he is Lu Chenimus. Xiaomi asks Lu Yi in disbelief if his brother is Lu Chenimus, whereas Ling Zhi expresses that she is a bit confused right now. While on the other hand, Lu Yi is too stunned to speak that she just answers in her head that right now, it is not about whether this masked guy is Lu Chenimus or not. Rather, it is about whether the person on the field is really her brother or not, since this is too ridiculous. Ling Zhi then announces that they can figure out if this person is Lu Chenimus or not just by looking at his damage, because last time Lu Chenimus fought the Qingyi, his damage was about 1200, so she announces to let's see how much damage this person does. When Lu Chen swings his sword through one of the men in the Tianhui team, the damage occurs to be 1600, which makes everyone scream in shock. In addition to that, Lu Chen then again swings around along with his sword, which results in hitting 4 people at once, and Ling Ji again screams in shock. Lu Chen looks into his opponent's eyes and challenges him by questioning if he was not after his mask, so now he is giving him a chance to come and get it. With that, he takes off the mask and reveals his face to everyone. When the crowd looks at him, they instantly recognize that he is Lu Chenimus, and they start chattering in amusement, saying that he has gotten stronger and calling themselves blind for not recognizing him earlier. Guanglong instantly gets humbled after recognizing him and bows to him, regretting that he should have thought of it sooner and wondering who else it could be but Lu Chenimus. He then turns to Death God and curses him angrily, yelling at him, "How dare you provoke brother Lu Chenimus and drag them into this?" And with that, he informs him that he is out. Lu Chen addresses Death God and questions him if he gets it now, who is really giving away 8 million for free, to which he furiously refuses that he will not accept it at all and accuses Lu Chen of setting him up. However, Lu Chen reminds that he gave Death God a chance, and if he had backed down then, none of this would be happening now. He further lectures Death God that, unfortunately, he is so used to being arrogant that he will not give others a chance. He then questions Death God that if he was not Lu Chenimus, then would he have taken him down, to which he grits his teeth furiously and does not answer. However, he thinks to himself that he still has a chance since Lu Chen has not noticed that he is standing on the 72 Heavenly Flames ring, and it is about to launch any time now. Therefore, as long as he can stall Lu Chen, he will end up getting blown up soon. Following his strategy, Death God acts to be defeated, and acting slyly, he bows down to Lu Chen, accepting that he has lost today and is a sore loser. He then apologizes and begs to be spared and let him keep a bit of his dignity. Lu Chen replies to him that dignity is earned by oneself, and unfortunately, from what he sees, Death God does not seem to know how to repent. However, as soon as Lu Chen says so, the 72 Heavenly Flames ring launches, and he gets caged inside it. Death God looks up from his bow and starts laughing loudly in a mocking way as he points his finger at Lu Chen. However, his fake tears are still visible in his eyes. He then mocks Lu Chen by stating that he is dead now, and mockingly questions him if he was trying to fight him and being arrogant in front of him. However, he has got a long way to go himself. At the same time, Lingzhi panics and yells in shock, alerting everyone to look inside the Heavenly Flames pillar. When the crowd looks closely, they cannot believe their eyes and wonder how this is possible, as she mentions that the Heavenly Flames pillar does 10,000 damage per second, but Lu Chen is still alive and exclaims in disbelief and shock about how he is not dead, and there is damage text floating inside the Heavenly Flames pillar. Lu Chen keeps standing confidently between the Heavenly Flames pillar and demands Death God's answer on why he is laughing and notifies him that the Heavenly Flames pillar is nothing special for him. Lu Chen literally makes Tianhui cry in the corner, wondering how that is even possible. The crowd gets stunned as 2 damage floats, which means Lu Chen has over 20,000 HP. They find it terrifying, wondering if he is even human. Lingzhi announces that Lu Chen has reached 28,000 health, which is scary. He's already level 30. Xiaomei questions her, asking, "Didn't she say that his brother was just playing casually? Then what the hell does level 30 mean?" But Lingzhi didn't know this either. According to Guanglong, the match is without suspense. Even if attacked twice by the Skyflame pillar, Lu Chen's health is still higher than the Death God's. Death God can only face death. With Lu Chen's rapid movement, he dodges all the attacks and finally manages to take Tianhui down. A notification appears informing Longteng Yi wins. 8 million has been transferred to the corresponding account. Seeing all of that, Yi gets stunned and doesn't recognize his brother anymore, as he actually tricked her, saying he was just playing casually. Soon enough, Yi seeks to confirm if the last time she was poisoned to death in the wilderness was his doing, at which Lu Chen acts completely clueless and hesitantly refuses, as he doesn't know what she is talking about. Yi gets irritated and snaps at him that it was definitely him. Who else could poison her for that much damage besides him? Lu Chen continues to make her believe that it was not him, but it was purely accidental, and he didn't do that on purpose. He literally scared Yi to death just now. Soon enough, Lu Chen meets Xiaomei and confirms her name, asking if she wants to join Guanglong with Lu Yi, to which Xiaomei adds that her skills are not as good as Yi Yi's. She didn't even get into the main team. Lu Chen reassures her that as she is Yi Yi's good friend, she is his friend as well. Just then, Lu Chen runs into a guy informing him that he took away 2 of his people, at which the guy makes him comfort, stating that he is here to apologize and he didn't know Yi Yi was his sister before. On taking good care of Yi Yi, Lu Chen thanks him, but unfortunately the guy did do anything that let Longteng Yi Yi down, or else Longteng would be finished. Later, Lingzhi wants to know if Lu Chen knows I'm the only one who's wild. Lu Chen claims why she thinks he would know him. The reason is that the only one who can compete with him now is only I'm wild, Lingzhi thinks. Maybe he has fought before. She adds that if he has a chance to meet only I'm wild, so ask him to check his email. She has always been worried about him. Lu Chen seeks to confirm if this is a confession, to which Lingzhi hesitantly refuses that she is just an ordinary player. He helped her before, and that's why he has always wanted to thank him if she had the chance. Lu Chen acknowledges that if he gets the chance, he will pass on the message. Later, Lu Chen commands Xiao Yi to hurry home and pack her things. They are moving, as she is not in Longteng anymore. She interrupts, informing that a few soldiers came over here, so the boss suddenly called her over, to which Xiaomei confirms as well. Lu Chen wonders what Li Muhua is up to and calls him to ask. Li Muhua greets and states that he already sent someone to pick up her sister. She will be home in about 30 minutes. Her and Xiaomei's information? They will handle it completely. Lu Chen feels like he is being a bit too protective, but actually this isn't an exaggeration. There have already been 3 cases of real-life PK, player kill incidents in the West, and it looks organized, so Li Muhua suggests him to be careful. According to Lu Chen, the Divine Beast is basically confirmed to be under the Skyflame pillar, but he definitely can't beat it, so he decides to go check out Shaw City again if he can boost his combat strength. Somewhere in Shaw City, too few monsters, Lu Chen wonders if he should go to the Moon Worship Blood Pool again. But it's percentage-based damage. Increasing health won't help. He finds that there's the sound of water in this stone. Besides him, could it be a hidden door? As he puts his hand on the stone, a pop-up appears informing him that based on the tester's strength test results, different rewards will be unlocked. Only the power he can control is his true power. Please punch the stone door for a more realistic gaming experience. Please enable the pain system with a ratio of no less than 10%. Once enabled, strength can be detected. Lu Chen has to enable the pain system. This game is getting more and more twisted. To open the door in the stone, Lu Chen raises up his hand and activates the pain system, adjusts the ratio, and makes the pain tolerance 10% as commanded by the game. He then thinks about how he is here to torture himself. With a fraction of a second, he then launches his fist with great force towards the stone and hits it hard. After that, the game notification notified him of his strength test result, which displays that strength exertion is 91% and 1,011 points. It congratulates him that he has unlocked the Ancient Ruins Old Sha City, level 30, and it is a level 5 reward dungeon. Lu Chen reads the analysis closely and thinks that it is not too painful, and since it is already over 1,000, there is no need to retest and decides to go in first. When he steps inside, he sees a river flowing through, and he states with a sense of realization that there is a small river, so the sound of water is coming from here. He is about to step forward when another pop-up notifies that this national path is completed but is unable to close the pain system. Lu Chen sighs annoyingly, wondering if it has to be so tricky, and then decides to leave it be since 10% is not much, so keep it on. Suddenly, 2 monkeys jump towards him for an attack, and he uses his giant tower sweep technique. However, they appear to be immune to this technique, which makes Lu Chen shocked at how even spiritual attacks can be immune. Then he tries another technique, which finally works, and both the tigers get knocked out. The notification declares that he has killed Spirit Demon Monkey, level 33 elite, captured 50,000 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The achievements surprise Lu Chen, and he appraises getting 50,000 experience for one of them as a level 5 reward and calls it awesome. He really gets impressed at such a great achievement for this skill and exclaims in surprise that even blue equipment can drop in a set of 5 and declares that these level 5 rewards are ridiculously generous. He kills more of them while thinking that if small monsters drop this much, won't the boss drop a ton, and encourages himself too, saying, "Let's farm." However, on killing a monster, he receives a beast core along with other items, and he gets confused about what is a beast core but decides to forget it for now and finish the killings first. He looks through the status menu and searches if there are any top-quality blue belts. On finding one, he reads its special effect is after leaving combat. That is, his health recovery speed increases by 70%, so he declares that this belt is a bit useless. However, on looking for more, he comes across one that surprises him. There really is a top-quality one, and it is a 1 enhanced belt. He looks at its specialties closely and realizes that he has never seen this equipment before, and its combat health recovery is also awesome. After commanding to put on the belt, Lu Chen questions himself if it could be that equipment after level 30 can be enhanced. On thinking that with what it can be enhanced, he wonders if it could be the beast core. He takes out the beast core and puts it on his belt. He manifests it to infuse, and it actually enhances. However, the pop-up notifies that it is lacking 2 more similar equipment items. He reads it, and enthusiastically states that he will give it 2 more if that is the case. And with that, he infuses 2 more of the similar equipment, and his belt finally enhances. He looks down at it, stating that it is not bad as it really works, and if there are other combat health recovery equipment here, he will enhance them so maybe he can pass the moon worship blood pool then. He laughs at his achievements and energetically steps forward to kill more monsters, yelling that since this is the case, then let's farm and grind more. Half an hour later, he looks at the status menu and witnesses that his EXP increased by almost a third, and he has 180 Monkey King belts. He exclaims in surprise, stating that he has never farmed this much blue gear in one go, which is like it is free. He then looks for the next target, declaring that next up is the boss, so let's max out the belt first. When the boss appears in front of him, it turns out to be quite huge in size, and is the Golden Blood Demon Monkey of level 35. He looks at the status menu again and realizes that the Monkey King belt can be enhanced further to only 3, so he decides to just forget it and go invisible, and, focusing on his target, he requests the Monkey King in his mind to not let him down. As he is about to go against the boss, Lu Yi enters Lu Chen's room, where he is sitting on his bed with his game helmet on. She notifies him that she is back, to which he demands she not bother him as there is soda in the fridge, so wait for him because he is fighting the boss. She excitedly walks beside him and asks him if she can watch too. He agrees and commands her to turn on the Bluetooth on her helmet, and he will face-to-face video to her. As soon as she puts her helmet on and looks at the huge golden blood demon monkey, she exclaims in surprise and questions him curiously, "What kind of boss is this, as it is so big?" When she asks him if he is soloing it, he assures her confidently to not worry, as her brother has the skill to do so. With multiple continuous hits, Luchan keeps attacking the demon monkey, which quickly decreases its strength. Luchan is fighting against the monster, but Lu Yi is shocked as it is insane that he can deal over 15,000 damage, and it only takes one move to deal 7,000 damage, and is shocked that what kind of godly fighting it is, and also he has high attack powers, and it is not a divine battle but a fight for survival. Luchan questions much longer is the shelf, and he is told that 17 seconds are left. Luchan is amazed that even that thing is running so fast with a 40% speed reduction, and when it is going to recover, there is no way he can outrun it. But he can use the rapid movement too, and threatens Shelf that it's his turn then. 2 minutes later, the game notifies that he defeated the Golden Spirit Monkey by capturing 300,000 life points, obtained 6-tier talent fragments and 10 6-tier evolution points, and has obtained the Monkey King Power Boost, level 30 purple, 5 Golden War Power Ring, level 30 blue, and Beast Core of level 30 Demonic Beast, green. Luchan is very happy as he received 6-tier materials, purple and blue gear dropping 5 times each, which is amazing. Lu Yi asks the other man why he is so happy and what is the good stuff he gets. He replies to her that he got purple boots, a blue ring, Beast Core, and a bunch of materials which made her amazed that purple boots are the first one in the whole server again. The attributes of the Monkey King Power Boots has physical defense which is 89, magic defense is 14, strength is 300, agility is 50, constitution is 50. It has the effect of rapid movement which leashes the agility proportion of the monkey spirit moving up to 15 meters in 0.5 seconds, without affecting the release of other skills. The cooldown time is 60 seconds, and the second effect is that it increases the maximum distance of rapid movement by 50% and reduces the cooldown time by 50%. By seeing the strength, 300 of the boots, Lu Chen is amazed why are they even called power boots, and even the effect is also rapid movement. And he is wondering that with his innate rapid movement, does that means it is going to stack? So he wants to give it a try. And it actually works with the reduced cooldown, and he can use it twice in 1 minute. Lu Yi questions him about what kind of crazy skill it is as it is way too fast. He tells him that it is the skill from the purple boots and inquires with her if it is amazing, but Lu Yi can't even see her clearly and questions him. How is that skill even stronger than the boss's skills as he disappeared in the blink of an eye? But he claims her not to worry as he has saved one for her, and they both went to see if there are any enhanced boots but can't find any. Lu Yi reminds him that he said before that there are only 2 pieces of gear dropped and questions him if he is copying and pasting as there are so many purple items. But he explains her that it is mistake, as he didn't explains her well as the boss drops 5 pairs of the same gear at once which amaze her that who is that godly boss who does this. He also have an enhanced pair of boots, and it is +3, as he has hit the jackpot. Lu Yi is confused that what kind of madness it is, as what kind of dungeon he is talking about as she has never heard of that before. But he is going to explain the details later. Rather explains her that enhanced means that every time a piece of equipment is enhanced, its attributes get stronger, and even gives her an example that the +3 boots reduces the cooldown time by an extra 10 seconds on the top of the original, and the Blue Monkey King Power Ring must be good too, and sees if there is an enhanced version which he can give her. Lu Yi is very happy after seeing that as it is blue and purple and motivates herself to level up fast. Luchan claims that she has some real luck as he has 2 power rings enhanced to +3. Lu Yi is still far from level 30, so she can only look at the tempting item but not use it. Luchan tells her not to freak out and questions her if she hasn't joined Wild Waves, as they are going to level up quickly, claiming that he is the team's favorite. Lu Yi appreciates him, saying he is way too strong. Luchan tells her it's all because he is her brother and wants to eat first. Then they are going to pick up Lassie and tell her they are moving to a new home. Luchan is throwing out the cooker and Lu Yi asks him why he is doing so as it still works. He reminds her that it's been in use for years and it's rusting outside, so he is going to toss it. He wants her not to be frugal anymore, as he earned 8 million and has also made over 10 million selling gear. He asks her not to be frugal anymore as they are moving into a big house and saying goodbye to this rental house. Lu Yi wonders how big the house is, but Lu Chen wants her to see it for herself when they get there. They went there, and the entrance amazed Lu Yi as it seemed so big. Lu Chen welcomed her to Villa A16, which is the biggest in the neighborhood, has the best location, and is the quietest. Lu Yi runs inside to find the best room for herself. The guy with Lu Chen questions him that as he has moved in, he should think of buying a car, but he wants to wait for Xiaoyi to learn driving as he himself is too lazy to drive. Instead, he gives him an idea that when Empyrean God Realm reaches 50 days after launch, Tianxing plans to hold an event, and the award is a limited edition sports car, and only 200 are going to be available in one national server, and that is something he can't even buy even if he wants to. Which seems really impressive to Lu Chen, and he wants one then. The guy tells him that Lu Chen has got to get one of those chameleon cars, and he is not asking to borrow, but only let him sit in there for once, and he is going to come at night to set up the surveillance and security system for him, so he is going to be safe. Lu Chen is able to log into the game. A notification pops up that based on the tester's physique, different award dungeons are going to unlock. Last time it was strength, and the dropped items were offensive gear. He is wondering if maybe physique means that the items are going to be healing gears. The physique test result is 1233, and the status is 90.3%, and the test is complete and unlocks the level 5 reward dungeon, but it doesn't matter to him as he wants to farm first and think about that later. Killing those stone skin monkeys is much easier for Lu Chen than the spirit evil monkeys. The reward is actually healing gear, and the shoulder pads give 204 out of combat HP regeneration, 70 in combat HP regeneration, and the cloak gives 215 out of combat HP regeneration, as well as 72 in combat. Then all Lu Chen has to see is what the boss drops, and all it drops is 240,000 HP, which seems a bit ridiculous to him. Lu Chen realizes that luckily it has a lot of HP, but its attack is much weaker. It's almost dead. Suddenly the monster heals, which makes Lu Chen wonder, what kind of insane skill is this? It healed nearly 200,000 HP, or 8%, which is so powerful. Half an hour later, Lu Chen finally manages to kill that stone skin monkey. A notification pops up, killed golden-haired stone skin monkey, level 30 physique enhanced boss. Captured 300,000 life points, obtained 10 heaven fragments, obtained 10 6th grade evolution points. Another pop-up appears. Obtained item Monkey King physique coat, level 30 purple, 5. Obtained item Monkey King physique pants, level 30 blue, 5. Obtained level 30 beast core, green, 5. Lu Chen finds these new skills very awesome. It's like having 2 lives, and it can stun. With this special effect and the blue pants, maybe he can try the moon worship blood pool. A notification appears. It's a message from Leng Nuo asking Lu Chen to help them with some leveling services, 90 to 10 split, where he gets 90. Does he have time? Lu Chen replies that it's too high, so let's do 50-50 and tell him the price. Since he established the guild and his sister joined, he will help them out. Leng Nuo informs that the price discussed with 3 companies is around 500,000. Lu Chen comments that it's too low. Tell them the minimum 3 million is the first batch discount. It will be higher later, and he only takes 1 hour. Leng Nuo finds it too high, but Lu Chen reassures her that someone will have the guts. Lu Chen then decides to clear the agility dungeon first, before taking people. Meanwhile, Leng Nuo is still stressed that 3 million for 1 hour feels like a bit much, but decides to give it a try and send messages to those companies. Lu Chen killed the golden-haired swift lion monkey, captured 300,000 life points, obtained 10 6th grade talent fragments, and obtained 10 6th grade evolution points. He also obtained the Rui staff, obtained the item golden-haired monkey, level 30, blue one, and obtained the level 30 beast core. According to Lu Chen, it's strange that only 1 piece of equipment dropped. It's usually 5, but he checks the attributes anyway. Rui staff. It's said that this staff was used by the monkey during its cultivation. Its special effects are Earth Rift, attack the ground in a specified direction. The massive explosive force will make the ground collapse, creating a 100-meter-long, 15-meter-wide rift. Clone, create an illusion. The illusion inherits 30% of the main body's attributes. Lastly, tree climbing can jump onto a tree and jump between trees. Jump distance is 30 meters. It can carry 1 unit at most. Lu Chen finds that equipment a godly one. As he hits it on the ground, a big crack appears, breaking the ground into 2. It's awesome. Such a huge rift with over 6,000 damage and a 3-second stun, this staff is explosive. Then he tries the clone effect. According to him, the clone has so many uses, disturbing enemy judgment, diverting aggro, plus providing damage. He gets to know that equipment can be enhanced. Looks like he needs to visit the level 30 Lingxiao main city, but before that, he decides to check the level 30 blue golden-haired monkey. Only 1 dropped, but he is not sure which part it is. Golden-haired monkeys used to summon golden-haired monkey mounts. Riding them increases movement speed by 70%. Lu Chen snips his fingers and asks the golden-haired monkey to come out. As it appears, Lu Chen is stunned that this God Realm mount is so exaggerated. Lu Chen orders the golden fur monkey, named Jin Mao, to let them leave the dungeon and go for a stroll. Hence, they disappear from the dungeons and then appear outside on a mount. On looking around, Jin Mao exclaims in surprise how this mount is really overbearing, whereas Lu Chen orders him to let's go to Lingxiao Holy Land and see if there is a way for them to fuse the equipment. After arriving in the Lingyun main city, Lu Chen gets extremely surprised to see that just as he expected of one of the 10 storm cities, there are only 30 of these in all of China. A player stands there of level 70 as a guard on the entrance of the Lingxiao Holy Land. He stops them, and since Lu Chen is sitting on the back of Jin Mao, the guard informs them that in the Lingxiao Holy Land, riding is prohibited. Noticing his level, Lu Chen gets impressed by him and decides that it is better not to provoke them. After Lu Chen gets down from Jin Mao and enters the Lingxiao Holy Land alone, he looks around and observes that not a single player is around, which he concludes as something great. After taking a few more steps, he spots that there is a blacksmith over there at a distance, probably an equipment smith. When Lu Chen reaches him, he requests the smith if he can transfer a special effect from one piece of equipment to another, to which the smith answers that it is possible. But since Lu Chen is not a member of the Blacksmith Association, they do not assist outsiders in fusing weapons. Since Lu Chen needs to get his equipment fused, he questions the smith about how he can join the Blacksmith Association, so the smith draws his hand forward, demanding 100 copper coins. Lu Chen then shows him the equipment, which he wants to fuse, and requests the smith to help him fuse these, please. When the smith looks at the equipment, he notifies Lu Chen that he is not a high enough level, and since Lu Chen is already a blacksmith himself, he can try it out. At the smith's recommendation, Lu Chen surprisingly questions, "Me?" and then decides to give it a shot himself. With that said, he opens the information hologram, and on top of the hologram, it states the requirements of the fusion, stating that he needs to transfer the special effects of Dragon Ice, level 15 purple, to Rui Staff, level 80 purple. And along with this, other necessary information is listed below it as well. When Lu Chen reads it carefully, he gets disappointed that this fusion is so expensive since he requires 5 tiger tears plus so many more materials. However, the most frustrating part of this is the 5-star blacksmith requirement. While he thinks that he is just level 0, Lu Chen turns to the smith after reading the requirements and asks him about how he can increase his blacksmith level. The smith answers that he can increase his proficiency through actions like dismantling, forging weapons, enhancing, and fusing. After Lu Chen gets to know this, he realizes that this makes it easier, so he will just use mana potions and continuously enhance since anyway, he has plenty of money. After 4 hours of continuous usage of mana potions and increasing his blacksmith proficiency points, Lu Chen finally achieves his goal and happily states that he is finally a 5-star blacksmith. So now let's fuse it into the staff, which he will use as his main weapon from onwards. Lu Chen then fuses the equipment and looks at the hologram displaying the enhanced capabilities of the Rui staff. He looks through it surprisedly, and while putting it back, he praises the staff by declaring it amazing, and also stating that it feels like a piece of divine equipment with over 50,000 HP and almost 6,000 physical attacks. He seems quite satisfied by the result and declares that he is really starting to feel like the great sage now. A message suddenly appears on his hologram from his guild member Leng Nuo, informing him that Liu Wen from Shangfei Films bought 2 power leveling slots, and asks him about when he will be available since the network is mocking them currently by saying that they are foolish and that Lu Chen's guild is ripping people off. Lu Chen reads the message and replies to her, assuring her that he is available now and orders her to go ahead and arrange it. Leng No then announces to her fellows to please wait here as their guild leader has agreed. Also, she informs them that they have started a live stream of the power leveling, which currently 24 million people are watching. Upon listening to her, Zi Hao laughs while questioning Ling Long if this is the influence of Anonymous, Lu Chen, whereas Ling Long replies that she thinks they just want to see Anonymous make a fool of himself since 1 hour for 3 million is quite much. She then laughs and states that Anonymous is really something. Miss Lu overhears their conversation and firmly instructs Ling Long to watch what she says and then questions her if she is questioning Miss Lu's decision. She gets nervous about being scolded by Miss Lu and scaredly answers that she would not dare to do so. Whereas Zi Hao states to Miss Lu that he still has to say that they were definitely fooled this time. The moment he completes his sentence, Lu Chen arrives there while riding on the back of Jin Mao and asks the guy, who said he would lose money. Lu Chen then confidently assures them all that this time they have hit the jackpot. When the big golden-furred monkey, Jin Mao, appears in front of them, they cannot see Lu Chen riding on his back, and Ling Long yells scaredly, announcing to others that the boss is about to attack. The sight of Jin Mao scares Zi Hao as well, and he yells in confusion as well. How can there be such a terrifying boss in this area, which is supposed to be safer? Looking at their panic, Lu Chen peeks at them from Jin Mao's back and assures them not to panic since it is him, Anonymous. When the two of them are finally able to look at Lu Chen, Zihao declares that this is so cool, and expressing how impressed he is, he asks Lu Chen if this boss is his mount. Lu Chen confusedly repeats the word boss in a questioning way, and upon realizing, he questions if he is asking about Jin Mao, and informs him that Jin Mao is his mount. Ling Nao is equally impressed by the information, and exclaims it by stating that this is the first mount in the entire server. She then expresses her envy that she is so jealous since it is actually awesome, and she really wants one mounted as well. While sitting on Jin Mao's back, Lu Chen addresses Ling Nuo and questions her if she is ready. He then instructs her to let him go since he is a bit tired and can only take her for an hour. Ling Zhi also expresses her desire to come along and requests Lu Chen to take her since she is responsible for this livestream, to which Lu Chen agrees, instructing Feng Lingzhi and Ling Nuo both to join the team, and then he will take the four of them. Lingzhi shares her concern and questions him if it is not a bit unfair because it will split their EXP in this way, and Ling Nuo also agrees with her that if others will talk about it, Lu Chen will do so. After getting to know their concerns, Lu Chen clarifies to them that he did not say he would take only 2 people, and it is fine as he will not need much EXP to level up. He further teaches them to let others say whatever they want to, and by ordering the 2 of them to join him, he instructs them to let's go. The players who are mocking them talk amongst each other as 2 of them sit together playing the game while having their helmets. One of them laughs and discusses it with the other that Anonymous can only take them for just an hour, and now he is adding 2 more people to split the EXP. He instructs his partner to take this chance to criticize him and stir things up for them. In reply to his friend's suggestion, the other player agrees with him, adding that he does not believe that they cannot suppress the wild waves and states that Shangfei Entertainment is really rich and is able to throw their money around. When Lingzhi gets to know their comments, she informs Lu Chen that the people in the live stream are already criticizing. After saying this, she questions Lu Chen if they should leave the group. However, Lu Chen refuses to let them do so and instructs them to just get on his mount, Jin Mao, as they are leaving for the Stone Gate world right now. Lingzhi and Ling No look at him in surprise, whereas Lingzhi asks Lu Chen about what the Stone Gate world is, to which Ling No adds by questioning if that is a new dungeon, since she has never heard of it either. Lu Chen does not really answer them and directly takes them to the Stone Gate world. Upon entering inside of it, they see about 5 spirit-looking figures floating in the air in front of them. When Ling No looks at them, she exclaims in surprise that there is no way all of these are level 22 elites, to which Feng Lingzhi adds that it is a terrifying place while looking at them in fear. Examining their curiosity, Lu Chen explains to them that all of these creatures use magic attacks, so it is commanded not to attract the monsters. By saying this, he informs them that he will be back soon as he turns to go somewhere. Watching him leave, Lingzhi gets scared, and she questions Ling Nuo if the leader, Lu Chen, is not supposed to help them level up. So why did he leave them here? Ling Nao answers that Lu Chen should be pulling monster aggro since his AoE attacks are strong. Therefore, it is more efficient to aggro more of them at once. Afterwards, she opens her hologram, and looking through it, she informs Lingzhi that the Dragon Slaying Guild started live streaming to take people away, and it looks like they want to compete with Anonymous. She then decides that she will go and check their situation, and upon checking, she sees Qingying Taoge announcing to the people gathered around him to see that their leader and 2 vice leaders are personally taking them and questions them if the EXP is not flying up. He then compares it to Lu Chen by stating that he heard that over at Wild Waves, Anonymous left people in the dungeon and never came back. Along with stating so, he calls Anonymous trashy. 20 minutes have passed by, and Zihao and Ling Long are now also here inside the Stone Gate world with Ling Nuo and Feng Lingzhi. Ling Long anxiously states to Ling Nuo that it has been 20 minutes, and the leader, Lu Chen, is only taking them for an hour, and yet they have not leveled up at all. By saying so, she questions Ling Nuo about what they should do. To her question, Ling Nuo advises her to wait and explains that Lu Chen definitely has his own plan. Ling Long then addresses Zihao and tries to persuade him that since they signed the contract, they should trust Wild Waves, but he answers that he wants to. Before Zihao could complete his answer, Feng Lingzhi announced by shouting that Lu Chen is back. On seeing him on the back of Jin Mao, Ling Long and Zihao start discussing by first questioning how many monsters there are, to which the other one replies that there are at least thousands of them, and by calling it scary, the person expresses that they are getting goosebumps. They then wonder if Anonymous can kill all of these monsters at once, since there are so many of them. So the other one replies instantly with surety that Lu Chen will definitely do it. Lu Chen gets down from Jin Mao's back and instructs it to go and rest for now, since it is finally his own turn to have some fun. By taking the help of the staff in his hand, Lu Chen describes that this is the staff used by the Great Sage, and then states to them to come on. Lu Chen jumps in an instant at the monsters that he gathered for around 20 minutes, He raises his newly fusion staff as he rushes towards the monsters, hitting them in one go from Old Liu, which he calls his staff. A large surge of golden energy erupts as every monster from the site. Watching this, Lingji puts her hand on her mouth to stop the audible gasp, as she claims that Lu Chen is way too strong. Lu Chen strikes again, activating a giant tower sweep from his staff, ending even more monsters. He gets on his feet after as he nonchalantly claims that he trained monsters for 20 minutes, and now they are gone so quickly, and it's no fun at all. The viewers from the livestream also talk among themselves as one player repeats how Lu Chen said that it's no fun, and questions if he can even be called human. Another player mentions how previously Anonymous and Wild Waves were scolded by some people and they should say something now. Another viewer exclaims that it's awesome and this is the first time he has seen someone level up this fast. Lu Chen orders his guild members to quickly check how much the XP bar has increased. Lingzhi and others check for their experience, and everyone opens their eyes in shock as Lingzhi questions that the experience bar only moved up a bit, around 70,000 to 80,000 experience, and if that's the case for everyone. Lengno exclaims that this can't be right because her experience bar decreased. Zihao asks in a hurry that what is going on. Lu Chen asks them if they are stupid and didn't see the golden light just now. Linglong yells that she didn't see any golden light because she was too focused on watching Lu Chen. Just then she looks at her progress and exclaims, how are they so lucky that they have leveled up and she is already at level 21. Lingzhi looks at her record and exclaims in shock and happiness that she is level 20 and that she has leveled up twice. Len Nuo looks at her record and informs that she also leveled up twice and that it has only been 20 minutes. Lu Chen orders them to check their mana as well and check if it has increased. Lingzhi exclaims after a while that there is no way, and her mana has also increased. She informs Lu Chen that she suddenly gained 1,000 points. Lu Chen answers, looking at his own record, that it is similar here also, that this place regenerates mana quickly. He tells them that he gained 4,000 mana in total, so each of them got 1,000 mana in total. Lingzhi meekly informs that even if they were training in the guild territory, 1,000 mana points would still take 14 hours. Lingno asks Lu Chen what this place is and what kind of monsters these are. She tells him that she has never seen them before. Lu Chen calmly answers her that she won't be able to deal with these monsters yet. He informs her to trust him and tells her to fight one monster if she doesn't believe him. Leng now looks at another monster approaching them. She strikes at it with a determined look on her face, but when she tries to attack it, it shows that the monster is immune to her attacks, and when the monster attacks her, the damage is almost at a -1,000, nearly 973 HP. She hurriedly informs Lu Chen that her physical attacks are useless, and they use pure mana attacks, that's why they can't beat them. Leng now moves back and informs that the fight is up to Lu Chen now. Lu Chen strikes at the monster using his staff as he orders his guild partners to wait for him to pull more monsters. In only 1 hour, Lengzi, Leng Nuo, and other guild partners check for their progress. Lengzi claims that in 1 hour she has leveled up from 18 to 22, then exclaims in excitement that it's very awesome. Leng Nuo, sharing the same shock on her face, informs them that even more amazingly, she got to level 23, which is already among the highest levels in the national server. All the players who were watching the live stream of Lu Chen killing the monsters and his guild members attaining great progress get excited as one of the players exclaims that quickly contacts Wild Waves and asks them to take his people for 5 million. At the headquarters, Zhang's assistant informs him that Wild Waves said that there are many people in line, and they prioritize higher bids. She further tells him that unless they increase their bid, they won't get a spot. Zhang gets alerted hearing the current situation as he hurriedly orders her to gather everyone to discuss increasing their bids. Lu Chen sits on his mound as he bids his guild members farewell, telling them that he will see them later if they have a chance in the near future. He further informs them that if they need anything, just contact Leng Jing and tell them that he's leaving now. Lu Chen starts talking to Jin Mao, saying that it's time to go to the blood pool in a bit, and exclaims that they will charge east with full force, to which Jin Mao responds with a roar. At the blood pool of the moon, Lu Chen runs for his life with Jin Mao as the monster attacks them with a blood poison curse. Their HP drops by 256, and he worriedly thinks that losing 0.5% HP per second is infinitely stacking. He tells himself that this blood poison curse skill is really perverse. He vocalizes his thoughts as he says that what's even more perverse is that there are so many monsters. He yells for Xiaomin to go invisible. Just then, Xiaomin appears, assuring him that she is here as she applies the invisible shield all over Lu Chen. Lu Chen gets out of the blood pool and wanders around as he asks himself where the road to the ancient battlefield is. Just then, he catches sight of the entrance where it was written in dark letters that, in the hidden path, dismount and head forward. He thinks to himself as he enters the cave that those Blood Moon cult followers' skill, blood poison skill, is super powerful. He thinks he should kill a batch, fuse their bloodline, and recruit some subordinates. He keeps thinking that if he recruits 20 when fighting the boss, they can all use the blood poison curse together. He thinks that first, exchange fragments for reputation, then upgrade the Legion recruitment order. He looks at all the changes and thinks that not only does the number of recruits increase, but their HP also increases by 10% and calls it a pleasant surprise. He happily exclaims to himself, saying that he's coming for the cult followers. Lu Chen then starts slashing the cult followers as the notifications occur, saying that he killed the moon cult followers of level 35 as he captures 1,080 life points and 3-star evolution points. He kills another one and tries to recruit them, but another notification shows up and states that the moon cult followers' minds are captured by the blood demon, and therefore they are unable to recruit. He meekly thinks how he just wasted his time. Just then, a portal opens with red light illuminating it, and a notification appears with a hidden quest and states, "I wonder if it's a dungeon or a secret realm." Lu Chen thinks to himself that if it's a secret realm, and he remembers when he entered the moonlit secret realm, there was a stone platform, and as long as you placed items on it, then you can get 5 times the reward. He thinks if he could be so lucky. A server-wide announcement occurs, stating that the player Only I'm Wild has discovered the Bloodpool secret realm, and congratulations to player Only I'm Wild for obtaining the title Bloodpool Pioneer. Lu Chen laughs lightly, saying how Only I'm Wild got another title, another server-wide announcement, and now he is famous again. All the players get the news from the server as one of the players asks that Only I'm Wild discovered another secret realm, and does he own the secret realms? Another player ponders if Only I'm Wild is stronger than Anonymous. A player answers that he thinks that Anonymous is definitely stronger. Lingjie gets the news as she screams in excitement that she knew that Only I'm Wild didn't leave the game. She thinks that the last time a secret realm appeared, there was a server-wide quest, and she wonders if there will be another one this time. Just then, another server-wide announcement occurs, activating a server-wide quest, Blood Demon Invasion. All level 10 main cities will merge at 3 p.m. where players will be forcibly logged out, and the server will restart after 10 minutes. The quest is Blood Demon Invasion, and the quest description is that the Blood Demon will lead the Moon Cult followers to attack the level 10 main cities at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please prepare to defend. The quest objective is to survive 12 hours under the Blood Demon Army's attack, and this quest's difficulty can be deduced by the seer. Quest rewards are: if the players successfully defend against the Blood Demon Invasion, the entire server will receive 48 hours of double experience and double drop rate rewards. The quest penalty is that upon failure, all level 10 main cities will permanently disappear. All the players look at the sudden server quest with unusual demands, as Lingjie says how absurd the penalty is. She quickly asks Shan Shan that isn't his profession seer, and see if he could deduce the quest difficulty. Shan Shan answers her that he is already deducing. Lingjie puts her hand on her face as she thinks deeply that the last server-wide quest was extremely difficult, and almost caused attacks from the neighboring countries. She wonders how this quest will be, and tomorrow is the 50-day server opening celebration, and with Blood Fiend rising, 3 stars in a row is an extremely ominous sign. She comes to a conclusion that this quest's difficulty is 5-star destruction level. At the National Server Guild headquarters, Zhang logs into the game, saying that now that all the presidents of the large guilds are online, it's time to discuss this server-wide task together. He announces that if the China server merges, there will be hundreds of millions of people in the same main city. The coordination of personnel will be a big problem at that time. A player questions if hundreds of millions of players is even possible and if Blood Demon is really that powerful. Another player adds to the question, saying that after the merger, the main city will have over 1,000 level 50 elite NPCs, and how terrifying is this task going to be? Another player questions why a seer can't divine it and what the result is. The director answers them that almost all high-level seers have given their results. This crisis is a 5-star destruction level, and they have a nearly 99% chance of losing the main city. That shocks everyone as they question what if they really lose the main city. Another player ponders over the fact that their China server is really finished. Another one comes to a conclusion, saying that now almost no one can enter the level 30 main city. Just then another notification appears stating, "Please note, to give players a more realistic beast invasion experience during this Blood Demon Invasion event. Players who die in battle cannot be resurrected until the event ends." That causes another commotion among the crowd, some still wondering if it's actually serious. A player yells that the difficulty is too high. Zhang wonders for a while and then meekly instructs that given their situation, they can only do their best, as they have already drafted a response strategy, and they'll send it to all major guilds soon, so please be ready to organize. The next day in Stormwind City, all the players gather as they talk among themselves that the main city has expanded tenfold, and the NPCs have also increased tenfold, and hundreds of millions of people, and how spectacular it is. Just then, another notification appears, stating, "Thank you for all players' support and love. The Empyrean God Realm has been online for 50 days. To give back to our players, we will hold a 9-day-long 50-day celebration event. Today, a large number of bosses that only appear in dungeons will spawn in the wild while maintaining dungeon EXP and drop rates. The player with the highest score from killing bosses will win our company's self-developed Chameleon Supercar. Chenxing Game Company wishes everyone a happy gaming experience." Confusing players even more, one player raises his voice, saying, "Wasn't the Blood Demon invasion enough? And why do we need so many dungeon bosses too?" Another wave of confusion erupts where players discuss which event they should participate in. The players think that it's really over and how they usually do these kinds of events, but they chose to do it now, and now it's definitely going to be chaotic. Lingji worriedly questions, "Where is Only I'm Wild? This time it's really blown up." Luchan thinks that this event is not bad, and he hopes that he can find a boss that drops ancient materials, and this way he can enter dungeons to farm materials. But the level here is high, so it might take a long time to spawn a boss. As Jin Mao fights the bosses, Lingji looks over the progress, saying that it's almost 8 o'clock, and there are still many people farming bosses. The highest score is already over 1,000. Just then, a server-wide celebration event scoreboard appears as it states all the high achievers who have gained over 1,000 points. Lingzhi opens her mouth in shock as she thinks about how people have gone outside to fight bosses, and this city defense task feels increasingly difficult. Another notification appears, announcing that the Blood Demon army is advancing towards the Immortal Mountain's main city, alerting the players as they try to contain their shock, saying that they should hope the Blood Demon army isn't too strong. Another commotion begins as the players scream that they are coming and they should return to the main city, and it's not safe outside the city anymore. As the red mist starts consuming the whole city, many wonder if the red mist will be like the last time, where equipment gets corroded. Someone replies that it would make the difficulty even higher. As the mist touches the players, their HP starts dropping. A player advises drinking potions quickly because this is too exaggerated, and losing 0.5% of max HP per second is not okay. Some yell about the debuff. The players start running towards the main city as Mr. Zhang leads them and orders them to close the city gates quickly because he sees the Blood Demon army, and all the bosses have grouped together, and now they are charging together. Lingzhi thinks that now Only I'm Wild is the only variable now. Among the red mist, Lu Chen stands there with Xiaomin as she informs him that the Blood Demon invasion has begun, and he smiles at her, saying that the chance to kill the main city's guardian spirit beast has finally come, and they should go join the fun. Ghost addresses Lu Chen, seeking to know if he is really going to help the Blood Demon attack humans because if he does that, the main city will be destroyed. Lu Chen reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. Even though he is a monster, he is still a member of China at heart. How could he do something like destroy his own server's main city? But Ghost is curious about what he is planning to do. Lu Chen wants it all, of course. Adults don't choose. First, he will take down the city's guardian beast. Then he will kill the Blood Demon. At the main city, Blood Demon is attacking everybody. People are rushing towards him to take him down. They suggest using rejuvenation quickly. A player commands the front line to hold off the blood skeletons and the back line to kill their spirit masters, and if the spirit master doesn't die, they can keep summoning. The thing behind their army is huge. As the players see the Blood Demon, if it comes at them, how can they defend? But then they decide to just focus on defending for now. Just then, anonymous Lu Chen arrives. He realizes that there are green numbers appearing over the monsters' heads which are heading them. Now he is invincible. He is a monster too, so he can recover 0.5% of his max HP every second. Da Huang then shows up. Lu Chen asks if he knows how to enter the ancient battlefield. Da Huang claims that his master mentioned it before. Find the stone pillar array, then spend 10 million reputation to open it. Lu Chen wonders if he might be robbing him as well. Looks like in order to farm reputation, Lu Chen has no choice but to attack the main city this time. But before attacking, he needs to change his skin. He chooses the Blood Fiend monkey skin. He needs to tear a hole in his defense first. Only by doing that will the guardian beast of the main city show itself. With that, Lu Chen rushes to attack Blood Demon and his army. Players stress out, realizing that their line of defense is about to collapse. They resemble his skill with Anonymous's skill. A player mentions that Anon's skills were also obtained from monsters. He suggests just thinking of a solution. Seeing all that situation, Korea's guildmaster states that China can't hold on any longer. According to one of his players, the main city is probably done for. Hopefully their server can get lucky with the next invasion. The Blue Cloak Master commands healers and long-range attackers to quickly retreat to the main city. They have to rely on the elite guards to hold the final line of defense. To melee players, he begs them to please buy them some time. A player yells that he is asking melee players to sacrifice themselves. Only a fool would do that. If he dies, he can't log in for 12 hours. Even who would want to go? A girl claims that China is finished. A player commands melee brothers for the main city to rush and kill the Blood Fiend. If they kill one, it's worth it. So kill two, and they will be profiting. The Korean Guild's master wonders in disbelief that Chinese players are really this brave. They are so united, which is unbelievable, as they are not even afraid of dying. Blue Cloak Master realizes that at this rate, they should be able to hold out for a few hours. Then they can rely on the main city's defenses. Maybe they will survive the 12 hours. Meanwhile, at the main city, players get stunned seeing Lu Chen fly. But then Blood Demon gets on the move and starts roaring. Korean Guild members feel relieved that 5 of the attacks, each one dealing 3,000 damage, can withstand this, as hardly anyone has more than 6,000 HP right now. Back there, Chinese players find the Blood Demon way too terrifying, and no one could possibly handle something like that. That AoE attack is even scarier, and its range is huge. They can't even break through its defense. The Blood Demon flies over to the main city, which makes players realize that it's over for them now. A notification pops up, informing them that a beast attack was detected, activating the main city's earth, water, fire, and wind defense array. When the players learn about that, they feel relieved that the defense is still active, which means there is still hope for them. Lu Chen realizes that the Blood Demon likely has the power to break through the array. Otherwise, this whole server-wide quest would be meaningless, but they can't delay too long. If the Guardian Beast doesn't appear before the event ends, everything will be a waste then. With that, Lu Chen penetrates his sword into the ground, breaking it in two, calling out to the Blood Demon that he is here to help him. Korean players wonder how a low-level monster is fighting harder than the boss. Isn't Anonymous's Monkey King set supposed to drop from this kind of monster? They refer to Lu Chen as the slowest guy of all the bosses here. The Blue Cloak Master informs them that the Mountain Protection Array's durability is dropping fast, so they quickly pull that monkey away. He draws everybody's attention and clarifies that their goal is to pull this monkey away, not kill it. So let's hope the Mountain Protection Array holds out a little longer. For now, just grab aggro and run. Lu Chen wonders if it is really okay to discuss tactics right in front of him. Suddenly he thinks about how he should react when they come, because if he cooperates, he will be pulled away. But if he doesn't cooperate, it won't look like he is a real monster. Players start approaching Lu Chen, claiming to be his grandpa, provoking him to fight them. Lu Chen flies away, deciding to let the Blood Demon handle them. Players are stunned by how he is out of here and what this monkey is trying to pull. One of them commands to quickly send in another group, as he refuses to believe that they actually pulled him away. Another group surrounds Lu Chen and provokes him in the same way as before, which makes Lu Chen realize that he has no choice but to use his ultimate move. As Lu Chen attacks them with his ultimate powers, players are stunned that this monkey is so smart, actually clearing a path for the other monsters. He is definitely not an ordinary boss. The captain yells and informs everyone that this monkey is so clever. Whenever its skill is ready, it goes to assist other monsters. According to him, they can use this to ambush it. At the moment, it's right at the edge of the Blood Demon's range. The blood flow won't protect it. He commands them to attack again. Lu Chen finds that so sneaky, ambushing like that, but there is no way he is letting them pull him away. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon crushes everyone without being affected by any hit, making the players scared to death. And they wonder if this thing is crazy, as it gets hit and does not fight back. Even this creature doesn't follow the usual pattern. Is it set to prioritize attacking the Immortal Mountain? Players decide to run away. If it can't be pulled, then they can't keep dying in vain. Lu Chen realizes as they are finally gone, hopefully everything is resolved within 12 hours. 2 hours later, the heavens show no mercy. All races compete for supremacy, the 9 skies shake, and only the strong are respected. The Aurora White Tiger appears. Lu Chen feels relief that finally, as the Aurora White Tiger is here, now he can collect another ultimate beast. Chinese players are shocked, realizing that the Blood Demon is too powerful and its attacks even have a lifesteal effect. The Guardian Beast might not hold out. They can't rely on NPCs alone to defend the city. They need to join, so they decide to go help the White Tiger. Back there, the Blue Cloak Master asks if there is no news from Anonymous or only I'm Wild yet, at which the beige-armored guy informs him that Anonymous sent a message saying that he won't participate in the city defense, but as for Only I'm Wild, there is still no news. According to the Blue Cloak Master, it makes sense that Anonymous wouldn't come. Last time, he single-handedly turned the tide, so he has no obligation to help everyone this time. Besides, he is already over level 39, so even if the level 10 main city falls, it doesn't matter to him, but he wonders why. Only I'm Wild hasn't shown up, as this whole mess started because of him. Back there, as the Aurora Tiger and Blood Demon fight, Lu Chen comments that they both need to hurry and fight until they get to the lowest health before the event ends, or else he has waited for nothing. 9 hours after the invasion began, when both the Blood Demon and Aurora Tiger reach their lowest health, Lu Chen smirks, realizing that after waiting this long, the opportunity has finally come. Lu stands there, noticing that with this stance, the Blood Demon is going to use the Z-Slash, which deals 100,000 damage. Lu knows one thing for sure, that he can't let it attack the Aurora White Tiger first. So Lu quickly uses his skill, Earth Rift, and attacks the Aurora White Tiger first. However, it only creates 3,000 damage, and that is not enough, so Lu decides to use a clone. While using the clone, Lu attacks the Aurora White Tiger with critical poisoned hits. He then focuses on the Blood Demon, aiming. Its aggro is his. One of the viewers witnessing the scenario assumes that maybe 3 bosses are fighting each other, though it doesn't make any sense. The other viewer is sure that the monkey is actually activating both the Blood Demon and the White Aurora Tiger. As the distance between the Aurora White Tiger and Lu is less, Lu takes this as an opportunity, and with a final decisive blow, Lu defeats the Aurora White Tiger. The game notifies Lu of defeating the remnant soul of the Aurora White Tiger, guardian beast of the Immortal Mountain. By doing this, he captured 3 million life points, received 5 8th-tier talent fragments, and earned 5 8-star quality points. He even obtained the item Aurora White Tiger Summoning Stone, 1 3rd-tier Spirit Source Core, 40 Spirit Source Fragments, 5 Essence Gathering Pills of Grade 1, and the magic weapon Sky Flame Pillar, which is purple graded. Lu smirks within himself as he got 10 8-star materials and 100 million reputation points. Additionally, a magic weapon too, which he has never seen before. His attention then shifts to the Blood Demon, whom Lu completely forgot. This is still during the Nine Skies 50-day celebration. Even so, killing it now will definitely grant a ton of NPC points, so he shouldn't wait before doing a work that will give him so many advantages. The Blood Demon attacks Lu, but Lu smartly uses his clone to save himself while confusing the Blood Demon. The viewer suddenly realizes it is not a wild monster or a monkey, but definitely only I'm wild, or anonymous, because the monkey is so agile, and even after all this time, the Blood Demon hasn't hit it once. Though the game notifies Lu that the invasion time for the Blood Demon is 11 hours and 40 minutes, Lu attacks him on time, defeating him after putting up a tough fight. Lu defeats the Blood Demon of the Moon Worship, which was the boss of the Secret Realm map. After winning the battle, Lu captured 4 million life points. He also received 3 ancient hearts and obtained 3 ancient fragments. A system notification then informs him about his rewards. He obtained a level 35 orange unique item called Flame Sword. He also received Demon Wings, which are purple wings, and Demon Heart, a level 40 purple material. Additionally, he gets the Blood Demon Amulet, a level 40 purple item. He even obtained a special technique called Blood Skeleton Summoning Art, which is a 5th-tier Spirit Tamer technique. Along with these, he received 2 more ancient hearts and 3 more ancient fragments. Lu smirks as everything drops. The system suddenly congratulates him on defeating the Blood Demon of the Moon Worship and earning 20,000 boss points. Lu is stunned as he notices himself on the leaderboard. The Celebration Event Points leaderboard shows the current rankings of participants based on their points. Only I'm Wild is in the first position. In second place is Tai's Huang Tian, followed closely by Wisdom Network Duan Yu in third place with points. Additionally, Black Mountain Old Demon is in fourth place. The crowd goes crazy when they realize the monkey was actually Only I'm Wild, and their guess was right. They scream that it was expected, and he was the one taking down both the Guardian Beast and the Blood Demon. Though all of them wonder about the similarity between Only I Am Wild and Anonymous, Ling Ji is also impressed by Only I'm Wild's points on the leadership board. At the Twin Star Tower, one of the boss's assistants asks the boss if he thinks that Only I Am Wild can become a variable. However, the boss scoffs at him as Only I'm Wild is just a small-time clown, and he is only at level 33, so according to him, he doesn't feel threatened by him at all. The boss then asks his assistant about his team's leveling progress. The assistant confidently lets him know that quite a few users are already at level 42. At level 42, the users can start mentoring. There are plenty of rich players waiting for mentors, so as long as their team progresses quickly, they will have chances to mentor other players and level up with their help. Li Muhua watches in frustration as Anonymous and Only I'm Wild continue to gain fame. He can't shake the feeling that everything, these victories, the divine beasts, the recognition, should have belonged to him. Someone addresses him, reminding him of his status as the Imperial Prince. The stranger declares that from now on, Li Muhua should refer to him as Master. Li Muhua is confused and demands an explanation. The stranger calmly states that upon reaching level 42 in Empyrean, players can unlock the Master-Disciple system. She wonders if Li Manhwa was truly unaware of this feature. Li Manhwa refuses to believe it. To him, this must be some kind of trick. Level 42? As far as he is concerned, it's impossible. The stranger remains unfazed, simply remarking that Li Manhwa knows nothing about the game. If he doesn't believe it, he is welcome to check for himself. Li Manhwa decides to investigate further and to find out exactly what this mysterious figure is up to. Li Manhwa stares at the magnificent purple mount before him and wonders if it truly belongs to someone. He finds it strange. Nearby, Linglong Purpleheart, a skilled warrior armed with a level 42 5-star royal sword, watches him. She hopes to take him as a disciple but demands a fee of 20 in return. Luchin hesitates, unsure whether to accept. A powerful boss monster appears in the wilderness, and Lu Chen quickly realizes that instead of focusing on just one boss, he considers bringing in several, increasing the challenge but also maximizing the rewards. Time is slipping away and he must act fast. He selects 10 Shadow Wind beasts, knowing their speed and ferocity will be useful in battle. However, the 8-star materials he possesses are not needed at the moment, so he decides to sell some and use the profits to upgrade his Legion token. His efforts start to bear fruit. The Legion recruitment order shows steady progress. Once the goal is reached, all Legion subordinates will gain a significant boost, with a 70% increase in physical attack and a 100% increase in their life limit. More importantly, the inheritance system and the Legion member star rating reward system will be activated. Luchin wonders at the star rating reward system, where Legion members who defeat enough players can upgrade their star levels and receive powerful attribute bonuses. As he reflects on this is no ordinary Legion. It is a ruthless army of wild beasts. The battlefield awaits, and only the strongest will survive. Luchin steps onto Renai Peak. The latest upgrade is massive, and there are countless improvements to be made. He decides to take things one step at a time, beginning with his personal dungeon. With its expansion into a 5-person dungeon, he expects to generate daily profits of 150,000 yen. On top of that, he acquires another 3rd-stage spirit core. This rare item enhances the mana flow within his territory, ensuring that his divine beasts can level up much faster. With stronger allies by his side, his overall strength will rise even more. He finally turns his attention to the attributes of a newly obtained magic treasure. The item, known as the Tanyan Rod, is classified as a purple magic treasure, and its potential is astonishing. Its ability centers around the user, summoning up to 72 flame pillars beneath enemies' feet within a 30-meter radius. The spell takes just 1 second to prepare, lasts for 2 seconds, and deals 432 mana damage per second. Luchin activates Tiger Roar, and an incredible surge of power flows through him. The ability unleashes 12,000 mana damage per second, realizing just how deadly this technique is. He shifts his focus to his newly acquired demon wings. He checks their attributes. These purple wings grant him the ability to fly, reaching a maximum speed of 18 meters per second. However, each second of flight consumes flight speed x 20 mana points and an equal amount of stamina. He wastes no time equipping them. The moment they attach to his back, he laughs in excitement and flies in the sky. Now that he possesses both the Ancient Heart and Ancient Fragments. The Blood Pool. Mystical Place, a mysterious location, is finally within reach. His inventory confirms the collection of 5 Ancient Hearts and 5 Ancient Fragments. Luchin realizes that defeating the Blood Demon is counted as killing a boss. He finds it a bit deceptive but doesn't complain since he gets 8 free materials as a reward. With his prestige now high enough, he wonders if he can finally unlock the Ancient Battlefield Pillar. His system confirms that his 10 million wilderness prestige is sufficient to open the Ancient Altar. A prompt appears, informing him that no equipment skins are allowed in the altar competition, and that he must remove his current skin. Additionally, because he is using wilderness prestige, the altar will summon human opponents from an opposing faction. As he confirms the activation, the Great City wormhole opens, searching for a match. The thought of an altar competition combined with celestial wormholes sparks his curiosity. Luchin gets the notification from the game that his matched opponent has accepted the challenge. It is his first time on the altar, so Lu wonders what kind of monsters there will be. Though there is a girl who gets scared seeing Lu in his beast form, finding it terrifying. When Lu comes near her, she screams and stops Lu from coming over. Lu stands there calmly, thinking that this woman is definitely not an NPC, but if she is a player, her level must be very high. He even finds her equipment pretty strong, making him assume that there are strong players in the game. The girl, on the other hand, screams and gives up on her as she is freaked out by Lu and agrees to defeat. Lu gets a notification from the game that he has defeated his opponent and received 10 million monster reputation, gaining 1 entry qualification for the Ancient Battlefield. Lu found that pretty dumb and decided to take a look inside. On the other hand, Li Manhwa kneels down before his master named Ling Long and requests her to accept his disciple's bow. He then addresses her as beautiful and asks about her plan to take him to level, and also about the DI cultivation for leveling up. She warns him to watch his tone and not talk to her like that. Manhwa asks her genuinely if she really thinks that she is his master, as he spent 20 million, so he is her customer. She scoffs, excusing. As with a customer like him, she can have as many as she wants. And if he still can't figure out his place, then he can get the hell out of there. Manhwa realizes that she is serious about it, so he apologizes to her and starts addressing her as master again. He then elaborates that he just wants to defeat Anonymous, as he took his divine beast, and now he is over level 30. He can't accept it. She clarifies to Manhwa that only level 30 isn't that high. As for 500,000, she can help him kill Anonymous once. However, Manhwa smirks, as according to him, Anonymous's life is worth that price, so he decides to transfer that money right now, but she advises him not to rush. They will wait until they meet him, and she will have Manhwa level up first. Though, in confusion, he asks her about the reason for her being at such a high level. She explains that Empyrean invited the top players for a no-wipe internal test before the server opened. According to the agreement, before the Heavenly Path allows it, they cannot participate in any player activities. That is why he doesn't know them. Now more and more of them have reached level 42, which is when they are allowed to take disciples. She then asks him to come with her and assures him that she will make him level 30 in just 3 days. In another environment, Lingji is on the live broadcast, explaining the same thing to the users that just happened with Manhwa, that the ones in the sky are level 42 gods, can fly with a sword, and also can ride magic treasures to fly. Users realize that there is always someone stronger. Although these players are very restricted, they are so strong, and compared to them, Anonymous and only I am wild. Lingji elaborates that the appearance of this group of high-end players, along with the opening of the master-disciple system, will definitely rewrite the structure of Empyrean, but she believes only I'm wild and Anonymous will definitely catch up. Meanwhile, Lu is fighting the monsters and is happy about the fact that level 40 elite monsters level him up quickly, and the materials are good, but they don't drop equipment. Though it is so satisfying to have Tianyan pillars, just walking and killing monsters. Lu then defeated an ancient war soul, which is a level 40 elite enemy. By doing so, he has now gained 40,000 life points. He has also received 2 5th-tier talent fragments and 2 5-star quality points. Additionally, he obtained 2 mana. The same reward is received again after defeating another ancient war soul of the same level. Afterwards, Lu hopes the final boss drops something good. Lu, after defeating the ancient war general, who is a level 42 ancient boss, obtains 840,000 life points, 2 7th-tier talent fragments, 2 7-star quality points, and 2 mana. He has even obtained 1 ancient heart. Lu is excited as he finally found a drop for ancient materials. But the question arises. The final boss is down, so why hasn't the teleportation kicked in yet? Instantly, he senses someone behind him. It is the dungeon boss. He respawned. 4 minutes later, he finally killed the boss very easily by using his skilled equipment and asked Xiaomin to give him invisibility as he was so bored, so he was going to check the official website. As he checks the website, he notices so many level 40+ strong internal testers have appeared. However, his attention shifts to the Imperial Prince, who actually wants to challenge him. He has messaged him, addressing him as Anonymous Rat, and challenges him if he dares to fight. He further says that he is the Imperial Prince, and today he is officially challenging him to an outdoor duel, with the stakes being either 10 million or a Divine Beast Club. Lu knows one thing. This Imperial Prince is sinister, so he wouldn't challenge Lu recklessly. Most likely, he has got a master now and wants to challenge with his own name, but in the end, he will let his master do the fighting. He then plans to accept the challenge, but with conditions. Lu replies that he is from the iron-blooded guard of the nation and Anonymous's friend. He didn't want to reveal his ID, so he asked him to speak for him. He agrees to the Imperial Prince's challenge, but with 2 conditions. First, both he and the Imperial Prince must each put up a divine beast. Anonymous knows the prince wants his master to fight, so they should have one. Otherwise, no deal. Second, Anonymous requests the fight be held at 9 a.m., but the location is up to the prince. All the viewers are shocked when they get to know that the prince is looking to use his master as a shield. Users are confused since Anonymous already knows, so accepting the challenge doesn't really make sense. Manhwa's master tells Manhwa if he is brave, accept. She claims, tomorrow morning, she will make the laughstock of the entire server. Manhwa accepts, as he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Meanwhile, Lu is fighting monsters, and he will hit level 35 in 3 hours. Then he can use the orange equipment. He then tested this black weapon on the monster. Later on, Lu Yi comes to Lu Chen's room while he is playing the game and asks him if the rumors are true about him going to duel the prince, If he dares to challenge Lu, there must be an internal tester behind him. Lu reveals that he already knows, and it is fine, and if he wins, the divine beast will be hers. Lu Yi asks him if he is being for real, so he assures her that he will obviously give it to her without any hesitation. 1.5 hours later, Lu's reputation is now sufficient to open the altar. He may open the altar for 20 million wolf monster reputation. Lu is aware that 20 million reputation is a lot, and that the player already has all purple gear. However, 2 times the reputation, maybe even harder players will show up. He looks for the second altar and plans to give it a try. The second altar costs 10 million reputation, so he guesses the difficulty is similar to the first altar. He then turns into the beast again and waits for the opponent, wondering who the opponent will be this time. It is the same opponent who was there in the first altar. The girl is freaked out again and is scared that she is facing the same monster again. She wonders if this is the only wild monster in her strength. She falls on the ground and crawls back when Lu asks her how it is her again. She wonders how the wild monster is talking. She then decides not to fight this creepy thing and logs off, meaning Lu wins again. The game notifies Lu that he has defeated his opponent, gaining 10 million monster reputation, as well as 1 entry qualification for the ancient battlefield. Next up is the second altar dungeon. He hopes the boss drops the ancient fragments. 1 hour later, due to defeating the Western Mountain General, who is a level 42 boss, Lu obtains 840,000 life points, 2 7th tier talent fragments, 2 7-star quality points, and 2 mana. He even obtains 100 pieces of Western Mountain fragments. Lu smirks as he gets what he wants, and now he continues grinding. He then equips the Flame Sword and checks its attributes. The Flame Sword is a unique level 35 orange grade weapon. The sword has 3 special effects. The first is Flame Slash, which deals triple damage, combining both physical and magic attacks. The second effect increases critical hit chances, and the third effect allows the sword to be used as a magic weapon. If equipped in the magic weapon slot, all its attributes and effects will apply to the current weapon being used. Lu finds the third special effect satisfying, even better than weapon fusion. He then opens the second weapon slot. Meanwhile, these Rui staves are turning into level orange weapons. They are so strong now that their base attack is over 5,000. Lu wonders what the Imperial Prince's master is going to do to fight him tomorrow. Lu afterwards upgrades all talents to the 5th tier. The inferior werewolf bloodline gives a 25% chance to land a double critical hit and a 5% chance to land a triple critical hit. The inferior poison spider bloodline deals poison damage equal to 3.5% of maximum health, lasting for 6 seconds, and also increases movement speed by 22%. The inferior serpent bloodline deals poison damage equal to 3.5% of maximum health and has 7 steps of poison, with each step increasing damage by 15%. It also increases vision by 500 meters, makes the user immune to low-level charms, and improves dynamic capture efficiency by 30%. And the inferior tiger demon bloodline grants the ability to perform a triple strike. Additionally, the undead bloodline reduces the physical defense of enemies within range by 18% and reduces their magic defense by 10%. Lu finds these attributes pretty cool, and he is getting more and more excited for tomorrow's duel. As the Wild Waves Guild members and Lu ride on Jin Mao, Hualu informs Lu that a betting market has opened a betting pool. The odds for Lu have been set at 2, 3. Curious, Lu asks Hualu why they are not placing their own bets as well. Hualu didn't know it could be done as those people are level 42. Lu assures them not to worry, as no matter how much they bet, he will win. The guild members obviously believe the brothers are anonymous, so they want to bet. As they arrive at the place where the duel is being held, they notice so many people being there to watch Lu's duel. Lingju has gone to the live streaming and gives updates about the duel between Anonymous and the Imperial Prince that has captured the hearts of countless people. She then asks the viewer's point of view, who are there to watch the duel. Users are intrigued as those internal test players are all surrounded by a purple aura. With so many purple items, they feel like Brother Anonymous doesn't stand a chance. A level 30-something fighting a level 40-something. It seems like Anonymous is setting his hopes too high. Lingju then shares those points of view with the viewers of the broadcast that it looks like everyone's betting against Brother Anonymous, but she personally believes he is not impulsive or reckless. He must have his reasons for doing this. After coming face-to-face with Li Manhwa, he thinks that today, Anonymous's legend is going to end. However, his attention shifts to Anonymous when Lu addresses him as Imperial Prince and asks him how he is doing lately. Manhwa warns him not to be friendly and threatens him for being finished today. Then Li Manhua's master interrupts, asking Anonymous about his audacity and arrogance even after riding that trash blood monkey mount. Jin Mao speaks while standing behind Lu that just because she is a high level doesn't mean her strength is superior. She responds by asking in return if it thinks that just because it has 3 purple items, 5 blue, and some upgraded gear, It is impressive. She then reminds Lu that in outdoor duels, people are allowed to camp the corpse. After dying, they must revive at least 3 times. She warns them to pray hard that they don't lose their equipment because that will be embarrassing. Lu smirked as he saw the Master's divine beast because he didn't expect that. Jin Mao tells the Master's divine beast to stop being tongue-tied as it wants its wager. People are shocked as they are more nervous than the participants themselves. This duel is so extravagant. 2 divine beasts. People are drooling. People find the Master, Ling Long, very boring as they don't understand the point of a level 42 fighting a level 35. The Master asks Lu if he isn't wearing the full Monkey King set. She meant purple gear. She then addresses him as a monkey and challenges him to start playing while being prepared to attack with her weapon. Lu ignores her comments and uses his rapid movement and clone skills. He plans that he himself will go invisible while she will play with the clone instead. As Ling Long attacks the clone, people are shocked, wondering if the Anonymous's attack power is that high, as Ling Long even used the life-saving bell. 3 consecutive hits, and still nothing happened. Viewers assume that he must have stepped on some lucky crap to get a skill like that. People even think that he maybe coats his weapon with poison, or maybe he is a poison master himself. Many are confused but excited to see what happens next. Ling Long admits that the anonymous brother has got some tricks but insults him, saying that in the end, he is still trash. People are shocked as Ling Long's purple heart has 120,000 HP and wonder if there is any limit. Viewers analyze that even the defense is so high. Anonymous's attack power is 2,000, so if he doesn't crit, he only deals about 4,000 damage. Ling Long attacks Lu with a triple clear sword formation. It attacks Lu directly, and she even uses the triple clear sword formation's second phase. Viewers' eyes widen as each phase hits 3 times, and this is ridiculously overpowered and terrifying. She now uses its third phase, and when she gets closer to Lu, she asks him if he realizes the distance between them. She mocks him for just one move, and he is nearly dead. Ling Long then showcases her 10,000 swords technique skill and addresses that skill as a low-level move to finish off the anonymous brother. Li Muhua smirks because now everyone can see how worthless Anonymous really is. Against someone strong, he is like a monkey being toyed with. Instantly, her and viewers' attention shifts when a voice breaks in, mocking Ling Long for being so thrilled about killing an illusion. It is Anonymous's illusion, revealing the truth. The crowd goes crazy as they realize it was Anonymous's illusion, and speculation spreads as people assume he must have turned invisible, making the situation even more unbelievable. The crowd murmurs as they realize that invisibility is a skill too, more overpowered. Ling Long asks Anonymous that wild monsters these days don't have invisibility skills, so where did he get that? Lu smirks, mentioning the fact that she is a beta tester, so it is funny that he is the one teaching her. He then asks her if she can kowtow herself, and maybe then he will tell her. Ling Long pretends to be casual, as if she doesn't care about the fact that Anonymous can stay invisible, and threatens him that he can't stay hidden forever, so when he comes out, she will tear him into pieces. Lu thinks within himself, while being prepared with his weapon, that the bell effect from the purple artifact has worn off. It is about time to attack. Ling Long casts thunder irons on the sky and challenges Anonymous if he has the guts to show himself. People are shocked as thunder iron from the 5 elements divine metal is something very powerful. They are shocked that purple has gotten another purple artifact, because if anyone is targeted by this thing, unless they take out its owner first, it will zap them into doubting their existence. People realize that Ling Long's purple heart is so confident as she has 2 purple artifacts. All of a sudden, all the people gathered outside the city witness a skyfire pillar from the main city, but it is twice as powerful as the one in the city. They are shocked as it can activate while invisible, and are purely impressed when they realize it is not a skill, but an artifact. They wonder about this artifact. The damage is absurdly high. Lu then comes from behind while flying. Knowing the fact that a continuous damage artifact like Ling Long's probably doesn't have high attack power, as she just used it to locate Lu's position. But obviously, he is not planning to stay invisible as it takes away all the fun. The moment people see him, their eyes widen and jaws drop. In his hand, Anonymous is holding an orange weapon. Lu mocks Ling Long for being so happy about killing the illusion, and questions her about who is toying with whom. He then flexes his orange-graded weapon and emphasizes that her gear is worthless compared to his. He then uses his earth-shattering rift skill and directly attacks Ling Long, killing her. He then lands on the ground where Li Muhua is standing, and taunts him by addressing him as Prince of the Royal Clan, and advises him to tell his master to hurry and corpse run, as he will wait for her. The viewers are stunned by a one-shot kill, and obviously because Anonymous just one-shotted a level 42 player. What terrified them even more was the power of Lu's orange-graded weapon. No one could believe how strong it was. Meanwhile, out in the wild, Ling Long has already been forced to revive 3 times, each time only recovering 10% of her HP. Now facing Anonymous once again, he asks Ling Long how she wants to die. Lu then checks his stats, having obtained some powerful loot. Among the dropped items are a level 40 purple leg armor and a level 40 purple chest piece. These are valuable items that would make any player excited. Qingying and his companion are impressed, as she got killed so hard that they dropped a level, and they assume that Ling Long Purple Heart is probably regretting everything now. Suddenly, some of Ling Long's supporters step forward, asking Anonymous to stop and accusing him of only winning because of his invisibility. And if it were a fair fight, the outcome would have been the opposite. Lu sighs calmly and challenges them. If that is the case, then any of them can test that. After reviving, Ling Long threatens Anonymous that she will repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Lu smirks and tells her to stop playing the victim, as she was the one initiating the wild duel, but if she is still not satisfied, she can come find him anytime. Lu then calls Lu Yi to come to him, as she is standing in the crowd. He then gifts the divine beasts to her, addressing her as pretty. Obviously they acted as if they didn't personally know each other. The crowd is shocked as she got the divine beast just for being pretty, but some users remind the crowd not to be so naive, as she is someone from the Kwanglang group. Lu Yi thinks in her heart that her big bro is such a joker, but sometimes he can be adorable as well. Lu mocks Li Muhua to remember to call him if he has something this good, like this divine beast, the next time as well. He then decides to challenge the ancient altar with his 2000 reputation next, and wonders what players he will encounter there. After arriving at the place, the game notifies Lu that to challenge the third altar, he must enable 50% pain sensation. Lu finds it insane but enables it. Lu notices his opponent in front of him and calms himself down, telling himself not to be scared and just fight normally because if he can take on bosses without a scratch, then this guy will be no problem. He even looks like a new person playing this game. Lu uses his weapon with the giant blade sweep skill, but the guy defends himself with his own weapon. Lu realizes one thing. These players who seem to have come out of nowhere might actually be better than the beta testers. He tries to get serious about this third altar, because the guy easily defended himself from Lu's attack. After fighting for 2 more minutes, the game notifies, congratulating the anonymous player for winning. Lu praises the guy as he is so strong and plans to bring a control removal artifact so that he won't lose again. He hopes that they will be matched again and asks him where he is from, but before having any more conversation, the player disappears. Lu thinks if that anonymous player had brought a control removal artifact, it wouldn't have been so easy. He then decides to farm dungeons first, and then he will try the 3000 reputation alarm. Afterwards, he checks what is in the 3000 reputation altar, so the game informs him that to challenge the 4th altar, he must enable 75% pain sensation. Lu doesn't understand the motive behind increasing the pain, so he enables it without thinking much. The opponent that appears is the game girl that appeared in the 1st and 2nd altars. She freaks out once again, explaining that she already selected the 30 million reputation match, so it doesn't make sense that she ended up matching with him. Lu explains that it is because someone caused him to end up like this, expresses his anger, and asks her if it was her. He comes near her when she doesn't answer and questions her again. The girl starts crying, denying that she has anything to do with any of this, and she just wants to go home. Lu then calmly assures her that he is just an ordinary wild mob, so being scared like this of him is not really necessary. She cries and expresses that the wild mobs don't look as ugly as he is looking. Lu sighs and gives her an option to surrender and leave, like she did before, but now the situation is different. She has already wasted so much reputation, so she needs to try this time and must overcome her fears. Lu smiles and motivates her, saying she can do this. The girl stands up, smirks, and asks him what kind of mob cheers for a player. She then warns him not to get cocky, as she is really strong. Instantly, she attacks Lu with her tracking skill. Lu is shocked when he realizes that she has that move too. She then takes out her bow and uses the skill Power Ice Shots. Lu understands that the Emi daggers weren't her main weapons. Her bow is. She actually switched to a ranged shooter. Now that she has created this distance, it is going to be a problem for Lu. She attacks Lu with her ice shots and Lu can't escape. It hurts him and looks like a bit more than he can chew. The girl uses the skill Perfect Shot. It creates 1.5 seconds of stun as it is a double critical attack. Lu realizes that this woman must have some combination of killer moves, but he can't let this go on. Lu then challenges her to kill him, adding that only if she kills him can he leave here and find her in real life. The girl realizes that the wild mob is manipulating her, so using her Perfect Shot skill, she attacks him. Lu groans in frustration as this girl is way stronger than those beta testers. He angrily stands up after getting attacked. Lu uses a powerful and strong spell, combining Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain and 18 consecutive strikes, defeating the girl. The girl, now disappearing, screams that she will remember him, and the next time she sees him, she will definitely win. The game congratulates Lu for winning. Now the dungeon entrance has opened. It is true. No one can afford to let their guard down during battle. However, tomorrow's double XP event is coming. He hopes he can make it to the 40 million reputation altar. That will make leveling up much faster. Afterward, Lu Chen and Lu Yi have put on their headsets. Lu Chen advises Lu Yi, even with double XP, she shouldn't stay up too late and should make sure to rest early. She understands what Lu Chen is saying and then suggests he log in quickly as the event is about to start. Lu Chen pats Lu Yi's head and smiles, as she is always in a rush, questioning when she will learn to calm that temper of hers. As he logs in, next up is the 100% pain sensation mode. Well, anyone can't actually die, so he will have to endure it. At level 46, in the intermediate zone of Sandy Oasis, Ling Long asks her boss about the Tower of Heaven, so he answers her that it is still stuck as the boss in there is at the Sky Realm level. That is the boss needed to unlock the second Sky Realm. If they can't beat it, they will have to wait until the company opens it up. He then asks Ling Long if she heard about her losing a wild duel to that anonymous guy. Ling Long clarifies that that guy just got lucky. She explains that he managed to get an invisibility skill. Plus, he has an artifact that allows him to deal damage without breaking invisibility. It is disgusting. Her boss ignores her excuses and asks if she lost anything. Ling Long stutters and confesses just 2 purple tier gear pieces. Though she has replaced them, she has lost her fire killin. The boss reveals that the fire killin can't be lost. They found some clues about them in the divine maze. He adds that these divine beasts can be fused together, so not a single one can be lost, and they must reclaim the fire killin no matter what happens. The people on Ling Long's side decide that when Anonymous comes to the level 40 map, they will make sure to kill him until he quits the game. They will take turns camping on his corpse until he doubts his life. Ling Long's expression darkens as she now has an aim to kill Anonymous. Lu Chen takes a sigh of relief and scoffs as he advises Lu Yi not to stay up late. But in the end, he didn't sleep for 2 days and nights. Still, grinding during the XP event was super satisfying for him. Lu Yi comes to Lu Chen's room and tells him that it is not fair as he told her off. But then he went crazy leveling up. She then questions him about his level, so Lu reveals that he is now at level 44. Lu Yi's jaw drops when she hears that he leveled up to 44. She is very shocked. She was carried by veteran beta players and still hasn't hit level 35, and he is already at level 44. She asks him how he did it. Lu smirks and elaborates that he grinded in a different area from everyone. It requires 4,000 reputation, 100% pain sensation mode, and doesn't drop gear, but the leveling speed is amazing. Lu Yi is shocked as the 100% pain sensation mode is crazy, and Lu Chen is going all out. Lu Chen treats her to a feast and plans to eat and recover properly before logging back in. Back at the intermediate zone of Sandy Oasis, the boss taunts Li Muhua for having 48 hours of sleep, though Li Muhua ignores it and assures the boss that he will stick with him. They have to take down Anonymous. Li Muhua questions him about why Anonymous always hogs the spotlight and all the good stuff goes to him. Ling Long tells him not to worry, as with this many of them, the moment he enters the level 49 map, they will give him a warm welcome. Ling Long's companions agree with her and decide that they will endlessly camp his corpse and bring his level down to the bottom. Though they mean they need to move their plan as the official forum is roaring that Anonymous is already level 44. The boss, Burning Heaven, agrees that they will endlessly camp his corpse and grind his level down to the bottom. However, Ling Long reminds him again of Anonymous being at level 44. Li Muhua seems to be a lot affected by this news and finds it impossible that Anonymous reached level 44 as they have been grinding hard 48 hours without sleep and only gained 1 level, so this can't be possible. This is more shocking as he was just at level 35 recently. All the users assume that he must have found some grind spot they don't know about that is way more efficient. They bet he has been leveling so recklessly he hasn't upgraded his gear. They decide, no matter what level he is, once he enters the level 40 map, they will kill him until he is afraid to log back in, because if they don't eliminate him, he will become a huge threat later. 8 hours later, in Lingxiao City, the level 30 main city is bustling, and it looks like nobody's been slacking these past 2 days. Now that everyone has leveled up, Lu plans that it is time to sell off his level 30 gear. Hundreds of green, blue, and purple items. It looks like another big payday for him. Lu's attention shifts to a sneaky guy spying on him. He wonders if it could be one of those veteran players. Lu smirks and thinks of teaching them a lesson if they haven't learned it yet. The guy spying on Lu calls Burning Heaven and informs him that the guy is here, and then he flies. The guy is shocked seeing Anonymous flying, wondering if he has wings. He guesses that he is heading north, probably to the level 40 map. On the other hand, Burning Heaven informs everyone to stay alert as Anonymous is about to arrive. Ling Long decides to start streaming so everyone can see what happens to him. In another environment, while flying, The game notifies him that the current resources are sufficient to complete the Chimera Club's growth and would like to proceed. Using 100,000 mana and 100,000 essence, the Chimera finally upgrades. As he sees the Chimera, Lu's eyes shine with happiness, as after waiting so long to upgrade this divine beast, he expects it should give him and those veteran players a proper surprise. As Lu looks at the Chimera, Lu gives it his experience so that he levels up to the limit. The Chimera maxed out at level 30. Lu then decides to take a look at the stats. The Chimera is currently at the juvenile stage, and its level cap is 30-30 for this stage. The Chimera has a special talent called Divine Beast Bloodline, which gives it a split attack ability. This effect can also be assigned to a specific target. Another talent is listed as, but it is currently sealed. Lu scoffs as his entire set of gear only gives him 6,000 attack power, but the Chimera is already over 10,000, and its HP is straight up 70,000, and this is just level 30. After seeing the stats, Lu plans to find some wild monsters to test it out. Lu then finds a white tiger monster and tests the skills on him. He smirks while using the split attack. He suddenly remembers Lin Long's purple heart and hopes that they all have enough people because using the split attack will be very satisfying. Meanwhile, Burning Heaven asks his people if they have set up the Dust of Revealing. The users inform him that it is done, and as soon as Lu Chen enters the map, they will spot him immediately. As soon as Lu enters the place, Lu gets notified by the game to detect a high-grade item in the area ahead, and the caution is given that this item will trigger a special effect, causing his skin effect to nullify. This prompt will only appear once. Lu smirks as it was expected. These guys set up anti-stealth measures. Luckily, he has a skin effect, so he got the warning. Since that is the case, he will use his clone and main body to play with them. He orders Xiaomin to temporarily possess his clone and give it stealth. Xiaomin asks the point of it if the Dust of Revealing can break stealth. Lu explains to her that this is called turning the tables, and when he calls her, come back to him. He then transforms, and the appearance of this main body is scary even to him. Meanwhile, Burning Heaven's guy informs him that Anonymous is there, so Burning Heaven orders Li Muhua to start the live stream and notify everyone outside to boost the views. He then orders everyone else to get ready, as it is best if they can one-shot Anonymous. Li Muhua starts the live broadcast, convincing everyone to come and watch as the closed beta veterans infinitely hunt Anonymous, making him quit the game for good. The viewers are shocked as they are really ambushing Anonymous. People assume that it is over for Anonymous and he is definitely going to die this time. All the users rush towards Anonymous, all motivated to kill him and question how he dared to mess with closed beta players. But before they could reach him, they realize it was a clone. They can't believe it, as Anonymous was definitely in stealth just now. Users wonder if he knows there is an ambush. All of a sudden, a voice breaks in, warning all the users to look quickly behind as there is a terrifying creature. It is none other than Lu, who is transformed into a courageous full moon vanguard, first blood, tiger, bloodpool vanguard, elite, especially strong, especially agile, especially robust silver boss, Black Burton. Everyone is shocked, not believing if such monsters really exist in the Empyrean God realm. They are even shocked by its ridiculously long name. Though some of the users remember these prefixes being Only I'm Wild, they all find it impossible, as they realize the last time Only I'm Wild was in the form of a blood fiend monkey, and he didn't look like this. They are 100% sure that it is I'm Only Wild, but they don't understand the reason behind him being transformed into a wild monster. Xiao Mei and Rua Rui are also shocked as they realize it is a transformation, but no matter what it is, they are more concerned about the fact that he is teamed up with Anonymous. Ling Long tells everyone not to worry about what it is and just kill it. As they use the earth-shaking rift spell, the wild monster attacks them back. They know this is bad, and the wild monster knows that move too. Everyone shouts to fall back and retreat quickly, but it is too late. Lu, as the wild monster, uses a powerful and strong spell, combining Tiger's Descent and 8-fold damage. The wild monster kills everyone that comes in his way, and everyone dies in one go without even having a chance to fight. Li Muhua stands there in confusion as sweat coats his head. As Lu spots him, he mocks him, pretending that he forgot. Li Muhua was next. He says that before heading to the level 40 map, he will deal with him too. The livestream cuts off too. The viewers are in shock as so many beta players were taken down in a single sweep. They all now know that I'm Only Wild is just way overpowered. He seems even stronger than Anonymous, according to the viewers. Meanwhile, Li Muhua sat on the ground, thinking that he thought beating Anonymous would make him the #1 outside of the beta testers. He realizes how naive he was. Burning Heaven is furious as his weapon drops. They all are still processing what happened, and wonder what kind of monster that was. Viewers call the beta players unlucky as so many purple items dropped, and it turned out to be a complete disaster. Manhwa confusingly says in front of the boss that he knows what that was. That thing just now, it was solely mad. He has no idea how he ended up like that, but that guy is scarier and more mysterious than Anonymous. Burning Heaven is annoyed by the fact that nobody told him earlier that Anonymous had a helper. However, other users suggest reworking the strategy as Anonymous hasn't even come over yet. Though it is confusing why they are teaming up, right now they are focusing on coming up with a better strategy. Though Burning Heaven smirks, denying any new strategy, as he has a new idea. As Lou is collecting the loot, the users there are shocked and find it impossible, as I'm Only Wild clearly left earlier, and they wonder if he heard about Burning Heaven's plan. Lou is having the time of his life, causing chaos in the game. He pretends to be Only I'm Wild, and acts like he forgot to go pick up Anonymous but says that it worked out too as he got a bunch of loot again. He smirks and then looks at Manhwa, who is panting on the ground, and obviously, he mocks him for having shitty gears, the ones that are not even worth killing. Manhwa takes a sigh of relief that he is not getting killed. At least he wasn't going to be killed this time. But the users watching the situation unfold are completely shocked and in utter disbelief. The users are pretty shocked by knowing the fact that Anonymous and I'm Wild are actually friends, and wonder how they even deal with this combination now. They mention Imperial Crown Prince Manhwa not having any chance to get revenge now. The users are furious as their weapon dropped, a +1 top-tier item. They say to Burning Heaven that this guy is too much. Burning Heaven agrees with them, thinking they have to call in the big bosses, as this is absolutely insane and they cannot let this slide. Meanwhile, Lou combines his powerful spells Tiger's Descent, Earth-Shaking Rift, and Rapid Shift all together while killing any users that come near him. Users are stunned, wondering why Only I'm Wild came back again. One of the players, completely in awe, decides to bow to Only I'm Wild, as he wiped these guys out 3 times, and the beta players must be sobbing in the bathroom by now. Manhwa angrily calls him a disciple, so Lou's anger doubles, and he asks him to relax as he has already killed him 3 times, and he promises that this time he will head to the new map so they can respawn in peace. After about 10 minutes, Manhwa inspects around and murmurs that maybe I'm Only Wild has finally left this time. Suddenly, their attention shifts to the Chimera, though the users don't believe in it as it was mythical for a Chimera to exist, but they are stunned by seeing it. Burning Heaven got killed by the Chimera in 1 shot. The user's jaws drop because even at 1/10 health after respawning, that is still around 7,000 HP. This is no ordinary monster. It is terrifyingly powerful. And to make things even worse, suddenly more monsters are showing up. All the wild mobs rush towards the users. The users run to save themselves. Lou at the corner stands and smirks as they all try to leech his levels, so this is what they got in the end. Outside the game, people who are playing this game groan and scream in real life because their levels are being dropped and Only I'm Wild is still camping their corpses, so they can't respawn, which makes them more frustrated. Burning Heaven, now completely fed up, decides that enough is enough. He calls the higher boss to explain the situation. He elaborates that the user they are against is too strong and they need the boss's help. The boss is annoyed by them and calls the beta players a pure embarrassment. Despite his frustration, he informs Burning Heaven about sending someone to save them, though they are raiding the tower right now. He elaborates that he just cleared the first mini-boss. The loot is insane. He clarifies that whether it is Only I'm Wild or Anonymous, it doesn't matter because when they are done here, they will deal with them properly. 15 minutes later, Burning Heaven and his members are finally saved. The users who are already upset about their losses convince Purple Heart not to be upset, as those two will run into that boss in the deserted sand. Linglong's Purple Heart smirks as that boss will be their perfect encounter. Meanwhile, Lou is shocked. He picks up a crystal, and suddenly the ground starts shaking. A notification appears in the game. Acquired quest item. Activated hidden quest. The Secrets of Ragnarok. It is a broken amethyst, and the item info said it is sealed. A question arises in Lou's mind. How could picking up a small crystal cause an earthquake? There is this monster called the Ironclad Killer Big Boss. It is giant, but its most horrifying feature is its eyes. 2 gigantic, glowing red eyes that burn with an unnatural fury. Though Lou is not scared, and just because it is a bit bigger, it can't act tough in front of Lou. Lou flies towards it and attacks it with his sword. However, the damage reflection is 100%, and its defense is so high that Lou only dealt 8,000 plus damage. Suddenly, Lou realizes that it is a passive skill. Moreover, 50% of the damage has been reflected back to him. Lou decides to use mana attacks now while using his skill Grand Slash. Mana attacks also get reflected. If he brought a large group of healers and a lot of high health potions, it would be manageable, but he doesn't have them, so this boss really counters him. As the monster attacks him, Lou takes a sigh of relief when he realizes that its power and speed are not that high. so he decides to wait for the Legion to arrive. The battle drags on as Lu and the ironclad killer Big Boss continue exchanging blows, neither gaining the upper hand. 10 minutes later, Lu decides to use his clone, and during this time, he lets the clone pull aggro. Fortunately, he upgraded the Legion camp, so now these guys can return to the camp to heal after losing health. To further his advantage, he called upon his pet, requesting his pet, Xiaomin, to give him the skill of invisibility so that he can control his clone, as this is definitely going to be a very long battle. Xiaomin gives him a warm smile and grants his request. 1 hour later, finally, after an exhausting and relentless battle, with a final blow, Lu achieves victory, standing over his fallen opponent. Though without the Legion camp, he wouldn't have managed it. Lu defeated the ironclad Sandworm, a powerful level 50 wild and plot boss, and captured 450,000 life points. He obtains a level 6 talent fragment, 1 6-star quality point, and mana. He also receives a special quest item called God's Eye Core, which could be used to repair the broken amethyst. After repairing it, he obtained the Sleeping Eye of the Gods, a level 40 purple magic treasure. This treasure can see invisible things but is currently inactive. It also grants a divine blessing, allowing Lu to ignore and reflect 30% of incoming damage. Lu finds it very disappointing as he got a purple magic treasure, but it is still sleeping. However, since the stats are free, he will open the third magic treasure slot and use it. Pressing forward, Lu moves forward and sees a black, mysterious entrance, assuming that it is the entrance to the dungeon. As he enters that hole, the game notifies him that he has entered the hidden dungeon, Eyes of the Gods. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, 2 figures, Burning Heaven and Ling Long, are floating in the sky, observing if Anonymous and Only I'm Wild have arrived yet or not. They find it strange that they haven't arrived yet. Ling Long assumes that they probably got killed by the ironclad killer bug. Burning Heaven agrees with her, as that monster is very deadly and terrifying. At the time-limited dungeon, Lu faces the monster, Eye of the Gods. It looks very scary, but Lu is used to it, though he can't take the reflected damage anymore. So he takes out his weapon, finds a lone target, and tests it first. As he attacked the Eye of the Gods, there was reflected damage of about 10%. However, after putting up a tough fight, Lu Chen finally killed the Eye of the Gods, who is a level 42 monster. Based on his calculation, he'd need to fight 20,000 divine particles, and if unlucky, even that might not be enough. There are only 2 hours, and with reflection damage and so many monsters, an area attack would kill him too. Lu groans, realizing the dungeon is such a scam. Xiaomin informs Lu that she has a skill, so Lu requests Xiaomin to help him block fatal damage once every 120 seconds. He then attacks another monster with his sword using his skill, Earth Shatter. Lu defeats 3 Eye of the Gods enemies, each at level 42, and captures a total of 3,072 life points. From each battle, he obtains a level 4 talent fragment, a 4-star evolution point, and Holy Spirit creature essence. In addition, he receives a pure aura from one of them and 2 divine particles as special rewards. Lu laughs as he gets over 1,000 particles in hand. Viewers, on the other hand, talk among themselves that those 2 guys wouldn't have entered and farmed the Eye of Gods, obviously. It is not possible. Forget the killer bug. They couldn't even beat that. Even if they entered the Eye of the Gods dungeon, they couldn't farm the eyes, as back then when the big guys went to the Eye of the Gods dungeon, the strongest only managed to farm 43 divine particles. Racing against time for 2 hours, Lu spent 75,000 divine sight particles. He doesn't really believe it. He still hasn't gotten it. Now he plans to start refining the slumbering of the gods. After 10 minutes, the game notifies Lu and congratulates the player, Only I'm Wild, on obtaining the dark gold equipment, Eye of the Gods. The users who get to know about this update are in utter shock as they don't believe that it is possible or that something like dark gold ever exists. On the other hand, Lu isn't satisfied just yet. He calculates that it only took 12,000 divine sight particles to refine and wonders about this thing being refined further. So he decides to get going. As soon as he finishes refining it a second time, another notification appears from the game congratulating and informing him that he has obtained the dark gold equipment, Dark Eye of the Gods, and that Only I'm Wild will even receive the title Demon Lord's Eye. Lu scoffs as he gets another one but finds the title very dramatic. The users witnessing this consider Only I'm Wild inhuman, as the dark gold equipment was even upgraded. They are eager to know what the stats are. The stats show the Dark Eye of the Gods as a dark gold artifact with powerful stats. It has several special effects. It completely negates all reflective damage, making battles against enemies with damage reflection much easier. It also increases vision range by 1,000 meters and improves dynamic capturability by 50%, allowing for better awareness of movement. Another special effect is technique detection, which helps identify an opponent's weak points and pinpoint the exact location of their attack during technique releases. Finally, it has the ability to detect hidden spaces, revealing areas that are invisible to the naked eye. Lu is very impressed that these stats are obviously insane, and the 4 special effects are even more overpowered. This is too good to be true, simply unbeatable. Additionally, the Demon Lord's Eye has increased all 4 attributes by 15%. Lu smirks and decides to equip it all. With his new equipment in place, he decides to continue exploring as maps above level 40 are quite interesting. Pressing forward, there is the Twilight of the Gods dungeon entrance. Lu wonders why he hasn't seen this entrance before, and then realizes on his own that it must be because of the Dark Eye of the Gods. It is a level 45 hidden dungeon. But before he could enter, Manhwa messages him and teases him for having the dark gold equipment and asks if he could show it to them. Lu agrees, saying everyone can see it and thinks within himself that letting everyone see it will save him from so much hassle. Manhwa messages him again after seeing it, showing his excitement and asking for Lu's permission to post it online and build some clout. Lu allows him and informs him that he is entering the dungeon now. As Manhwa posts it online, users go crazy as the stats are heaven-defying. They all are jealous and guess that players on the beach who see this equipment probably feel their hearts freezing over. Just from the stats alone, this is stronger than level 50 purple, and the 4 special effects are even more overpowered. Though Burning Heaven tells all the users to notify everyone not to provoke Anonymous and only I'm Wild for now, they can only pin their hopes on the big boss coming out of seclusion. Meanwhile, Lu enters the Twilight of the Gods dungeon. He gets the notification that he has entered the area of the gods, and the 100% pain system has been activated. He will face the incarnations of gods at random. Defeating them will earn rewards. If he fails midway, the dungeon will reset. Lu can't see his opponent because of the shadow, though the opponent is happy seeing a new challenger arrive and wishes that the challenger doesn't disappoint them and gives them an exciting match. The opponent mocks Lu for being weak and probably not lasting the first round. The game notifies him that each time he successfully challenges a god's incarnation, all his skill cooldowns will be reset. He cannot leave the battle midway. The first round, Hellhound, starts. The system identifies it as the Hellhound. The creature lets out a roar, shaking the entire dungeon. When Lu sees his opponent, a monster having 3 faces, roaring and looking at Lu with their red deadly eyes, his eyes widen. The monster looks more dangerous than he even expected. Worse still, he knows that because of the 100% pain system, every hit he takes would feel like a real attack. This is not going to be an easy fight.